What up? What do you do with the foe? It's LadyChann. What's going on, guys? Welcome to an edition of Cumbox with Shiggity Shan. Let me just fix up certain the lights. My lights sound nice. Does my mic sound nice? Jiggity check 1, check 2. Does my mic sound nice? What up, though? Let's see where everybody is. Okay. I can see all my peoples. I love when I see you here. Hang on. Got you. Okay. Gotta make sure we lit. Gotta make sure, and then I'm gonna do the lipstick or lip gloss. Then I'm gonna do the banner. How you guys been? Sorry for my lateness. It's just me. Lateness. Shit happens. And, I'm supposed to start like 35 minutes earlier. But sometimes in life, the plan goes wayward. But I hope you guys have had a nice, great day. I know some of you guys, depending on what time zone you're in, still in midst of your day. You are in the mix. Okay. So Deontay Wilder back. Let me banner. Okay. So that's the cash app at the bottom. # LadyChann. Then I am, okay. This one's quite easy to write, isn't it? Deontay Wilder back. God. Can't get rid of the geezer, can we? No, I'm joking for everyone. No, but you know what? We'll discuss. I know it's not the weekly wrap-up show, is it, today? Shan, do you know what day it is? No, you don't. Okay, this one is Cumbox with Shan, isn't it? We did weekly wrap-up show, which is on Mondays. Box with Shanny Shan. There we go. All right. There we are. Okie dokes. All right. So, looking at myself in the bottom over there. Make sure it's all good at the helm. Okay. All right. So, let's see who's in the building. We've got Khan Kane in the building. Mi hermano, Hector Garcia in the building. Paul Evans in the building. My guy from Wales. Superfly's in the building. King Shelton Moore is in the building. My sister from another mister, Queen Lisa Bales, is in the building. Yeah. Who else is in the building? Okay. You guys are chopping it up between Eric Gomes. Bomb Squad is in the building. What I like about Eric's in the building, whether it's a Deontay Wilder topic or not. You're in the building, ain't you, my Bomb Squad compadre? I really do enjoy you being here. Thank you for rocking with the girl, Salute to you, sir. Salute to you. Got this fan on because the weather it's not icy. It feels cold. It's probably about 45 degrees now, but no snow in London. All the other parts of the UK, they be snowing and iced up. We don't really get that much snow. Our winters are warm in comparison. Our summers ain't as hot as everybody else's, but our winters are usually warmer than everybody else's, and we still moan that it's cold. Okay. King KO is in the building. Jeff Lucietta is in the building. Is the link in the chat? Let's see. I know. Is it just me? Solo Dolo. If the link's in the chat, please click it to jump on El Panel. Let me just put it on there. Because we want We want everybody in the building for this one. And then I have to pin it, don't I? That's what I gotta do. Oh, Mauricio Suleiman was on talking about that. George Kambosos is undisputed again. Just Skeezer's a trip, mate. This Skeezer's a trip. I'm telling you guys, you couldn't write this guy in a book. Right, let's see. Right, the link's pinned. Come through like a motherfucking woo so we can start the show. Jazz Father is in the building. What up, Doe? What do you do with the phone, Jazz? Nice to have you here. See you pass through. I know you're a busy man. Yeah, I know. Right, I'm waiting. Come on, let's hit it because I need to chop it up about Deontay Wilder coming back. Is he back? Is he retired or is he not? Because so far, this is where we are. I'm introducing. Introducing. Shelton King Moore. Ding, 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 ding. What it up? What up, Joe? What do you do with the phone?
What's up? Lady my girl.
I know. I'm here. You know me. I was like, damn, bit late, but you know, everybody's 5 hours and 6 hours, and in your case, 8 hours behind me. So it doesn't matter as much. I think it matters more for my UK compadres. Sorry.
That's a woman thing, though. Women are always late. They be late to their own funeral.
I know. It's true. It is very, very bad.
So you talking about Wilder? He's back. How is he back? When is he back?
Well, we're saying that he's back because the WBC are, I'm in an iron if they're going to mandate him to fight Dillian Whyte instead of just elevating Dillian Whyte to here's my sister. Instead of elevating Dillian Whyte to super champ, he may have to do a title. He may have to fight for the vacant belt. And he hasn't come out and denied this. And Tyson Fury hasn't come out and denied that he's vacating. So they're getting ready, basically, to put Wilder in action. We're just waiting.
Oh, man. Yeah. Get rid of this fucking guy.
Ain't it ridiculous? Like, Dillian Whyte basically is supposed to just get the belt. And Wu-Tang forever. Woo! Yeah, you know, innit? Come through like a mile and woo. That's why Dillian Whyte is supposed to get the belt, but this is what they're doing because they're finding always a way to kind of fuck with Dillian Whyte. They like Wilder having that belt. It's either Wilder to have that belt or Tyson Fury. It seems to make them more money, and that's what they want to do. So Wilder, we could be seeing Wilder back in title. He's number one.
He's still on a family dinner. I mean, I don't know how. I just don't get it.
He's number one in the WBC rankings. And their reason for that is because he held the title for 5 years. So they've kept him, even though off 2 back-to-back losses, they've kept him as number one. So they're changing the rules as we go along.
Well, one thing I noticed about the... Huh?
I said, hey, sis. Sorry.
Hey, sis. Hey, guys.
Hi. Go ahead.
One thing I noticed about the WBC rankings, I noticed it with the welterweights. Even if they lost, they were still pretty high in the rankings. I noticed it with Sean Porter and Danny Garcia in particular. Right.
Why though?
I don't know.
Is it only the WBC you noticed it in, or was it the other lot?
I mean, I don't really follow rankings like that, but I just noticed in particular the WBC, like the top guys.
Yeah.
They tend to still be, even if they have a loss, they pretty still high in the rankings.
I'll tell you what to let us know. Let's look at the IBF rankings and see where Abu Kokorov is ranked now, since he got his ass whooped 2 weeks ago.
What is he? Have you looked? What is he in? What time?
Oh, I haven't looked yet. I want to look it up. I haven't looked yet.
Look it up. Yeah.
Hey, Smoke. What's going on, fam?
Hey, what's up, people? What's up, Queen?
Right, what's up,
up?
King?
Smoke could tell you.
What's up, Queen? Sorry.
Yeah,
Queens,
Smoke could tell you about the rankings probably better than me. Am I right, Smoke? But the WBC, like, it's a little bit different. Like, even if you lose there, like with Sean and Danny, they still pretty much, maybe it's because of their names, they still have, when they lost, they still had pretty high rankings, but I'm not sure about the other rankings.
Smoke, that's to you. Oh no, look at my banner is all wrong. Sorry. That's some bad writing on there, isn't there? Hang on. Smoke! Smoke always does this. Smoke! Maybe not. Maybe, I don't know where Smoke can't hear us. Oh, he maybe have bad connection. He'll jump back on. It just dropped off. His connection bad. You guys and your California connection, it's awful. It's awful in Cali with you guys' Wi-Fi. California Wi-Fi. Yeah. So this is what this is. Yeah, because Shelton's one's like that as well. It's bad, and sometimes AJ's.
Haplo.
And Haplos. Yeah. It's their Wi-Fi out there. They're too far behind in the past. You have to wire out. We're going to get Marty McFly and Doc to help you guys out. You know, Back to the Future with the Wi-Fi. Australia's pretty bad with their Wi-Fi as well because they're so far out. When I was there, it was a big campaign to try and get their Wi-Fi boosted and stuff. But yeah, it was quite bad out there. I don't know. It's probably, it could be better now. But yeah, so this is what they're doing. So we are seeing the return, possibly, of Deontay, the Bronze Bomber Wilder. Smoke, your guy may be coming back.
Yeah, but sorry, technical difficulties. Hopefully, I don't lose you again.
Yeah,
my phone just crapped out on me. Like restarted. It's totally just rebooted on me out of the blue. But anyway, I don't know if you guys moved past the discussion as to what's going on with the WBC champion title thing and their rankings.
You go ahead.
Are you guys still talking about it?
Yeah, we are. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I was gonna say, so Dillian White, because he has that interim belt, he's not in the rankings, right? And that's how they do it. They have all those like weird belts. So once you have like Joe Joyce has like a gold title, so he's not ranked, right? Yeah. So their ranking and their title thing is like all messed up. They need to work that particular thing out. But of all the guys, because Tyson Fury and Wilder were fighting for that ring title, they're fighting for like the number 1 and number 2 spot.
Yeah.
And also, you follow the money. WBC is all about that cash and cachet. And while there's not another guy that has that kind of like draw, at least like that name recognition, like they were saying, he's been champion for 5 years. So, like Otto Wallin or Robert Helenius, they're just not going to pull that kind of, or like a Frank Sanchez, they're not going to pull in like that. So, yeah, I mean, if it makes dollars, it makes sense, really.
So would that would you be happy to see this fight happen instead of Tyson Fury and Dillian White?
Listen, because of all of the stuff I just said, I can talk about it on panels, but I'm a fight fan. I've been wanting to see Dillian White versus Deontay Wilder. I've been wanting to see Deontay Wilder versus AJ. Just because titles are not out of the line and not undefeated anymore, I still want to see these fights.
Same.
Like Otto Wallin, I'm not checking for. I'm sorry. Like Otto Wallin is Otto Wallin. He's made his name in the business and whatever. He is what he is, but I'm not checking for that dude.
Yeah. But Paul Evans says, but Wilder doesn't sell tickets.
Okay, sure. Whatever. So WBC is not about their bread then. They just put him up there number 1 just for shits and giggles, right?
I
don't know because I think he's replying to the fact that you said, that's where the money is with him holding that position.
Yeah, I know.
I know that the WBC have let Wilder stay at number 1 on the merit that he's been a title holder for 5 years of that belt. That's the reason that they haven't ranked him down. I don't know.
I mean, I don't understand like how you can set a record gate for heavyweight boxing, right? In the history of heavyweight boxing, you can set a gate for it, and then like somebody says you don't sell tickets. I mean, I don't know how I'm supposed to engage with stuff like that.
I don't know. How? Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead, Lise.
I mean, you know, I know he sold. Yeah, that's what they said with Tyson Fury. I just think they sell with each other. I've never seen them sell big by themselves.
Individually.
So who knows?
Yeah.
They probably can now. Yeah.
I bet.
I mean, with both of those, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Tyson Fury was giving away tickets, right? His ticket sales were like $1,000, right? Like I'm talking about for an entire stadium, right? Without Wilder, right? Wilder was not having problems selling out, like having thousands of people go to his fights without Tyson Fury, right? Like I remember Tyson Fury except for Fury, where both guys decided to not throw punches so they can watch the fight going on in the stands. Right?
Yeah, but
I mean, I hear you, but it was also a Frampton fight, and you know, it was Frampton like Lee Selby, right? It's like somebody else was even headlining that fight. But anyway, I'm not even that's not even the point. My point being is the idea that guys are doing tens of millions of dollars and tens of thousands of people are going to see them fight. Like I don't know what metric you're using to say that this guy doesn't sell tickets, but it doesn't make. I'm saying that all the explicit data and implications, right? Like the WBC has him number one. They're telling you about dudes fights are on pay-per-view. He's selling record gate numbers. Like the guy, okay, sell tickets. What is the metric? Who do you think does sell tickets if Wilder don't sell tickets? Like what's the standard? What are we talking about?
AJ.
That's a complete market. Oh yeah, I mean that's good. Yeah, I mean
really.
AJ sold like
when AJ came to MSG, he sold that out too.
People, still 20,000 people.
You're chopping up.
And
you're chopping up. Smoke. Your connection's chopping. Smoke. Your connection's chopping. Your connection's chopping up.
Okay, sorry.
Now that's clear. Yeah, so AJ's the standard of selling out MSG.
No, that a bunch of people sold out MSG. It's still the same amount of people, like 20,000. First off, AJ didn't sell out MSG. That's like first off. But the second part of that is a lot of people sell out MSG, right?
He sold out MSG.
But yeah, but there's I don't think it's like if you don't sell out MSG, that means you don't sell tickets, right? That's a completely different idea.
You don't sell tickets, but I mean, if you're from a country,
it's not like all or nothing, right?
How many people in America? What's your guys' population? What's the population of the United States?
I mean, 330 million. 330 million. 330 million.
Yeah, just say
330 million.
330 million, and where we live in the UK, it's like 65 million. It used to be 62. We've gone up a few million. Yep. That's just it. So 62 million. So AJ manages to sell out everywhere, and if you're saying 330, you live in a country with 330 million people, and Wilder can't ever sell out 20,000 seats in a country that has 330
okay,
million.
But he has so.
No, he hasn't.
But he has sold out. Okay, first off, AJ didn't sell out. I can't stress this enough. AJ didn't sell it out. He sold just like everybody else sells here because, like, it's a different market where you guys are because it's a different entertainment industry. If you want to see who goes to sporting events in America, what you'll find is you'll be looking at somebody needs to go on mute. You'll find that it's college football, right? It's like you'll see hundreds of thousands of people at those things every Saturday, and there'll be like 15 different games on. Nobody is people don't go to fights like that in the United States. That is a kind of a televised thing and has been for decades. But people still go. But the idea that unless you are going to, I don't know, like unless you're selling out, that means you don't sell. The guy is clearly tens of thousands of people go to see all of his fights. There's not empty seats. There wasn't empty seats against the Dominic Brazil fight. There's no empty seats in the Luis Ortiz fights. There's no empty seats in the Bermane Stiverne fights. So, you know, cool. Like there's other guys that may sell. But even if you take Wilder out of the picture, the same 330 million people are still the population for every other fighter in the United States. So who is this person? Who are these people that are actually selling out better than Wilder is in the United States?
I'm going to address all of that. So, Bang Mateo, I don't want to see Wilder after 2 bad L's, brutal KO. Plus, he should go to the back of the queue. Yeah, I would have thought so as well. Gracias, mi hermano. Muy apreciada, sí. For the $5. And then we've got another one. TJ, thank you for the $5 for dropping that on your girl. Salute Queen, panel, and chat and family. So what I've did is okay, so this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Okay, so I will address what Smoke said with receipts, as you know, that's what I do as well. So hang on. Go on, you guys can still talk.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Smoke. I just in the US there just hasn't been a far as heavyweights, I guess we haven't seen like this big star since like I would say maybe like Mike Tyson, or that was just a different era too. Yeah, Lennox, but Mike Tyson was the one that really sold, huh?
Well, what is Smoke saying, Lisa?
That basically the AJ sold in a different, didn't really sell out Madison Square Garden, and it wasn't
right.
Wasn't
see the whole thing is like regardless of what press release you're about to show from Eddie Hearn saying that he did, right? Like I remember the day of the fight.
It's from the newspaper.
I'm saying the day of the fight. I'm saying the day of the fight, tickets were available and they were like $14.
Anthony Joshua.
Like I remember the day of this fight. Like,
can you guys see this?
I got it.
Yeah. Okay.
I understand. I understand what is happening, right?
And what happened when?
All I'm saying is, I get it. I understand that press releases after the fact. Right? Yeah, go ahead.
He sold it out.
Yeah, go ahead.
He sold it out. It was in record time.
Okay, great. I remember. Cool. I understand. I remember the day of the fight, right? I was having these conversations. I've been on like we were having these conversations live, right? There's lives of me showing this thing of how there are still tickets available. People calling in saying there are tickets available, regardless of what Eddie Hearn has planted in the media after the fact.
It isn't. It's
like
not
that's why real time. That's why YTBC is like real time.
And even if he didn't sell out, he's not from here. But go on.
I understand. I'm not mad at his ticket sales. I don't think that if you don't sell like AJ, that means you don't sell at all, right? AJ has a fan base. That was an excellent card, right? That the entire thing, the whole production. I'm not mad at it. But a lot of those people who sold it out were on vacation packages from the UK. It's not like that was some like built-in 330.
We had sell out with 8,000 traveling. People,
I got you.
We're the UK lot. We don't have to be on vacation to go and support our fighters.
I know. I understand that. I know that you don't have to be. I'm just saying that was part of it. That was also part of the promotion, right?
Yeah, but then so was Wilder 3.
I remember this entire build-up. My point to you is
very much there.
My point is, I'm not trying to hate on AJ. The point is, regardless of if he sells like AJ, no. The statement was Wilder doesn't. No, I said that Wilder. The statement was Wilder doesn't sell tickets, and I said the guy broke records selling the ticket for the heavyweight division, but people are saying that he doesn't sell tickets. And the business was the standard was AJ. So now the thing is, if you don't sell like AJ, that means you don't sell tickets at all.
Yeah.
Like first off, like, and then you went to the whole
like Canelo or AJ.
Okay, that's what we were down. Okay, great, but there's levels to this. If you sell out with your home crowd or don't sell out with your home crowd, that is a completely different thing. Of you don't sell tickets, because guys are still pulling in millions of dollars from ticket sales. So I don't know, like if you see empty seats, I went to Lomachenko's fight. Like I went there, right? They had to shrink the size of the theater because half the thing was empty. That's who doesn't sell tickets, right? Not a guy who like because you don't sell like Canelo and don't sell like AJ. So now it means you don't sell tickets. Like, come on, man.
No, all
Smoke,
right.
Smoke,
Go
Smoke,
ahead.
hold
Let-
on, hold on.
Electro
What
Jet is
records did he break?
backstage.
What records
Oh,
did he
okay.
break?
Let me stop sharing.
What records did he break? Smoke.
My guy.
He broke the gate. He broke the gate for a heavyweight fight in
When?
Brazilian Fury in the second fight.
In the third fight, I think you're talking
No, in the
about.
second fight. I mean, I don't know about the
Live
third fight, but in the
gate.
second fight. In the
Yeah,
second
live
fight.
gate.
The live
Yeah,
gate.
the live gate. The one, sell tickets.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't sell out. None of their free fights, none of them sold out. There was close.
I don't know.
The closest
okay.
one that was selling out was the third one.
You have to understand.
I think there was about 5,000 seats, 3,000 to 4,000 seats still left. But that was
you guys have a different metric than what we have. If you look at the top grossing fight gates in boxing history in the United States, you will find that they didn't sell out. Floyd Mayweather didn't sell out. He was still making $70 million off the gate. Like this this metric of selling out, or that means you don't sell tickets. That is you guys' own cultural thing. That has absolutely nothing to do with how we get down over here.
And you love us, because without
I
us,
mean,
I know.
I
Of course we
really
love
don't
you. I'm
care
just saying.
personally
That's
where
your
it's
standard.
from.
That's your standard to
I
us.
mean, it's just ticket
without
sales to
us,
me.
without us,
Smoke is just
traveling and
trying to
coming
push a
over.
narrative.
I hear you. Listen, we do that without UK coming over, like Cotto Mayweather, right? It's not UK. That's still one of the highest grossing gates. It didn't say.
Guarantee you, a lot of UK was still there.
Money is money to me. I don't
I'm saying
care
I'm not
where
trying to
it
hate
comes
on
from.
the UK.
Money,
That's not my
yeah.
point. My point is how you guys get down is wonderful for the UK. Just don't apply that standard to us. Like that's how we get down.
I
Why
apply
are
that
we
standard
talking
to you
about
because
this?
Canelo sells out like that in a country that's not his.
Okay.
Stan, why
You know
are we
what?
talking about
And Canelo's
Why do
gate
we
was.
even-
And
I
guess
know
who
what you're
Canelo's
talking
gate
about,
was with?
so
Mayweather.
So you're wrong on that
Why do
one.
we even care? Why do we even care? What is it?
I don't know that. Like somebody, I guess it's just like they don't bother.
No. Smoke bring it up, saying that the reason why he keeps his WBC ranking is because he makes them money. And then Paul Evans. And then Paul Evans said, but he doesn't sell tickets though, so we went into the ticket realm.
Yeah, but I can agree with that. He makes some money. That's why they keep him up there. I can agree with that because the WBC is all about making money. So I can agree with that.
Mm-hmm. And
But
then
the tickets, he sells out and all that.
Can I say hello to?
He couldn't sell out in Alabama, so we know that's bullshit.
Can I say hello to my nemesis and the two most loveliest ladies on the internet? How y'all doing?
Hi,
Hey,
Jack.
what's going?
I'm doing fine.
Hey,
Thank you for
Electro
joining
Jet.
me.
What's up, Electro?
Thank you for joining. Yeah.
Thank you.
What do you think
No,
about? Go ahead. Sorry, Lise. You go ahead. I'll do the super
No,
chat.
I just asked the no. Go ahead, ask Electro Jet because he just came in.
Let me just do the super chat. Will Lynch, thank you for dropping that half a dub on your girl. $9.99 super chat. Much love, LadyChann. I love listening to the hardcore boxing fans while I am working night shift. Hit the like and subscribe to support the boxing community on YouTube. Will Lynch, thank you so much for your support. Massively appreciated. Guys, could you do what Will said? Could you guys all hit the like as well? As you come in, when I do my reports, can you guys hit the like? It just helps YouTube, forces them to do their job, and so more people can see the channel and what we're doing and grow the channel. We can do bigger and better things with a bigger
Guys, don't be lazy.
channel.
Hit the like button. Come on.
Yeah, hit the like button because I noticed that the like button doesn't get pressed as much. You're getting better, but we can do even more better. So
you must do better. You
must do better. You got to do better because it's UK. Better. Yeah, you guys are trip. I always forget that I've got an accent compared. Sorry, I forgot. Yep, better. You got to do better. You got to do better. So yeah. So what do you So Smoke. How comes Wilder? They keep him in such high regards, but he's never had why does he not have a homecoming fight in Alabama? Because they've got a stadium there, right? Or a venue there. Why do you think he's as lucrative as you think he is if he doesn't sell out even in his hometown and he doesn't sell out in a country where this isn't to bang on him. This is to get to the bottom of it. He lives in a country where there's 330 million, nearly 500 million people, and he struggles, Fury included, because Fury's from the UK. He doesn't sell here neither, by the way. So it's not to bang on thingy. It's about I don't understand why he's deemed as so lucrative. What does he bring? What value does he bring in? Is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to learn.
Right.
Okay.
No, I got you. I got you. I think you just have to understand a little bit what the boxing market is. There are basically two media markets, and that's in Los Angeles and New York, right? And then there's another one, and then the top 5 is Texas, right? So those are the big, like Alabama doesn't have the tax base. It may have people. It's like sparsely there. It's all about, like, Alabama is all about college football. They don't even have a professional sports team. It's all about the University of Alabama. Sure, he could go and fight there, but he didn't go to the University of Alabama. I mean, it's gimmicky. They're not real fight fans in Alabama, right? The money in boxing is in New York, Las Vegas. Like it's New York. The money in boxing is in either Las Vegas or New York, and the media markets are in California and New York, right? So you get these overlaps. He fought in Brooklyn a bunch because of that New York media market, and you know those fights. They did good numbers.
No, they didn't.
You know, whatever, they did what they did. He's been a pay-per-view guy
they did what they did,
since
which
the
was
first
low
pay-per-view
numbers.
with Fury.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Say again.
Sorry.
I mean, we don't know what they
did.
did. I mean, whatever. So here's the thing. Just for me, and I'm going to just tell you just for me. I understand. I'm going to just say this for me. There's never been an accurate reporting of pay-per-view numbers in my mind.
Not coming from the PBC, clearly.
Since Floyd McGregor. That is the only time ever in the history of pay-per-view reporting numbers that I think those are approximately the numbers, and that's because Dana White came out and said something crazy, and that put Steven Espinoza on the hook to correct the record. Because usually that kind of information is proprietary and they don't want anybody to know. So what you hear is like trusted sources and reported figures and all of this like cryptic stuff that just says basically we're pulling your chain. That's what it says to me. If you think it's high or low or whatever, all I look at is are they still doing pay-per-views, right? So if you go to pay-per-view, if you did a pay-per-view and your next fight is pay-per-view, whatever, regardless of what anybody said about those numbers, somebody thinks that you're worth another pay-per-view. And so far, since the guy's done pay-per-view with or without Tyson Fury, he's still been pay-per-view. He's still getting people to go to his fights. He's still doing numbers.
All failures, Smoke. The first Ortiz fight was a pay-per-view that was free TV. Then the second one they put him on pay-per-view, that was a failure. That was a flop. Showtime dropped him after that. He got dropped from Showtime.
They didn't.
Right, let's keep it a buck.
What are you talking about?
Keep it real.
Okay. First off, Showtime got outbid. They didn't drop him. They couldn't match Fox's offer, which is a bigger network.
No,
all right. Hold up.
You know hold up. 10 million thing. He didn't make it, and they dropped him.
Like I said, since he was on pay-per-view, right? So the first Luis Ortiz fight,
Okay, let's like it because he's been
the first one was Tyson Fury.
Yeah, no. Wait. We're gonna get there. So he's been pro since 2009, and then obviously once he got championship belt, 32 fights in, closer to near to the end of his career, that's when he decided to actually get a championship fight. Okay, so that's 32 fights in 2000 and what year did he get the WBC belt? 2015.
2015.
Okay. 2015. So between 2015 and 2021, which is 6 years.
2019. So he did his first pay-per-view in 2018.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is between him obtaining the belt in 2015 and to this day, 2021, how many times has he appeared on pay-per-view?
5 times.
Okay. Could you name them? So 5 times. Second Ortiz.
3 times Tyson Fury. 3 times Tyson Fury. 1 time Dominic Brazil. I'm not sure if the Dominic Brazil one was actually, but the other Luis Ortiz rematch.
That was on Showtime. It wasn't pay-per-view.
The Luis Ortiz the Luis Ortiz rematch then.
Rematch Luis Ortiz and 3 Tyson Furies. Okay. I'm just wondering, how does that make you? I just don't. Okay, so he's only been on pay-per-view 5 times. The second Luis Ortiz fight did abysmal numbers.
Okay,
that was seen as a flop.
So Lady Chan, I want you to now ask yourself a question.
I just want to find
out. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you out. I'm telling you, my question will help you out. Like, find out when the last heavyweight pay-per-view fight was in the United States.
I don't know. But
yeah, you'd have to go back to fight like Lennox Lewis versus Evander Holyfield.
Mike Tyson or Holyfield, or
like Lennox Lewis, Holyfield, like probably like 15 years or something.
Yeah, what's the point? What's the point you're making?
That's the point. The point is this is what Wilder has done is brought pay-per-view back to the heavyweight division in the United States, which has been gone, right? It's been like since the beginning of the thing.
But without us from the good old UK, that wouldn't have been
hey, it takes two to tango. I'm not. This is not a. I don't know how this became us versus them.
No. Wilder didn't bring it. Tyson Fury contributed 50% of that. And and I'm not a Tyson Fury fan, but truth be known, Tyson Fury ended up being a bigger star than fucking Deontay Wilder. So
okay, so you do know that,
and even them
you do know that Tyson Fury
didn't sell out.
Tyson Fury has fought here without Deontay Wilder. Do you want to look at what his numbers did without Deontay Wilder in the United States? We can look at both of these guys. But we can look at both of these guys' numbers, right?
I'm trying
to tell you. Okay, hold on a second. You're trying to equate one guy selling 18,000 tickets to one guy selling $5,000 worth of tickets to both guys being shit.
Yeah, they're both shit.
Are you out of your mind? Like, one guy is selling millions of dollars of tickets, one guy is selling thousands of dollars of tickets.
No.
Like, I have more money in my pocket than that dude is selling in tickets, right?
Stop it.
Okay. Do you guys not remember? Okay, first off, let's just break this down to brass tacks. The Las Vegas Athletic Commissions publish the actual record. It's not like some media report from a promoter. It's like literally from their tax thing. They tell you how much money was bought and sold in their tickets. That state athletic commission showed that Tyson Fury sold exactly $5,000 worth of tickets for that I'm not sure if it was Tom Schwartz or Otto Wally, one of those fucking.
It was
one of those fights.
Mm-hmm.
What is
no, hold on, because you guys are you're acting like these things are equal. We're on equal terms. While this guy is selling $5,000 worth of tickets, one guy is on pay-per-view selling millions of dollars worth of tickets, and you're saying that both guys, like one guy's a flop, and they're both contributing 50% to the largest gate in boxing heavyweight history. It doesn't make sense what you're saying.
They're with each other, Smoke.
You keep saying that they flop.
If they're fighting each other,
I could care less personally.
Bro, you keep saying that they can only fight if they're selling each other.
When they fight each other, that's the most that they've ever generated.
Correct.
Still low.
Correct. We can agree there.
And if you're saying that
you can say it's low.
Such a star. Oh, because it's college football in Alabama. Well, and he never went to the college. That's why he can't do a show there. Well, AJ didn't go. AJ was never from Cardiff. Sold that out. AJ was never from MSG in New York, as far as I was concerned. Sold that out. AJ wasn't born in Wembley. Neither did he go to school, college, or university there. Sold that out. AJ isn't from Manchester. He sold that out. AJ, like, it's not. So I don't know when you're trying to equate this.
Okay. All right. So
let me finish.
Sorry,
so AJ turned. This isn't AJ v Wilder, but we're just using stars because there's only 2 cash cows in boxing. One's called Canelo and one's called Anthony Joshua. And this is what we use the benchmark as a star, as a pay-per-view star. Okay. So 2009, Wilder, between 2009 going pro, 2015, now obtaining belts. He's did 5 pay-per-views with 2 people, with the help of a UK person, which he doesn't sell neither. And with them together, they still didn't sell. So therefore, then when you want to equate, who's echoing? Troy, it's Troy, man. Troy and your bullshit audio. And then when you've got someone,
LadyChann, it's not me. I'm on mute.
No, well, okay. Sorry, my bad. I don't know who that was. It was because you was the newest person on the panel, and then it started to echo. It's probably Smoke with his California shit.
I'm on mute, but keep going, keep cooking.
Yeah. So therefore, then we've got AJ, who's did how many pay-per-views has AJ did? Turning pro 2013, having his first title fight in 2015 at the same time as Deontay Wilder, and still obtaining 4 belts, 3 out of 4 of being the major ones.
In the United States, 0.
And selling
in the United States, 0.
But we're equating it for our own home country. AJ sells
No,
out.
I'm trying to tell you, he still
AJ
hasn't done it.
sells out in his country.
Yeah, right. And he still hasn't done a pay-per-view. Not one single one here.
Your guy doesn't sell out in his country.
I understand.
Tyson Fury doesn't sell out in our country.
But so sell out is your country's metric. What we care about is gross receipts. We don't care about how many people showed up. We care about how much money was made.
I'm not going to let you go with that one. I'm not going
to let you have that
one because it's bollocks, Smoke, and you know it.
You don't. Okay, do you want me to tell you something? Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, lady. Sorry, I don't. That's my bad. Don't mean to be rude. Go ahead.
You do need to interrupt because that's what we
do.
No,
I don't. I don't. I get
always interrupt.
I know. It's me. It's me.
I do it as well, Smoke. I do it as well.
Because there's an echo. Everybody needs to mute because there's an echo.
Yeah.
So
check one.
Can I read this real fast?
Yeah. Hi, Tony. By the way, you can come on the panel and say hi, Shan, first. You know, when you get to someone's house, you don't just walk in the door and sit down, do you? Without saying hello.
I do when I'm bringing the turkey and the ham.
Okay, well, I don't eat pork, so that you wouldn't be bringing the ham for me.
Well, you get the turkey still, so it's right there for you. So we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna do this real simple, real easy, real quick. Here we go, and we're gonna go pretty much same timelines, even though Fury has a big gap. So. I'm just going off of pure purses, okay? Fury versus Klitschko, $5 million or 5 million pounds, which is even more than dollars. So that's probably like around 6.2 million.
Yeah.
So Klitschko, Fury made 5 million pounds. Chisora, $12 million. Hammer, $5 million. Safari, $2 million. Ariola, $2.5 million. The next fight was against Wilder. Now let's jump over to Wilder. Stavern, he made $1 million. Molina, 1.4 million. Duhapis, 1.5. Spilka, 1.5. Ariola, 1.4. Washington, 900,000. Stavern, 1.4. Luis Ortiz, 2.1.
I love
Luis Ortiz was as high as the 2.1, and that was just 100,000 more than Fury versus Safari. Now, after Tyson Fury and Wilder fought, Wilder got $4 million for that fight. Fury got $3 million for that fight, okay? So Wilder came out on top. But we go into Swartz. He made 7 million pounds. We go over to Luis Ortiz. After the Fury fight for Wilder, he only made $3 million. We go past that to Brazil. He made $2 million. Tyson Fury against Otto Wallin made 10 million pounds. So the proof is in the pudding, in the numbers.
So Wilder, we all knew that Wilder didn't sell.
Can I? All right. So I want to address two things. Okay. So if I can address two things. So first off, you're doing two different things. You just went from purses. You went from purses and guaranteed money when we're talking about ticket sales. That's just one thing I just want to point out. But before I even go to that, before I even address what you just did, but your tangent, right? Because I can address that also. I'd like to address the myriad of points that LadyChann brought up. I just would like for you to understand that in the UK, you are in driving distance to every single stadium in the UK, and you can be home the same day. If I were to leave my house right now and drive to New York, I wouldn't be home for damn near 2 weeks. Maybe a week, right? Like if I just drove, I could probably do it in like 4 days. Maybe I could do it in 10 days. Like, I don't know. But the point is, our land masses are not the same. The way that we consume sports is not the same. The way we actually consume boxing is not the same. The way that we value boxing is not the same. The way we even evaluate what is successful about a boxing match is not the same. You guys are talking about sellouts. We talk about gross receipts.
I'm just hearing gross excuses.
I mean, I
know King KO is.
I think the proof.
I love him, but he caps all the time like this when it comes to this topic. Any other topic he stops capping, but this topic, cap.
To me, the proof is in the pudding. Like, you could try to go into ticket sales, back in all the BS that you want, but at the end of the day, the guarantee is going to tell you what they think the fighter is worth. Now, what they get on the back end, they may make more. They may get a percentage. However, Tyson Fury clearly was moving more numbers, clearly putting more asses in seats because he was getting bigger guarantees that dwarfed Deontay Wilder. Chisora was 12 times his guarantee, or if you want to go to his biggest, it was 6 times, damn near 6 times, 5.9 to be exact times, his highest guarantee. So the proof is in the pudding. Tyson Fury was always a bigger pay-per-view star, was always a bigger stadium star, was always a bigger star, period. I don't even know what this argument is. Like, Tyson Fury is the reason why Deontay Wilder has the money that he has today.
Okay, so again, the reason I think we can all agree the reason why both of them have the money today is because of each other, right? We've already stated that several times, so I don't know why we need to now swing it into Tyson Fury. And when you're talking about guaranteed purchase, that is because he signed a lucrative contract with Top Rank. That has absolutely nothing to do with his ticket sales, which we already went through, which were actually published by the New York Nevada State Commission. The whole conversation was about ticket sales, bro. I know you got to the conversation late and you're changing the topic to some other thing. And I'm not mad at the conversation that you're changing it to, but what you're talking about has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Echo. Everybody has to mute. There's an echo. That's terrible.
Here's the deal real fast. When Fury fought Klitschko, Chisora, and Hammer, I do not believe he was with Top Rank. He didn't get with Top Rank until after he came back.
For real.
I don't know who's afterward. I hear my voice.
Smoke's muted. Now he's muted. Go ahead. Do it again, Tony.
What I was saying is, when Fury fought Klitschko, Chisora, and Hammer, that was before Top Rank. That was way before Top Rank. That was before he came back out of retirement to get with Frank Warren and Bob Arum. So, again, he made £5 million, $12 million, $5 million way before. Now, if you're going to talk about ticket sales, I used to live in Alabama whenever Wilder was coming up, and he could never even sell out in Alabama. In fact, I could walk over Alabama everywhere. Like it doesn't matter where I go in Alabama. Nobody knew who the hell he was. In his own state. I used to live there. I went to college there. Nobody even knew who Wilder was.
Shame. I reckon I know who he is now.
Okay, bro, I'm from California. People don't know who the hell Ryan Garcia is in California. That doesn't mean anything. Like, what you're saying doesn't mean jack shit, and you know it, Tony. Like, just because you're not known in Alabama doesn't mean you're not known as a
how comes people in Texas know who Errol Spence is? At least
because that's how Texas is. Because that is how. Okay, some guys. Okay, so some guys can get like if Jerry Jones wraps his arms around you, then guess what? You're going to be known in Texas.
Now I'm gonna say Jerry Jones.
You realize that Deontay Wilder went to Alabama games. It was announced at Alabama games on his come up, and still nobody knew who the hell he was, right? How do I know? Because I was at
right. So what?
Introduced this dude.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Tony. What day does Alabama play?
What does that have to do with anything?
I mean, okay, what day? Okay, what day does Deontay Wilder fight on?
A Monday.
Saturdays. What's your point?
It's Saturday, correct? Okay. So the entire Alabama, football is a religion there. Right, Alabama is their only sports team there, and you're trying to tell me that Deontay Wilder is somehow going to usurp like decades? Like, do you think that what do you think boxing is to like a Roll Tide fan?
Did you not understand what I just said?
What are you talking about, dude? Like what you're talking about is pure lunacy, and you know it.
You're proving my point,
and you know it.
You're proving my point, and you don't even realize you're.
No, I'm not proving your point. Like what you're saying is like absolutely retarded.
In Alabama. All eyes are on Alabama. What I'm trying to tell you is he was at college games. He had his name announced at college games. He was in the locker room with the college players. And still, even after all that support, with all eyes on Alabama, nobody even knew who the fuck he was, and they forgot him just as fast as they saw him.
Because they're there for Alabama.
No,
can I say something?
Your IQ level is dropping by the millisecond. Stop. That doesn't even make sense. You know it doesn't.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's Tony. Tony, you're the one that's echoing. You know, it's your stuff.
I'm muted.
No, you're not muted because we can still hear you. Now you're muted.
Yeah, I came off mute to say I'm muted.
Oh, is it? Well, who's echoing? No, no one now.
Is it me?
No, it's not you, sis, because
No.
you was never echoing before. Go ahead. Sorry. Anyway.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna say. Okay, so here's the thing, right? This is what I don't understand about this community. Okay, with the big back and forth with Bud Crawford and Spence, right? Because Spence has the most belts.
Yeah, 2.
And the big argument is about the purse split or whatever. But when it was AJ and Wilder at the time before Tyson had came back, Fury, it was like they didn't give him that same courtesy, or you get what I'm saying? Because I personally could care less who
who makes what, but
money
we just
split.
have to, yeah.
I saw a lot of fakeness in this community, and I'm not talking about nobody on this panel.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I didn't understand that. Like, so it's like for who you support. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I saw a lot of fakeness in this community.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying, and the reason why I'm breaking it down, I couldn't care less if Wilder makes 25 million or 25 pounds at the end of the day, because I don't get even any of it. My whole point is that I do need to debunk this narrative that Wilder is such a big draw, and why the WBC feels indebted to keep him at a number 1 spot, even though he on 2 back-to-back losses. So this is why we're trying to go through it. And Smoke is coming up with smoke and mirrors. I've got the mirror. Your smoke is the mirror. So you're coming up with smoke and mirrors, Smoke. Nothing's making sense.
Okay, so listen, you guys just don't get it. What you guys don't get it. Like the facts are right there in front of your face. A person says, okay, the gate says this is the most. In terms of live gate, in terms of actually putting butts in seats, it is the most lucrative fight in heavyweight history. In all of like 100+ years, one. And the analysis is Deontay Wilder can't sell tickets. What am I supposed to say to this? Like, all I'm telling you is what you're saying doesn't make any. You say that his pay-per-views are flops. There is no pay-per-view since maybe Canelo. Like, and I don't even think the pay-per-view numbers are accurate. But there's not a pay-per-view like a fight. You know, let's take Floyd, Conor McGregor, put that to one side. But like a real boxing match, yeah.
So I want to say 2 things. One,
as far as an actual real boxing match, we haven't seen those numbers since Canelo versus Triple G. So like the idea that they're flops and that he's not selling tickets, like it just, I don't know how to, like, why are we going here? And
he doesn't. Like,
Wilder's the biggest star at PBC, in my opinion.
Hold on,
he's the biggest star on BBC. He's the one that sells the most. Like, he's the most lucrative for them. But in the grand scheme of things, what I'm trying to say in this boxing diaspora, he's not a draw like that. Tyson Fury, there's a difference between popularity and what is their popularity turned into any form of monetary value. Tony's run down what their what values were before and after them fighting together. It's clear to see, even though Tyson Fury never sold out a telephone box, he was still getting 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 million pounds, by the way, not dollars. Yeah.
Let me ask one question, and I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, go ahead, King.
Yeah, how much did Klitschko make in that fight?
Here's the question.
Who knows?
Here's the question.
I don't know.
Here's the question.
I don't know.
I want you guys to tell me which one of these current supposed superstars, right? Mm-hmm. You've seen on any commercial, anywhere. I'll wait.
That's none of them.
Canelo on the Tecate commercial, like around the Daniel Jacobs fight.
I know AJ. I know AJ
that's not here though.
I'm talking about in America. This is what Smoke's talking about. Which one of these?
Yeah, I'm also talking about the WBC,
including Canelo.
It's also exactly. I saw like one beer commercial. Period. Yeah.
None.
I'm talking about like one beer commercial years ago. Like in his entire career, he's been, he had pay-per-views with Floyd Mayweather. He was fighting Austin Trout and Sugar Shane Mosley. I've seen one beer commercial for him, and it was around the Daniel Jacobs fight.
This is my point. None of these dudes are stars. None of them. Nobody knows them. Madison Avenue does not know any of these guys, and they don't care. That's what I'm telling you.
Exactly. And to put a finer point on it, if you understand, if you look at the WBC guys that are also ranked, which guy has more cachet that doesn't already have a belt, right? You just pointed him out to Tyson Fury, but what you should be comparing them to is Andy Ruiz and Otto Wallin and Robert Helenius and Frank Sanchez, like all those dudes, and you'll see why he's on the top of the list.
Nobody knows any of them.
Correct. That's my point. That's my point is why he's number one. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not he's the biggest star as AJ or how much Percy made over his career.
Okay, I'm going to interject because I was trying to talk earlier and I never got the opportunity. And plus, I'm going to get off very soon. So I hate to say it, but I've got two things to say. One, I have to agree with Smoke. I do behind Dillian White. He doesn't really count in the top 10 ranking because he has a belt. I do see Deontay Wilder as the number one guy in the WBC. The reason for that is, yes, he had 2 losses in a row, but they were both to the same fighter. Then you have to look in, even though I don't think he fought the hardest of competition, he still did more than anybody else outside of Dillian White in the WBC rankings. So you would have to place him number one behind the interim champion, Dillian White. Moving past that, as far as like star power goes, he's just not a star. Like, he wasn't selling out. Like, I remember whenever he was fighting up in New York, me and BB.
Where did you go, Troy? Sorry.
Me and BB got into an argument, and he was trying to tell me that Wilder sold out in New York, and I'm like, bruh, they sectioned off so much of that damn arena because they couldn't move the tickets. Then he tried to come up with excuses like, oh, those are bad angles. Then I had to show him how people like Danny Garcia, people like Chris Algieri even fought in the same arena and sold it out. Like, what? They don't section off when you sell out. They pack the arena. The fact of the matter is this. If you want to have, it's 2 different arguments. Is he a star? And the greater schemes, no. But boxing has been dying in America for a very long time. Also, what I want to say is, you're stating that he's the most lucrative heavyweight in America ever, but the last time we really had a champion was all the way back to what? Holyfield? Tyson? Like, if you look at inflation, we had Lewis on his reign, then Klitschko's took over. So since then, we had nobody in America to really push. And if you look at the difference of what a ticket is charged today and what it was charged back then, I guarantee you, if you do inflation, Tyson most definitely would have sold more than Wilder. Without a doubt.
Yeah, that's funny that you bring up the word inflation because I'm fair. So I look up and there's stuff that backs what Smoke said. And I did know that their live gate was one of the records, but I didn't know if it was the second fight or the third fight. So
Roderick,
in this report, it was the rematch breaks record for Vegas heavyweight gate. So tonight's heavyweight title fight between Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder has officially broken the record for a heavyweight gate in Las Vegas, according to top-ranked president Todd DeBoth. The previous record was set in 1999 by Lewis Holyfield at 16.8 million at Thomas Mack. So adjusted for inflation, because that's what you said, that would have been a total of 25.8 million for the gate. But in terms of pure dollars, tonight's gate is the heavyweight record. The world record is 72.1 million by Maypac in 2015. So that's where that's at.
And also tell the people how Maypac did not sell out.
Oh, I'd have to read more. I don't think it's saying that because
you'll see it. I think they did like 15,000 or something out of a 20,000 thing. Like,
I don't know. It says Wilder and Fury are also set to make well into the 7 figures for this fight. Reporting Thursday that they'll each get 5 million in purses in addition to pay-per-view cards. Weight of 135 to bet. I would. Do you want me to look up Maypac while you guys talk? I'll look up the Maypac one and see if it's sold out or not.
Let me say something to this brother.
What we're saying is, but it doesn't matter. We could look at. Sorry, Jed. We'll go Shelton. Sorry, let me just say that we could look at everybody's things, but it doesn't matter. I could go and look at Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. It doesn't matter because we know they are superstars, fam. There's a difference. They're not in the same bracket. You can't mention Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury in the same bracket as Manny Pacquiao. Not even AJ, but it goes from that level, and then the next person that would be selling 1.5 million just on pay-per-view in our country would be AJ. You're saying that because he didn't go to that college, or it seems like there's just so many excuses. All you
no, I mean,
straight down the line and just say, you know what?
It's literally because it doesn't.
Mayweather Pacquiao sold out in 15 minutes.
No, first off, the advanced tickets, but those tickets were they had okay. There was the capacity.
Out. I'm looking at it right now.
The capacity.
The venue sold out.
Okay, so what was the capacity? What was the capacity for what? I mean, how many people actually? Because you'll see. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because what you're looking at is media reports, right? What you're looking at is the actual marketing thing, not the numbers that are released from the state. Because they tell you what the actual numbers are, not what like some promoters trying to tell you. Like just like the book. Okay, cool. Nobody cares. It's cool. If you don't care, you don't care. If you don't care, you don't care.
I'm say something for
if the seat was sold and there's not a butt in it.
Okay, cool. Right, but I got you, bro. Listen, we can keep it back. Go ahead,
Lisa wants to state something. Go ahead,
I want to address the guy in the chat. Nobody's hating. You talking about a black panel hating on a black person? No, that's not what it is. You just hated on AJ. Basically, a fat man or whatever beat him. I could say that too, but it's not even about that. Like, dude, like, don't come over here with that BS. Okay, really, do not come over here with that because nobody is hating. Just because, hold up. Just because a person speaks, we're talking about ticket sales or we're talking about marquee value. That has nothing to do with hating. So if you don't understand that, or this generation now, you're hating. We're just talking about stats.
Yeah,
this is rarefied air.
You know what I'm saying? So all that hate you need to
like these guys fight their whole life and don't get to even be mentioning with these numbers and associated with these numbers.
He said the rock hit. No, brother. Don't come over here with that BS. Really don't.
I just want to answer this
talking to the wrong people.
I want to answer the question.
Really talking to the wrong.
Everyone's audio is really bad. I don't understand whose audio that is.
Yeah, I don't hear you speaking up for AJ, who's black.
I don't understand why. Yeah, AJ isn't AJ black then? Yeah, but anyway, how many people? Hang on, I just checked how many people live currently in 2021. 5.1 million, and he hasn't sold out in his own town. He hasn't even had anything. Come on, just in your state, you've got 5.1 million. There's no comparison. You can tell that there is no market value for the guy.
It's not every state. It's not every state is the same. Some states are very poor.
I'm trying to get on. So this is what I want to say about the live gates. I actually got the actual numbers I'm looking at to just back up what you said, Chan, and then I'm gonna get off. But my son also wants to say his little thing before I get off.
Yes, we need our mascot. We do. Yep.
All right, so check this out. It said the final gate at the MGM, which is where Fury and Wilder fought for the second time. That's where they set the record. They did $16,916,440, right? However, the old record, which you said was Lewis and Holyfield, right? In 1999, they did $16,863,000, which means that they only outdid them by $56,140. And we're comparing that to a record set in 1999. Like I said, if inflation was added to this, that 16,860 they did in 1999 dwarfs these ticket sales. Dwarfs it. It's not even competitive. But so come here.
Will you stop making these?
Try the like button.
All right, I'm out.
All right, thanks, T. Thanks.
Too cute. Too cute.
Right. I'm not quite sure what that's supposed to like, because it didn't sell as much adjusted for inflation than one like an undisputed fight between superstars. Like, okay, the metric that Wilder doesn't sell tickets because of this other thing is just I don't find it to be a reasonable argument. Right? Like, guys who don't sell tickets are guys like Lomachenko. Right? It's not guys like Wilder. Right? It's guys like even Terrence Crawford. You're not seeing any of this stuff. He's not associated with any of these numbers. You see great fighters. Usyk is not associated with these numbers. Right? Like, your top 10 guys are not associated, like, pound for pound. None of them are associated with these kind of numbers.
But we're not saying that they are, though.
I mean, I understand.
But they accept that they're not sellers. So, like, for instance, Usyk going into the rematch with Anthony Joshua is the guy that's got all the straps. Like, he could really dig his heels and say, well, what happened in my home country, Ukraine? But he knows it doesn't make any money there. He doesn't command a marquee value. The most money that he's ever got paid in his life is to fight Anthony Joshua, which he got 35%, which is very generous. I hear people saying, oh, I wonder how much Anthony Joshua gave Usyk, because he offered Wilder a 12 million flat fee after we could see he's only the most he made was 4 million in a fight. But yeah, 35%. So someone has to cut out. Everybody mute except me. Everybody mute except me. Everyone. Yeah. Thanks. And it's gonna have to stay like that until I know who it is, because it's smoke. It's bloody you. So what I'm saying is, you have to accept that there's fighters that accept that they're not their marquee value isn't high. Like you just stated, Lomachenko does some numbers on, free TV. 2 million people will chime in to watch him fight Teofimo Lopez. Cool. Is he a pay-per-view star? Not really. Hence why they keep putting him on free TV. Does he command a sellout venue? Maybe not, but his overheads are mad low. Yeah, so they don't go bust dealing with Lomachenko. Same thing, he accepts that. Same thing with Alexander Usyk, he accepts that. So if you want to force feed this narrative that Deontay Wilder is the biggest thing since sliced bread and he makes so much money across the board, it's fake. I can tell you the truth, and I keep it a trillion. I've looked up, yes, that live gate did well in that it did well. But in the grand scheme of things, is he a moneymaker? Does he have high marquee value? No. Does it depend on his dance partner? Yes, because Tony, that is why he ran down those figures to say the dance partner matters. Because without Tyson Fury, that was his biggest payday, and without Deontay Wilder, that wasn't Tyson Fury's biggest payday. But he still wasn't a seller. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I was with you all the way until you were up with that's Deontay Wilder wasn't Tyson Fury's biggest payday.
Well, he made 10 million for right.
That is literally because you're only looking at purses. He said that there's also a split of the pay-per-view revenue, right? So all of you while you're looking at purses, what you also should understand is the way that the PBC works, and they've said this, and everyone is like, this is a well-known and reported fact, that they have any number of revenue streams not associated with their purses. They keep their purses low on purpose. And that's why they all have these like promotional companies, so that they can be taxed at a business rate, not at a personal tax rate. But anyway, this is all getting in the weeds, right? We're only talking about ticket sales, and like, nobody, like, people's eyes glass over when you really get into the details of all of this stuff. These guys are making tens of millions of dollars. If you want to be mad at the WBC for having Deontay Wilder number 1, then I suggest you look at number 2 through 15, and then you'll start to see why the WBC did what they did if you follow the money.
But see, here's my issue, Smoke.
Hi, everybody. How's
Here's
everybody
my
doing,
issue,
by the way?
Hey, AJLJ.
Yeah.
Hi, babe.
Hey,
What I miss?
Here's my
Sounds like y'all going
issue.
into
My
it.
only issue is this, right? Okay. When Dylan White was in a number 1 position, he might not have been the interim at the time. And just say, if this is true, just say if Fury drops the belt and Dylan has to fight Wilder. You get what I'm saying? Like it just doesn't seem fair because when it was reversed, it didn't happen like that. That's all I'm saying.
I can agree with that, but there's also precedent that doesn't have anything to do with this situation. I just watched Canelo fight Anthony Yildirim, right? And with Yildirim, that guy just came off of a loss. There's no way that he should have been fighting, gotten a Canelo fight for a unification, right? But it's just the WBC is the WBC is the WBC. Like you said, it's about the cachet. You got to follow the money with these guys. They're not ashamed about it.
But that was his man, though.
They tell you. They tell you. Lomachenko will bend rules. If you have it like that, they will bend the rules for you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Can I point out something right quick? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. With the situation with Avni Yildirim, he was actually David Benavidez's problem until he blew the weight. So he was going to fight David Benavidez. I was actually in the works until he blew the weight on the scales and lost his belt. So, and everybody seems to criticize Canelo for fighting him, but everybody also seems to disregard the fact that, well, he was David Benavidez's mandatory first. So,
yeah, exactly.
It's not just
the point is he shouldn't have been in that position because he was coming off of a loss. That's the whole point.
Yeah. That was So that was the bullshit that the WBC. I'm with you but you can't like blame that on Canelo. Is all what I'm saying is, but then taking that situation, we all still tuned in and paid money in general to watch him fight Amando. That's a superstar.
Yeah, I saw it. I watched it as part of my
superstar. I tune in and watch AJ fight Mandos. Their pay-per-views, their every fight going forth from Dillian Whyte, they've been pay-per-view, whether it's title defenses or trying to achieve to get a title, they're all pay-per-view. So what I'm saying is, all I'm trying to clarify is that there's a clear difference of what is a superstar. We would tune in to watch Canelo sweep the rubbish. That's I'm not saying it, but you understand. That's the superstar. Wilder, his 40 fights before, or the 39 before the second Ortiz fight. No one cared who those people were. They could never be on pay-per-view because he's not a star. So I'm just trying to find out how he
I can't get a fucking word in edgewise.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out how does he retain some kind of that. This is not to bang on him. I'm trying to find out how does he have this value that you're saying that the WBC thinks he makes a lot of money for.
Again, you keep applying AJ's status to what Wilder is, right? And whether or not he's a star. What you guys have in the UK is supremely different. You guys have had four. I'm just trying to tell you, 4, maybe 5 heavyweight champions in the last 100 years, and like none of them are like maybe Lennox Lewis makes the ATG list if you even put him on. Like I think he makes it, but not Frank Bruno. Not AJ. Like AJ, he won the gold medal in London. Like he has I'm gonna land this plane because I know Jed Kyle is champing at the bit. I'm sorry. I'll be very fast. The point is, talking about pay-per-view and stardom and this thing, you have to understand that Monster Inoue gets close to 30 million in Japan. And nobody knows who the hell he is in the boxing world outside of Japan. Just because you pull numbers in your home country does not mean that you crack the code to when it comes to like boxing stardom and your pay-per-view. Like why there's a lot of people who buy them, the cost is like a quarter of what a Deontay Wilder pay-per-view is. So is it like you can call this stuff? There's just not. We don't have the same metrics when it comes to this stuff. And you just got to take it all into a thing. And not only that, neither one of these guys are actually in competition when it comes down to do they sell? Because the point is both of them sell. So both of those guys are draws. You can talk about, and I'm just saying that Wilder is the biggest draw that the heavyweight division has seen probably this century, right? Out of America, right?
No, he's not. God, stop.
Troy, where did you go?
I mean, outside of Holyfield, right? I think Holyfield like tapered off.
It doesn't mean I agree with what he's saying because
he can't be because Holyfield and Tyson. Well, yeah, I got
that was 98. That was like 98, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, but they just had 99? The biggest pay-per-views.
I'm sorry, Lady Chann. I'm not trying to be mean,
Go on.
I just keep trying to get a word in.
No, mute your mic. Yeah, Tar. Go
Okay,
on.
look.
Because it's
All right.
echoing.
This is coming from another person from the United States, and I'm gonna tell you, as a boxing fan, Wilder never has been and never was a box draw. Period. I don't care what Smoke says. I don't care what kind of smoke he tries to throw up your ass. He was never a box draw for two reasons. One, he only fought about three, I think 3 or 4, maybe, I'm being generous, names. Actual ranked people. That's number one. If you don't fight, if you're not going to fight the best, you're not going to get the best money. That's number one. Okay. Number two, if he is not out there aggressively advertising himself, he's not going to get the money, and he never did. Okay. So, yeah, no matter whatever Smoke said, all that smoke, he got the right name there. All that smoke. No, just no, because
hey, Jed. So when they tell you what,
wait a minute, you fucking spoke for a half hour. Let me get a word in. Now I'm over here in Albuquerque. Okay. Now we got over here. Albuquerque is famous for Johnny Tapia. I tell you what, Johnny Tapia loaded them fucking seats. He sold out here at the pit every goddamn time. He's selling Arizona every goddamn time. He sold anywhere in Texas and Las Vegas every goddamn time. You got to fight the best to be the best. And Wilder never did. Except for 2, 3, maybe, like I'm saying, being generous, 4 times tops.
That's why he was never on paper.
Okay.
Now, does he deserve this?
Wait, Smoke, let's finish.
Does he deserve this shot? I don't know what politics went on. He does not deserve a shot at the belt. If anything, White should get the fight, or somebody else should get a shot fighting White to win the belt, but not Wilder. I don't know where you get this, that he deserves it, and he's this moneymaker. He was never a moneymaker in the United States until Fury. And
point blank, period. Point blank. We know this. Everyone else on the panel knows this. Smoke deep down in his heart knows this. When he goes to bed and lies on his pillow, he knows this in his heart. But when he gets up, and any time it's to do with this subject, I don't understand why you go so hard, Smoke, for a guy that doesn't give two shit.
I mean, I don't understand why you guys. I don't know. I don't understand why we can all acknowledge that both of those guys' biggest payday was with. Okay, again, everyone can acknowledge that their biggest payday is with each other. What I don't understand is how you can say never except for. If it's either he's done it before or it's never. Like, let me just check your grammar.
Okay,
so you can understand that you can't have never and then have all these exceptions to the never, right? So all of those exceptions equals your never thing is not correct.
He was never a draw.
I live in California, right? This is home of the last guy who fought for the undisputed at 140. Ramirez does not sell out. Never had.
Yeah,
this is home of Mikey Garcia, 4-division champion, does not sell out. Never had.
There's nobody on panels lying.
I'm not done. This is home of. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. Just one last point. This is home of This is home of Ryan Garcia, Mr. Social Media sensation himself. There are nobody at his fights. There are no butts in seats. When Ryan Garcia fought Luke Campbell, right? Like, I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Nobody's lying and saying that there was. I mean, we're not.
I'm just trying to tell you this whole idea that my point is you cannot go to a state and just go, well, because I'm from state and this guy, other guys from the state, some guys sell and some guys don't. That's not how it works here. We have boxing. We have boxing zones. It's California. It's Las Vegas. It's New York. That's it.
Yeah, but you're speaking to someone that also.
I'm trying to tell you, these places are.
I don't know everything that goes on there, but I'm pretty much quite.
I mean, I'm just trying to explain something, like, so, because it seems like we're getting our wires crossed about this stuff, right? Yeah. Like, we're just saying that, like, you're just saying, like, the Tyson Fury fought fight and Deontay Wilder fight, it sold whatever it sold. That fight did not sell out, right? It's like what we look at is not the same thing. Like we have these cultural differences, and if we're gonna have the conversations we're having, that like we can't act like both of our markets are the same thing, because they're just not.
No.
There's different. They're totally different markets.
Yeah, but there's nothing to do with culture.
But
to that degree.
your arguments are based on that.
We value boxing more than you guys. Cool, no worries. But at the end of the day, across the board, you can see who has marquee value. Some fighters do, some fighters don't. Doesn't matter if we're sitting here in the UK. It don't matter if they're in Russia. It doesn't matter if they're watching from fucking Alabama, Nevada. It doesn't matter, Smoke. What we're saying is just across the board. What would you say? All right, me asking you, would you say that Wilder? So you say to me, Wilder is a big draw, and if yes, is his draw only national or is his draw international? If you're going to say yes, I just need it clarified.
Well, the thing is, my only point was he's a big draw compared to all the other choices that they have in the WBC. That was my point. Not that he's like, not that he's the same global kind of superstar status as Canelo.
Yeah, I don't want you to bleed out. I just want to keep it. If you're saying he's a draw, where is he a draw, nationally or internationally? I don't want to say. I think comparison to this, because you just told us to compare, and now you're comparing. Yeah. So let's go.
No, I think that he is. So I think that he is proven to be a draw in California, in Las Vegas, and in New York. I guess that would be national, right?
So yeah, nationally in 3 states he's a draw.
But 2 of those are the boxing mecca, right?
Yeah, but in those 3 states he's never sold out any venue in those 3 states.
But again, you keep going back to sellouts as if that is a metric that we use. We use gross receipts.
Okay, cool. I'm just going by my other American.
We got gross receipts. How much did the fight make?
Bro.
Hello. Come on.
How much did the gate? We do a live gate. How much did that gate pull in?
We got someone on the panel called Smoke's uncle. So let's go.
Yeah, hi, that's me. Hi.
Hey, what's up?
How is it you, Mark?
What's up, Mark?
Yeah, Smoke's uncle.
I was like, this is going to be a troll. This is going to be someone that's.
What's up, Mark?
I was ready just to chuck them off. Like I thought I did. What's up, Mike? I mean, Mark. Tell what's going on, babe. Tell me what do you want to say?
Well, yeah, as far as I'm aware, right, in terms of how much the fight made, from what I've heard from like Bob Arum said they lost money on the Wilder Fury fight.
Yeah, they did.
So how much did it make? Nothing. They lost money.
You get a rematch. Yeah.
I think
they were in debt. They were in debt.
The second one?
You get a rematch.
Yeah.
Right. So.
The second one.
I mean,
they did that
maybe it's because
the NFL. Yeah, they lost.
Go ahead, Smoke. Tell us why I didn't lose money. Go ahead.
Well, but that's not what it do. That was a Fox. That's a Fox licensed property. They wouldn't have to pay to advertise their own thing that they're licensing. But that's a different subject.
That's why
but the reason why maybe Bob lost money could be because of that 120 million pounds or whatever the hell the contract. Maybe that's why he lost, because the 2 fights before that didn't do jack shit and he still had to pay for all of it.
Hey, Smoke, you know why it lost money? You want me to tell you why? I know why. Bruce Trampler tweeted that the event lost money. The top ranked matchmaker, Bruce Trampler, he tweeted that they lost the profit. So,
yeah, I'm saying they may have lost money. I don't hear anybody at PBC saying that they lost money. I don't hear anybody at Fox saying that they lost money.
Yeah, but
can I jump in real quick?
I understand like
PBC
doesn't
even want to report that Tank Davis only sold 52,000.
Yeah, they still haven't released the numbers yet.
So we can't really go with them as a source to see. Oh, just because.
Yeah, that's why I want to jump in. Can I jump in real quick?
Because Stephen Espinoza. Stephen Espinoza already came out and said they're already surpassing that.
Let me jump in real quick, Smoke. Damn. Yo. Yeah, so all I gotta say about this is look. Thank you. How you doing, LadyChann? Yeah, salute Queen, and everybody else on the panel. Salute to you, kings, bro. everybody here. You know what I'm saying?
What's up?
Hey, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I'm trying to have a boxing conversation. So here's the thing. So shout out to Coach Malachi. He did have Rick Glacier on, and Rick Glacier is he shoots from the hip, man. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ever seen my interview with him, I already said it beforehand because I already know the way to do this, man. Like Rick Glacier does not care about anything. He already said what it was. You know what I mean? So when it comes down to the the sales, we already know like that they weren't making a lot of money, and it's not their fault. You know what I'm saying? That somebody's calling them out. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm sorry. I reversed that. It's their fault that somebody's calling them out, like an Adrian Broner. Adrian Broner's calling them out, and the reason why is because, bro, like everybody knows that they don't really promote the fights, bro. They don't promote the fights. They don't promote the fights, and they don't make the money. And then you want to complain about it later and say, oh, well, we shouldn't expose these numbers because we want to expose these numbers. They could be making more money, but they don't want to spend the money. They want to keep that shit in-house just in case. That doesn't sound like a confident promoter. You see what I'm saying? Like you want to talk about Top Rank, and Top Rank, guess what? Bob Arum wasted the money, but then said, damn, I lost a lot of money off of this shit, right? Because Terrence Crawford didn't promote himself. Well, guess what? It's not Terrence Crawford's job to promote himself. Yeah, he could sound a little more, hyped up. He could sound a little more like, but he didn't really know that. Like, that's not his nature. So, Top Rank kind of fucked him up, and I guess he was with a bad, relationship when it comes to that. However, most people know with the PBC what's going on. It's an advisor situation. So they advise you. You could choose to take that advisement, or you could choose to move in a different way. You know what I mean? And a lot of people choose to stay there. And so if you get fucked up on a fight, don't start blaming other people just because you fucked up and you wasn't really interesting to people. People didn't buy your fight because they didn't like you, or because you're not fighting real people, or you just under that PBC
banner. And again, would you say because you being bi-coastal, coming from New York and then being in Florida, is Deontay Wilder a big draw? Since in your existence of boxing, Glenn? Major.
My bad. I fell off. What was your question? I fell off because I hit the side button. What did you ask?
So I said someone that's into boxing, and you've been bi-coastal, coming from New York and then going over to Florida. In your opinion, is Deontay Wilder? Have you seen him? Is he a big draw?
Deontay Wilder?
Yeah.
Okay, so Wilder was definitely somebody that people were paying attention to, and before that people were paying attention to, I was one of the people that was actually telling people, yo, have you guys seen this guy Wilder? He was like 30-0 with 30 knockouts.
Yeah, but that's you.
I know what you mean. I'm just trying to lay the table. I'm trying to lay the table. So what I'm saying is that when it came to that point, nobody really knew about him because you know why? Because he wasn't fighting anybody of significance. Yeah. He wasn't fighting anybody that really made sense for anybody, any casual to be like, hey, I want to watch this guy. But I was telling people, hey, this guy's got 30 fights, 30 knockouts. This guy's fucking crazy. He's knocking people out. At the same time, I was also promoting Lucas Matisse, the machine, for doing the same thing, by the way. All right? So I'm telling a bunch of people, man, and people are like, oh, shit, man, let me check this guy out. And then they start trying to tell me stuff. Like, oh, shit, I saw the guy you were talking about, man. This guy's crazy. Then they start telling other people stuff. And it kept rambling on. At the end of the day, though, when it came to Deontay Wilder, I was surprised because I thought this guy had like such a crazy right hand that nobody was seeing him. But when I seen Luis Ortiz like outboxing him, I said, okay, this guy's beatable. Okay, this guy's beatable. And then Luis Ortiz lost, but he was beatable in my eyes.
Because Deontay Wilder was losing on the cards, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was up on the card, definitely. You know what I mean? And so I'm not going to say that anybody lied about anything. I think the only person that lied was Deontay Wilder for capping, like with these other YouTube channels that said that, there was some kind of glove gate. That's the only thing that he did wrong because he should never went that route to try to protect his name. He should have just said, you know what? Fuck all that. You know what I mean? I lost. It was a fair fight. Just like he said at the beginning of the fight. He said he was the better man tonight. You know, this and that. But then afterwards, he jumped onto the bandwagon and started saying a lot of bullshit. You know, he should have just stepped to.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, and the reason why we're getting into draws and whatever is that the fact that he is number one still ranked on the WBC rankings and possibly going to fight Dillian White, possibly going to fight Dillian White. And why does he get to hold that position coming off 2 back-to-back losses?
So my last comment. Well, I'm going to digress and fall back, and I'll put myself on mute and let everybody else talk. But I just jumped in, so I'm glad you asked me that question because that's actually what intrigued me to click the link. So the thing about the money thing is that none of us are advisors, none of us are campaign managers, none of us are promoters. So when it comes to the money thing, we don't need to worry about that. You know what I mean? We could talk all we want, but at the end of the day, that's up to the negotiators. Just because a negotiator is weaker than the next man, maybe Wilder gets a bigger purse. Does that mean Wilder was actually the one that deserved it? No. It just means the promoter was better than the other promoter. That's all it means. So all the bullshit that we're talking about as far as money, this shit was never talked about before in boxing. And I'll digress.
Yeah. Got you.
Nice. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go around the panel. I'm just looking at something.
Can I add something?
Yep, of course. Well, let Jed go first.
Oh,
and
you go, Jed.
Then you go after.
What I got to say to that is, from what I understand, all this is just a like, what do you call it? It's not an unusual tactic from the Fury camp, just so he can get what he wants from Dillian White. Of course, he's done this before apparently, and it's a tactic that's been used, from what I understand, just to get his way on the negotiating table. So I'm not even too worried about it. To be honest, I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's just a tactic, personally.
Yeah. AJ, all day.
Well, no, I mean, I one thing, I don't know if this has been, discussed or not, but I thought it very odd that, Wilder's coming off 2 losses and he's number 1, but Anthony Joshua loses his WBA belt and they bump him to 5
and goes down to number 5.
That's odd to me. So I'm guessing, like, I think I know why. I think I know one reason why that is. I think that it's obvious that these promotional outfits have sway with the sanctioning bodies.
Of course they do.
Because now I mean, a good example is Andre just satisfied a mandatory earlier this year in April, I think it was, or February, and now he's being ordered to fight another one already. in Yanabek, you know what I'm saying? So it's like he did that this year already, so shouldn't he get some time? There's some leeway.
Yeah. Let me just get let me do these super chats, not to say get them out of the way, because I'm massively appreciative of receiving them. Daryl Alexander for dropping that $0.25 on your gazelle. Why do people talk about ticket sales as it pertains to Wilder Fury, but not about the total monies generated from the fights? Good question. Good question with your good question. I think that's what Smoke was trying to say, is that basically maybe that's just because they don't sell out doesn't mean that the events that they take part in doesn't generate big bucks. Am I right, Snake? Am I right, Smoke? It's Smoke.
Yeah. I mean, there's only certain, like, really Vegas was like really the only place that was releasing reliable numbers, because promoters want every promoter, their event was like the biggest event and they did the most and more than everything is historic, right? That's their job, to oversell the way it performed. So you go to the state athletic commission because you had to pay taxes on that reported income, right? So there was at least some kind of threshold of like credibility to the numbers being reported. But even they've changed it. But it's cool that, but we still have these fights. At least we have the fights going back. And if you're competing with Holyfield, Lennox Lewis from 22 years ago, which was an undisputed fight between like 2 all-time greats, you know, and it's a one belt against Tyson Fury. I don't know how we get to like how big a star is he really? I'll just say this: the United States boxing market is more lucrative than every other boxing market combined, which is why they all come here. Canelo, yes, he fought, Yildirim, and people tuned in, but they tuned in for the price of like $20 or like $2, right? It wasn't like $80.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you 1,000%. I disagree with you, Smoke. No, I disagree with you.
Okay.
The United States market, is only what you get reports on.
The point is that was I wasn't done. The Zone was not pay-per-view. It cost $20 a month. You could get it even cheaper if you buy it for the year. So when we're talking about Canelo versus Yildirim, yeah, we're tuning in to watch that fight, but it's a different thing when you're dropping $80 on a fight. And not even that, they didn't even release the numbers for even the Yildirim fight, right? So we don't know how many people actually tuned in. Like we don't even know that.
But the Zone never releases the numbers.
All right, so you done? Are you done? Smoke?
Yeah, go ahead,
so I can jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can put myself
on mute. One thing I want to educate you on, Smoke, and I think you already know this, but maybe you forgot when you were saying the comment right now.
Your mic, Smoke.
I'm trying to get my mic button.
All right, can you guys hear me without echo? Yeah, okay, here we go. All right. So one thing I don't want to like shit on what Smoke is saying because I get what he's trying to say, but what he's talking about is just one entity, the United States of America, and we're not the biggest boxing fans, bro. I beg to differ on that. We even say it here that the boxing of the U.S. Americans have a bigger payday with the Mexicans, so that automatically like shuts that down because we're talking about the Mexicans that actually are about boxing. Puerto Rico is a very small island, but you got percentage-wise bigger boxing fans in Puerto Rico. In the UK, you have bigger boxing fans. You have Thailand people that are literally like fucking champions on the lower weight classes. There's a bunch of Thailand people. You know why? Because they love boxing. You know what I mean? Japanese people. Bro, Australian people are coming into the mix. Bro, South African people been in the mix. Bro, I'm trying to tell you, like, when you say that there's bigger fans here, no, this is when you go onto ESPN and you live in the United States, this is not one of the first clicks that they give you. It's NFL, NBA, you know what I'm saying, MLB, all of that. They don't give you boxing first. They give you tennis before they give you boxing. They give you UFC before they give you boxing when you're looking for something. And everybody in the United States knows what I'm talking about. When you look on ESPN and you're looking for a sport, they don't give you boxing first, okay? It's nowhere near the top. You have to look for it. So don't tell me that we're the best fans and stuff like, yeah, we like to talk shit over here. I do. I literally stand by myself. I'm a content creator. I will actually pay for the damn Zone and the ESPN Pluses and all this bullshit that I have to pay for. I pay for Showtime, all that. I do what I need to do as a boxing content creator and a fan of the sport. However, not most of the United States people do that. In fact, that what they try to do is either stream it or watch somebody else's stream, and they get mad at them if they're not actually showing the content.
Fans do that.
Shit like that.
Okay, so I again,
can I just acknowledge the super chat? Sorry, Smoke. And I'll let you get in. Daryl Alexander, thank you for that $2 super chat for your girl. How did Wilder earn but Bob lost? Makes no sense because they were guaranteed passes. And obviously when you say, for instance, my fee is going to be, I want for this fight, I want 7 million. And you agree that with all the numbers that you can give me 7 million. But at the end of the day, if I put in for the NFL Super Bowl advert, the commercial that they did, and that was, just say that was 2 million or whatever. And then the gate that we thought that was coming through didn't really come through. That your overheads supersede what you've made, because if you've agreed to the fighters guaranteed pass by hook or crook, you need to give them that pass. So therefore, everything else you will be in a deficit.
Yeah, exactly. Like Tyson Fury was.
Hold on, Smoke 1 second. Hold on. I mean, because CHANN, like, is the purses for that fight exceeded the marquee value, right?
Yes. Indeed.
Yeah, that's what you're trying to say, right?
Well, it's not that. It's also the fact that they paid they gave Tyson Fury a guaranteed contract that was reportedly in excess of $100 million. And those it was 5 fights. Those 2 fights that he had before that, full well they didn't recoup. So there was a lot riding for Tyson for the top ranked side of that may not have been riding on the Deontay Wilder side of that, right? They can just go in the way that they're going in, and so Major Key understands. So Major Key understands. We are already talking about how boxing was not popular in the United States. My point wasn't its popularity; it was about the lucrative of the actual value of the market. Our market is more lucrative than everyone else. That's why everybody comes here for their biggest paydays, right? And everybody comes here for that. The entire world. Nobody goes to Japan.
Listen, I keep going back to AJ because that's the one only I can refer. AJ doesn't need to come to America to make his guarantee is 30 million a fight. It doesn't matter. So he's quite happy to stay. He's quite happy to stay at home and fight because he doesn't need to go to America to get his 30 million. Whereas in the difference,
so when he
different way. All right, Canelo does need to leave his country to go to America to get his 30 and 40 million. AJ doesn't. I'm not banging, but there is a difference. So he's quite content to be at home. I'd stay at home.
Right. So I'll now say that AJ
also go to America from Mexico for 30 million. My point is we don't need to come to the US. The US isn't the end all and be all. Like for us, it's just really not.
Okay, I mean, unless AJ is more than one person, I don't know why you're saying we. Because I mean, maybe so Dillian White and AJ. So even still, what AJ's purses are, they're great that he doesn't have to come here. But you have to understand. You remember that AJ had a Wembley date, and out of Eddie Hearn's own mouth, he was like, "This DAZN is the biggest payday of AJ's career." So at that point, when he came to America, that was still his biggest payday. I don't know.
But he was on
it was like 32.
But when he was coming to America, do you know what he got paid for the Andy Ruiz 1 and 2? It was in excess for the 2 fights of £100 million.
No, I got you. I got it. I'm just saying that even the rematch wasn't. It wasn't. The rematch was also in like Saudi Arabia. The rematch was also in Saudi Arabia, right?
So like, she got £80 million.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that the Saudi Arabian is not like a boxing market. It's like an AJ, like it's a special events kind of thing. Like they throw special events.
Well, how you know that Saudi Arabia is not a biased market, bro? They actually
okay,
bro.
But they've got themselves into the market like how Triller was.
Right, but it's all sports that they do.
They've always been interested, but now they're in the market.
Yeah, like what they do is they do sports washing, and it's not just boxing. They had WWE there. They try to get the Olympics there. They had tennis matches. They do golf matches. They're just trying to prop up their regime through having sporting events there. That's a different thing.
Not everyone. If you're a star, you don't got to go to the US to make big money.
No, that's not my point. My point is, regardless of however, right. But what I said was the United States is more lucrative than all of those other markets combined. So yes, you have fights there, and yes, big fights. And if you take every single, and if you take all of those fights, if you take all of those fights.
Wait. I'm
trying to tell you that if you look at if I could just finish my point, then sure. Just let me finish. It's really it's one sentence. It's one sentence. Thank you. If you take all of those fights and all of those other markets and you put them together, the monsters, the 30 million in Monster, or whatever this guy is doing in Saudi Arabia, or whatever Mexico's got going on in Mexico, or all of Europe has going on, you take all of those numbers, add them up together. They are a fraction of what guys are getting when they come to the United States.
No, it's not. But go on, AJ.
Okay, so all right, let me just simplify this. So for the rematch, when AJ fought Andy Ruiz in Saudi Arabia, like I guess somehow that's not a boxing market according to Smoke. But well, I mean, what had me cracking up about that is like AJ made almost 3 times what Wilder and Fury made in the rematch combined.
Yeah, but yet the United States is very lucrative.
No,
That's
right,
why
right,
me,
right,
that's why me and Jed are combing our hair at the same time.
Okay, so you do realize
you
you do realize while you're looking at AJ's numbers, Canelo fought in the United States, Triple G fought in the United States, Loma fought in the United States, Mikey Garcia fought in the United States. So what I'm trying to tell you is when you look at the market,
you to make the money. We don't.
Okay, I'm talking about the
AJ
market.
could
You
fight.
guys are talking about an individual.
Joshua could fight. Hey, Joshua could fight.
Oh my God, dude.
Joshua could fight anywhere.
Do you know how much? If you look at the millions of dollars that was made in the hundreds of millions of dollars during that time, like take everyone else, like what year you want to look at, 2019, whatever year AJ went to Saudi Arabia in this wonderful boxing market. I think even if we could even add all of Saudi Arabia's fights they've ever put on in the history of boxing, right? Let's put them all together. In the United States, in that 2019, the United States the money, the receipts generated from fighters in the United States dwarfed everybody else.
They're new into the Saudis are new in it. But what I'm saying is they still outbidded everything that you did probably in boxing in the US for that whole year. So
no, I'm trying to tell you, we got millions of fight. Like,
okay, but what I'm saying is none of your fighters up until date, these big heavyweight superstars that you claim to have, none of them's had a stadium built for them and given them $80 million. No one. But because it's not that big from
here.
Our little island, according to you, because we're from a different bracket, seems to get £80 million for the second fight, as fucking stadium built for him. Nobody, the Saudis never offered to build a stadium for Wilder and Fury. They had no interest in it. If AJ wasn't in the equation, they did not care. And even now, that's where Usyk rematch is probably going to be. So what I'm saying is, no, we don't need to come to America. Maybe back in the day, that was the Mecca that we had to come to America to make. But now we've got other people in the market that seem to be outdoing you guys. And just to give you a nudge, you guys don't have any current heavyweight champions at all. We hold them all. Thank you.
Okay, great. So if we're talking about if you want to talk about boxing,
let me do the super chat and you can come back in, Smoke. I promise. Oh, AJ or Jed, because I haven't heard Bold speak. I haven't heard Lisa speak. And I'm going to shut up, and all of you guys are going to speak and do it in an orderly conduct, parliamentary procedure. This is a British woman's channel. We do go by the Parliament here. Okay. What about, so thank you, Will Lynch, for dropping half a dub on your girl. $9.99. What about all the other costs that go into hosting and promoting fights? Doesn't that take away from the take home and what the fight was worth? Honest question. It's a great question. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. This is what I'm saying. PBC, this is what PBC do to con most of their fighters. So what they'll say is, for this fight, we'll give you $1 million, but on the back end, we'll give you $5 million. There's never no fucking back end. There's never no $5 million. Like when Tank fights and he gets 1.2 million or that's I think that's the highest purse that he gets. No, that's his guaranteed. Everything else that doesn't affect whatever the promoters have to pay for promoting or hosting. If you're a fighter and only certain fighters get it and you get a guaranteed purse, that is what you have to get. Like I said, it doesn't matter what they pay to host or whatever, that's what you take home. The only time that does infringe on what you take home is, like I said, here's your guaranteed 1.5 milli, but on the back end we're going to give you 5 mil. So you get your 1.5 milli, but if they haven't done as well as what they thought they did, what happens is they don't get that back end money. So you be in your head buying houses. Yeah, I'll get 1.5 now and then I'm going to get another 5. No, if the hosting and the promoting cost too much money, the overheads, and they didn't make any profit, your back end money is null and void. So I hope that answers your question, Will. And thank you for your super chat. And you can answer questions. You don't always have to super chat, but I appreciate it.
For sure. Anyway,
go ahead.
Okay, so I just got a question. I just got a question for Smoke, right quick. By the way, Jed, get your helmet ready. I'm sure you're going to be putting it on again. So, anyway,
which one? Okay, which one? This one?
Yeah, let me see.
This one is the bullshit helmet.
Yeah.
And this one is the unbelievable bullshit helmet. Which one
Get
am
the
I gonna
unbelievable. Use the bullshit one. Yeah.
Okay.
You pick that one.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, Smoke question. All right. Name me one
You're going
American
to speak,
based.
and then we're going to address super chat, another super chat. So, and then I'll let you because people have paid, so I make sure that they're going to be addressed as well. So, go ahead, AJ. AJRJ.
Yeah. You can acknowledge it first if you want. Like I can wait. Go ahead.
Okay, well, let me get through this super sticker. Rolling with the punches. Thank you, Rolling. Where have you been? I would like to say congratulations for doing Border Wars. That was amazing. Again, I did watch you, Rolling. I was watching. I always root for you, and I root for your get up and go. So amazing. And
did he do another one?
Yeah, he did another one. He was
Rolling. I need that link.
He was in
I
Florida.
missed it.
Yeah, he was in Florida.
I missed it. Oh man,
I need it.
Yeah, he didn't win the fight, but it was good. Like just the initiative, it was still good.
I like
this guy's a boxer. He boxes.
Yeah,
well,
he boxes.
Well, Border Wars is a thing where TBV Ness does like his own kind of league, and he makes people like the average Joe to be able to fight, and you know, he does obviously different weight cuts. He tries to make it like for everyone that's not in boxing that would like to be a boxer, like would like to get their shit off, and you know, it's for them, and it's really a good thing. Costs a lot of money to try and do, but Rolling, I've seen Rolling now twice enter that, and you know, you pay a small fee to be involved, and then you go wherever it is in the country that, you know, it was in the Midwest, and then it was in Florida, just gone. So they did 2 this year, and Rolling participated in both of them. So yeah, well done, Rolling.
Nice.
Well done.
Kudos, Rolling. I got it. You got a link to the video, man. Seriously.
Yeah, so it was there. And let me just get this super chat. Roderick, hang on, let me see, because I need to get some glasses going on my eyesight.
Roderick
Yeah, Roderick Freelot. Thank you for dropping that quarter of a dab on your girl. Even if I don't agree, Lady Chann's queen of boxing.
Yes, she is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciative, and I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much, Roderick. Let me know where you're from, what part of the world, and if it's America, what state. Just intrigued. Go ahead, AJ.
Okay. Smoke question. Get the helmet ready, Jed. All right. So anyway, Smoke. So can you name just one fighter? I already know. I already know who you're gonna say, but I'll just ask the question anyway. Go ahead and name me one American fighter that's a big box office draw. Go ahead. Hello?
Yeah, you'd have to define what big boxing draw is, because I don't think there is one. Like, I mean, you can say who the biggest is, but like if you're gonna like start comparing them to the most lucrative fights ever, like, come on, like, what do you mean?
Just somebody who sold out arenas, done good pay-per-view guys.
I mean, all right. So, who was it? Like Canelo seems to do
American-based,
consistent guys, right?
American-based.
He's from Mexico.
Yeah, he's American-based. He always fights in America. Like when not fighting America.
He lives in Mexico.
Okay, again, I'm talking about the market, not American fighters. Do you not understand that I'm talking about fighting in America and how much money boxing makes in America versus anywhere else?
Okay, well, boxing makes so much, then is there an American star? Is there an American star?
Okay, do you need an American star? Lomachenko makes millions of dollars. Does he need to be American to make millions of dollars? No, he does not.
He's not an American, though.
Correct. You don't need to be an American to participate in the American market. AJ is not an American.
Re-ask the question, AJ, because I think Smoke's not got the question.
No, I mean, it's just not my point. I don't understand why you guys don't understand what my point is.
That's not why
we understand your point.
Right now, you keep asking me about an American. Who cares? Who's a big? Maybe Errol Spence. Off the top of my head, if you want to go with a straight American, I think it would either be Errol Spence because in Dallas, or like Bud Crawford. I don't know what he's doing in Omaha. Like they don't release those numbers.
Okay, so nobody then. Okay.
What do you mean nobody? I don't know. Like I don't know how to answer your question. Like you want to know these are the biggest draws in American boxing. I think are Terrence Crawford, who fights like mostly just out of Omaha. So you don't know what the hell that is. Errol Spence, who's doing tens of thousands in Dallas.
It's no one. Just say it's no one.
Just say nobody.
I think if just by sheer butts and seats, it'd be Errol Spence.
Like as a draw.
What?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because he saw like 40,000, because he got like 40,000 people or something to come out to see him in Dallas, right? Like nobody's doing that. Like who else is doing tens of thousands of people?
He had like 42,000. Go ahead, Paul.
40,000 against who though? I mean, he fought Mikey Garcia.
Yeah, Mikey Garcia don't sell out California.
Mikey Garcia
got no drugs.
Mikey Garcia's fans mainly can't support that Dallas fight.
Yeah,
I understand that. Mikey Garcia, you do realize that Mikey Garcia does not do a lot of numbers in his home state. I'm from California. I understand that Mikey Garcia, while he has a name, he's not a draw. Mikey Garcia ain't doing that. Mikey Garcia ain't doing nothing.
Neither is Errol Spence.
Why was he paid the same amount of Spence?
Errol Spence has done 12,000 without Mikey Garcia, right? He did more. He did a bunch with Sean Porter. Right? He did 12,000 with Ocampo. Like Mikey Garcia ain't doing 12K. He didn't do. I don't even think he did 12K with Adrian Broner. Maybe.
I mean, that's not really a massive draw to do 12,000 on your own. But I mean,
but that is right. I'm just saying, like
if that's the biggest thing that you can come up with, then that's cool. Then there's no shame in that. Just say that's the only one that's
I'm just saying. It's like I think if you just went by sheer numbers, it would be Errol Spence because it's like 40,000 something for that fight. You can try to throw Mikey Garcia in there, but Mikey Garcia don't do numbers like that. So whatever. And he's not even from Texas. Like whatever. It is what it is.
No, but Texas has got a big Mexican community.
They do. They definitely do.
So
they definitely do.
Why,
but Mikey Garcia is
to be fair.
Yeah, Mikey Garcia has also fought in Texas.
Spence, really?
Yes, he's also fought in Texas before. Guess what those numbers were?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Yeah, exactly. They were not nice. I'm just saying.
But if you
ask me about the American, it would be Errol Spence. It wouldn't be Mikey Garcia, right? He's also an American, by the way.
I mean, Bo just made a good point. Ever since the Mikey Garcia pay, Spence's numbers have been tanking with each pay-per-view he's done.
I don't know what you mean. His numbers have been tanking. His
numbers have gone down.
Okay, so right, so 40,000 is a huge number for a boxing match in the United States, right? But 20,000, right? I'm just saying that is an exorbitant number. 20,000 is a fantastic number. So if you're doing 20,000, that is what AJ did. We're just talking about how he's a huge star. That's what Canelo does. What you generally do
in the UK, 20,000. Cool.
Yeah, 20,000. That's the point. It's like different markets have different sort of metrics, and you can't just apply. Like to me, it would be the same thing as us saying, like, yeah, well, AJ's not a big star because Floyd Mayweather did $70 million gate. Like, what does that have to do with like that? That's cool that he did that, but that don't have anything to do with what you guys got going on and what AJ's got going on. He's still a huge star there, making a bunch of money. So,
but you see,
I don't understand the argument.
Yeah, but Floyd Mayweather is a very accurate. What was the number on what I said with Floyd Mayweather that he did? 300 and what was it?
It's 72 million. And do you know what year that was? That was 2015, the same year that Deontay Wilder became a champion. Really, Deontay Wilder came on the radar. Let's keep it a buck. The dude didn't really come on anybody's radar until 2017 when he folded up Bermain Stavern, and there was memes about it all over the internet. That was like literally like his coming out party. And then people started talking about it. Then he had the Luis Ortiz fight, right? Yeah, so really, we're only talking about like 3 or 4 years where people cared, like for real. And even then, 2017, that was the year of Floyd versus Conor McGregor. So you're talking about those two fights reportedly did like $700 million between the two of them. That is the climate that every other fighter was fighting in, right? Like only Canelo and Triple G was able to like even break in that time.
Yeah, I get you, but like the more you say about it, the more that I realize that he's underachieved. He's not a draw at all. The more you tell me certain stats, I'm like, damn, Deontay Wilder really. Like, I mean, you came up, your coming out party was 2017, but yet you've been a pro since 2008.
Well, he was busy knocking out cans
but that's not. But bro, since 2008. Well, first off,
really
AJ, what we're doing. Right. So but that's a different metric.
Nice. I like that one, Jed. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so that's a different metric, right? You have guys who learned on the job, and then you have guys who had like extensive amateur careers. So guys who learned on the
And then
job, you'll see
I've got
them.
someone that I can compare that to, because this is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
When you
like Julio Cesar Chavez.
AJ, no, then we've got AJ that learned on the job too.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
cleared
so,
up,
yeah,
but
yeah.
cleared
No,
up,
I got you,
both Wilder.
cleared up 4 belts but cleared up 4 belts within being pro 4 years. Like, you know, there's a
well,
difference.
it's
You
really
can't
it's
say
really
that only
3
because he's
belts.
from the UK and that's why it was achievable and X, Y, Z. No. You just have to come down to the base. Let's get back down to earth. Deontay Wilder isn't a big draw. Deontay Wilder's never sold out nothing. Deontay Wilder, we don't know if he ever will. We're going to give the dude a chance, but I just need to just keep it a trill. The dude don't sell. And that's it. And I don't understand why they're bringing it back. I don't understand why the WBC are holding him in high regard for being in position to fight William White. That's all.
Okay.
This is what all this discussion was about. If I wanted to do a Deontay Wilder v Anthony Joshua, you know, I could have just did that. But that's not what I'm doing. That's not what this topic's about, because we've done that so much time, Smoke. And, you know, we've done that.
I'm not the one who mentioned this. I'm not the one who brought it. I've been saying.
I'm not saying
My
that
point has always been, look at everybody else in the WBC. It has absolutely nothing to do with Canelo or AJ.
Yeah, no,
I'm just saying, look at everybody else. I'm saying the reason why he's number one is because if he's not number one, then you're trying to sell an Otto Wallin fight. The WBC would rather sell a Deontay Wilder fight than an Otto Wallin fight.
And I get that, but is it? I'm gonna get to these super chats. Is it fair? Is what I'm saying. Coming off, like, for instance, if you're gonna say that, you know, Deontay Wilder is a big draw, I get. Let me just say, I'm going along with you. Okay, so then he loses twice. He's defended his title 10 times. He's held the WBC belt 5 years, and paid them whatever sanctioning fees that. Could you just mute 1 sec, Smoke, while I say this, because it's really and he's had the belt, you know, 5 times. Cool. Paid sanctioning fees or whatever. He's not made that much money, so the sanction fees are not going to be like going crazy. Then you've got someone that comes along like AJ that's got 4 belts, and you know, he doesn't have the WBC. He didn't obviously have the WBC belt, but he had the 3 of the major. But all of them, he's paying sanctioning fees, which is multi millions. He has 1 loss, and straight away he goes from number 1 to 5 and 6 in the rankings. How does that make sense? If you're talking about money, that who's the big draw, and it's worth their while to keep him on the top of the rankings, but yet you've got a guy that's made a fraction of what the guy with the multiple belts, 2 times unified heavyweight champion of the world makes, and yet he's number 1. It's corruption to the highest degree.
All right, so if you're a champion, right? So I don't even know if AJ is in, like, is even in the WBC. I don't know if he's ranked there.
No, he's not ranked in the WBC.
Right. So the question is, why would he be ranked? Because this has absolutely nothing to do with whether he's a big draw empirically. If you were to compare him against every other fighter, the point.
What I'm saying is, with all the other governing sanctioning bodies, AJ had those belts, and he had those belts, and when he fights Alexander Usyk, he will making, yes, there was a break. He will be making his 12th title defense. Okay. So the amount of money that he had as a unified champion that he's paid for sanctioning fees, unified, something that Deontay Wilder's never achieved in his career, unified. So you wouldn't know what unification meant. But, you know, as a unified champion, how much money he paid with these sanctioning bodies. We're not talking about the WBC, Smoke, because obviously he's not ranked with the WBC. He doesn't need to be ranked with the WBC for me to get this point off, Smoke. What I'm saying is, he's made
but that's where
governing bodies. So how come he's dropped in the rankings, but therefore Deontay Wilder, coming off 2 losses, a draw and 2 losses, is still number 1? It's corruption.
The WBC
he doesn't make that much money, is my point.
Hey, before y'all go, hold on. Before y'all go, when somebody talks, somebody other joint is echoing.
Yeah, it smokes because he's talking.
Yeah, I'm trying to put it on mute. That's me. I'm just trying.
Yeah, when he's not speaking, he'll go on mute, but he's addressing the point, so we have to have a bit of an echo. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. So
Yeah, what I'm saying is
again, this is not about what AJ does, right? This is really, if the question is why is Deontay Wilder ranked #1, right? Like, what I'm saying to you is, if you look at the WBC, if you want to talk about like his draw power, if just looking at the WBC, who has a bigger draw in the WBC in all 17 divisions? Just WBC, rank WBC, right? Like, who is out? Who's doing more money? Who's doing a bigger book for the WBC?
Well, you've only got one. You
got Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez definitely is doing it, right?
He's not American, you know, so he's not American.
No, I'm just talking about the WBC. WBC is not an American company. But we're just talking about why Wilder is ranked in the WBC. Like I already I said it. I've said it a bunch of times. Like, if you look at the other 15 guys in the heavyweight that's ranked, like, you know, they do the top 15, the WBC. You look at every other guy, you will understand the WBC is about their bread. They created an entire division. The Bridgerweight division is a WBC creation. They are the reason why we have 12 rounds and not 15 rounds. They are the reason why we don't have same-day weigh-ins anymore. Like, this is what the WBC has their own thing. And this is what they do. It's always about the cash with these dudes, and this is what we get.
About Al Heyman not paying off the WBC to stay in that position.
Thank you, Chan. Thank you, Chan. That's my.
I mean, okay. So, like, there's people who aren't related to Al Heyman who also get that thing. Canelo gets more breaks.
We're not talking about everybody else.
Okay.
We can't bring Canelo's the undisputed champion for, like, you know, 4-weight.
Before he was undisputed champion. Before he was undisputed champion, they made him franchise champion, right?
That's just different. So that's just different.
They do, like, they bend over backwards for Canelo, right?
The bottom line is Deontay Wilder should not be #1 in the WBC, and the only reason he is #1 in the WBC is because Al Heyman is paid them off to keep him in position. Have leverage, but they've still got a title contender in their camp, because right now the PBC is falling down. All of their champs, Canelo picked them off, like, you know, they've all been picked off. Tyson Fury's picked off of Deontay Wilder, so this is a way to get Deontay Wilder back into title contention. We've seen goodbye Caleb Plant, so, you know, we've got Jamal and Jamal Charlo not fighting anybody because and the PBC not making those fights happen because they know that if they get beat on the other side of the street, that's their number 2 champions gone. So let's.
I don't know what this is about. I don't know what this is about.
It's corrupt. So this is what I'm saying is, you do know what it's about, because if I know what it's about,
this is what I said. You're making my point.
I'm 20 years younger and I'm 15 years or whatever, 20 years younger than you, Smoke. You definitely know what I'm talking about, and you know what's going on.
Okay, Chan, I'm gonna be back. I gotta take my wife somewhere. I promise I'll be back.
All right, then we'll be here.
I might have an extra bullshit helmet later, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Break them out, Jed. We're gonna be using them today.
I mean, like, literally, you just we're making the same point, right? Like I said, follow the money. That's why he's there. You saying it's corruption? I say it's business as usual. I don't know that we're saying anything different. Right? I don't think we're saying different things.
I'm just saying, someone's saying get your audio together.
I mean, okay, that's what I keep saying. So who would be the bigger draw? That's what I'm at. I keep saying the same thing. Who on that top 15 list do you think is the bigger draw?
We don't care who the bigger draw is. We want to do
that,
this
but
fair.
the WBC does.
All it is. But you seem to be co-signing fuckeries.
No, I'm like, if you ask why he is there, it's very obvious why he's there. We both are saying the same thing. Why he's there?
What's your reason?
Right,
Smoke,
you're gonna have to go and sort out the echo, because people are complaining, saying the echo is killing the show. You're really gonna have to go and sort. Why is it echoing like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's because what's the name still got the mic on, so when you talk,
it's me. I'm gonna go out.
Drop out and come back in. Yeah, it's really bad. Let me just do this super chat. Thank you, Will Lynch, for dropping out quarter of a dub on your girl. Bull. I'm from Ohio, and I literally have to go on YouTube to talk to anybody with any knowledge of boxing. Don't lie, because I'm living proof. Is he talking about what to smoke?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably that's what. I couldn't see you backstage, Lee. She wasn't backstage on here.
Yeah, my audio has it. You know, my audio just left.
Yeah, you just dropped out.
And
but
I
you
came back in like 2 or 3 times, and then I finally went. You know, I was like, wow. But I had went in the chat because this guy's like calling AJ a steroid. You know, and I'm like, you know, he's a nice guy, but he said he'll never respect him. Well, he doesn't have to. You know what I mean? He
I
don't
don't
have to
understand why
respect
AJ's
him.
on steroids. Like, it's like I don't know, but I've never seen any.
Yeah, he
proof that-
doesn't have to respect him. Like the
You don't have
guys,
to respect him.
these
The guy
guys
doesn't even,
wouldn't.
the guy doesn't even
None of
know
these
that you
guys would
exist in
piss
life.
on us
So,
if they wet, if we were on fire.
if
So
he was on fire, if we all got kicked out and evicted out of our houses, AJ wouldn't know. So like,
He's not going to show up to pay our rent. He's not going to show up to pay our rent and shit.
AJ wouldn't know, Wilder wouldn't know, Tyson Fury wouldn't know, Canelo wouldn't know. Like there's just like, guys, like we like our favorite fighters. No one's trying to make my favorite fighter your favorite fighter and vice versa. But what I'm not gonna do is just fucking cap and sit here and chat shit and fanboy and fangirl over my fighter or allow you guys to do that over here, because it just doesn't fly. It just doesn't fly. I try to keep things fair. I try to keep things across the board fair. That's what I try to do. Whether or not I like a fighter or not, stats are stats, data is data, and that's what we're dealing with. If you feel that AJ takes steroids, cool. You can feel that. AJ doesn't even feel what you feel because he doesn't know that you exist.
Right.
Okay? So, Noah, oh my God, I don't know what this money is, Noah. Tell me.
I'm getting sick of people saying he ducked him. Like, come on. I'm so sick of the AJ and the Wilder. They ain't fought. They haven't fought.
They just haven't
go their separate ways. If they're not going to fight, go their separate ways. Stop comparing the two. Oh yeah, sorry.
You think you can jump? You can go right back on. I'm not sure where this money's from. I don't know this symbol.
What is that?
It's 200. Can you tell me where you're from, Noah GX? I massively appreciate it for dropping that 200 something on your girl. Canelo is from Mexico, which is in America. It's in the Americas, but Mexico is a totally different country. Whether or not you're from there, Noah, it's a totally different country from America. Yes, it's attached, but it's still not. Like, I live in the UK and I live in England, but Wales is in Wales and Scotland are two different countries. So even if we're attached to the same land, so no, he's not. Right. He's not American.
Canelo lives in Mexico. He trains and fights in the United States.
Yes, yeah. He trains in the United States, but I don't think he lives in the United States. Does he have? Does he?
No, he may have a house there, but he may have a house there, but he lives in the United States. Yeah, he probably has a cabin, like he probably rents the same cabin, Big Bear, whatever.
He's based in Mexico. Canelo.
Yeah, he's a Mexico guy.
Yeah, he's a Mexican based. Yeah. But go on.
I thought he lived in California.
No, he don't live there.
He just trains. He trains in California.
Nah,
he goes to Big Bear to do his training.
In California, right? He lives in California right now.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
I thought he was just going back and forth because the last thing that I saw him when he was going to fight Caleb Plant, they was pretty much all back at home. Eddie Moreno, so they was all pretty much. They showed the training, but then they was back in Mexico.
Yeah, he lives in Mexico. Yeah, he totally lives in Mexico. Like he has his wife and his whole like family, all that stuff.
Yeah,
in Mexico.
They live in Mexico, and the kids, and he's got other kids. They fleet back and forth? Yeah, they do. But his base is Mexico.
He said he wants to bring him out to the States.
He wants to bring who out to the States?
Oh, his family. His family. They live out here.
Yeah.
Hey, he lives in San Diego right now.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know. Who knows? Everybody's saying that we don't know. Will Lynch, thank you for dropping that $1.99 on your girl. Thank you, super chat. Mr. Smoke claims boxing is big in USA. It's a lie. Okay, that's for you, Smoke. Thanks, Will Lynch.
That's what we're trying to tell him.
We've literally been saying the opposite.
2 hours and 14 minutes thus far. Not
like literally saying the opposite, right? Like it's not big here. That's literally what I've been saying the entire time, right? But anyway, whatever.
You said it was. Didn't you just say like it's like the most lucrative market, like of all the other markets in?
I said the most lucrative, right? I said it's the most lucrative market in the world. But where it sits as far as popularity amongst American sports, no, it's not very popular with Americans, right? Like, but we still pile a ton of money into it. Like we were just saying, like AJ's fights, like it's just different. We have a different tax bracket. We have a different country size. Like we're a really large country. So
We know.
Yeah, you're not gonna get like
you're talking to us like we don't know the map of America. That we
I know that, but these points, these points are like. I know these points. It seems as though people don't realize that like America is like this. Is like
condescending how you feel that like we just don't know.
No, I'm not. It's not.
Like how big it is. It's a continent. It's the Americans. Of course, it's massive. We know this.
I mean,
yeah, but then the question. But it explains a lot. Like right, it seems like you're taking
to become a big. I mean, America's not the only place you need. I mean, Joshua could go anywhere and he'll make big money.
That's not the point. I don't understand. Like, why do you? Okay, name me a bigger market than America for boxing. Just let's point blank. Let's end this.
The UK.
The UK is not a bigger market than America. Okay, so outside of White and AJ, who is making millions of dollars at boxing in the UK? What you got Joseph Parker. You got Usyk.
Got a lot. I'm going to tell you that for fact. So
making millions of dollars.
I got you.
A lot of our boxers, whether or not like a lot of our boxers are quite multi-millionaires. A lot of our boxers.
No, great.
Without going to the States. I mean, Derek
what I'm telling you,
is a multi-millionaire, and he's on 12.
I'm not saying that that's not the.
Billy Joe Saunders
came
to the States for the Canelo, but before that, he was a multi-million. You know, we've got a fair few multi-millionaires.
Right. Again, you guys are okay. You guys are you're missing the point. The point is that my point is not that nobody in the UK gets money. The point that I'm making is however much they're getting and however many people are getting it, we have more here than the UK.
Yeah.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got
UK is not a bigger boxing market than the United States. It is not. It's not more lucrative. It is not more lucrative boxing market. It cannot be.
Yeah, because the Mecca is Vegas, obviously. Yeah, we
that's the entire point. Like if you look at all the most lucrative fights in boxing history, then they're not in the UK.
I was reiterating is that you said that we have to come to America to make money, and I was just saying that no, there's a few examples where.
No, I never said that. No, I never said that you have to. I said everybody does.
Okay.
I didn't say what they had to do. I said everyone does this. Even AJ, even the vaunted AJ, deigned to he lowered himself to make his biggest career payday to date when he came here in New York City. Right? They all come.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
No matter who it is, they all come here. We don't necessarily need to go anywhere.
Saudi Arabia was his biggest purse.
Well, you may need to start going.
That was afterwards. That was afterwards.
Afterwards.
You're just saying where you're saying.
Correct. You're not hearing my point. Like I'm done with it. Listen. I've said the United States, when it comes to domestic popularity, boxing is not very high. It's bigger than like bowling and like women's softball, but domestically, it's not that popular. However, it is still super lucrative.
Okay. Ahmed, thank you. Ahmed, Dua. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Sorry, my bad. For dropping that $4.99 on your girl. Canelo lives in Guadalajara, Calico, in Mexico. So that is correct. I've always kept saying, I don't know why you guys keep saying that he lives in the States because he doesn't. But hey.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he resides in both. Maybe he lives both.
He doesn't, he's solidly based in Mexico. When he needs to come and train, he goes to Eddie Reynos that they do their thing in San Diego, but they go right back to thingy. He's not, maybe this year he's been because, 11 months of training, he's been in back-to-back fights.
Or maybe quarantine or something. Who knows? They had COVID.
But I was always of the knowledge and what I've seen, when I've seen the behind the scenes, Canelo is firmly based and it's cool to be firmly based in Guadalajara.
Yeah, he lives in Jalisco. Yeah, like that guy said.
Yeah. What would you like to say on the matter of why Deontay Wilder be coming back possibly coming back to fight Dillian White? Is Deontay Wilder back then, and why is he the number one WBC title contender to fight Dillian White if Tyson Fury does vacate?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I was saying. No, I was just quick. I remember I was saying this a few when we saw the retirement thing. We're talking about a week ago. I said I think he'll come back for a few particular fights, and I mentioned Dillian White as one of them that I think would get Wilder back to come back to boxing. So I remember I was saying that a few days ago. That would be a fight that I think would interest him. There's still a few fights that would get him back, and I think Dillian White's definitely one of them. And I don't know, I haven't looked into it, but it looks like maybe that's manoeuvred to set that up if the Fury White fight doesn't happen.
Do you think so? You don't think that? Do you think Fury vacates him? I think Deontay
I'm not
Wilder.
sure. I don't know what Fury's going to do.
I don't think Deontay Wilder. He ducked Dillian White already, so like.
He's not going to fight him now. I don't think he's going to fight him now.
What after WBC? What after belts on the line?
Back loss, and then knowing that Dillian White might just spark you out, and that's 3 losses in a row.
But what after belts on the line?
Dillian really wants to whoop his ass. That's a grudge match.
Yeah, I know, and a personal, it'd be a great grudge match.
What about if Fury gives the belt up though? What if Fury gives the belt up and it was for
this is what we're talking about, because if Fury gives the belt up, they're saying that Deontay Wilder may have to step in and fight for the vacant belt against Dillian White.
Yeah, you don't think Wilder would take that?
Which is BS, because Dillian White should be upgraded already to regular champ.
Really, he's supposed to be upgraded to the champ, but
you know the WBC will pull a fast one.
The WBC yet again, which Smoke is backing all the way for some reason, like he's on the payola roll. They're changing the rules on the fly, and now when it was Canelo, Jamal Charlo got the belt. When it was Lennox Lewis, he got the WBC belt. When Riddick bowed it, that's what we call it. We Riddick bowed, yeah. Because and then so Lennox Lewis got the WBC belt, but then later he got stripped by the WBA. But what I'm saying is, this is how, if somebody vacates or is stripped from the belt, the interim champ is to be elevated to full champ. So all of a sudden with Dillian White, it's now a different story. It's now a different story, and Smoke is quite out for the story that there doesn't seem to be any corruption, and that Deontay Wilder should avoid all the rules and be elevated and be at number 1 to fight Dillian White for a vacant belt, coming off 2 fucking losses, and we've seen him fight for the last 3 years, getting fucked up on the canvas. I'm bored of it. Let's see something else. You either fight Dillian White, which you shouldn't even be fighting Dillian White, which is my whole point. Would I like to see Dillian White brutally KO him, because it's very, very achievable? Would Dillian White maybe get KO'd? Yeah, that's maybe achievable too. But I do think that Dillian White will mollywop Deontay Wilder across the ring. But
now we got some action. Because let me just say. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to step on you.
Yeah, of course you think he's going to win, right, Smoke? You think Wilder's going to beat White, right?
Wilder's a superhero. Until they have to eat continuous crow for days and weeks and months. Like, I don't know how much.
I don't mind that. Like, whatever. Like, as long as if that's what happens, that's what happens, right? Like, the truth is revealed in the ring, and that's what I want to see. If Dillian White wants his shot, and and Wilder is the guy that he fights against, I will definitely not only be rooting for Wilder, but I will be predicting that Wilder stops Dillian White, definitely. But if he's not the guy, like Electro Jed said, I think this is, and I said it the other day, I think this is just negotiation. So I don't think that Tyson Fury is going to give up the belt anyway. But
he's not come out and said anything, has he? He hasn't denied it. This has been said since last week now. And
I mean, I know, but it's not the first time I've heard him, like, the franchise belt being mentioned, and other fighters and retirement and vacating belts out of Tyson Fury. Only to show up to the fight.
Same energy with you guys, because do you remember when Eddie Hearn came out and said the WBO is pissing them off because they're mandating that Anthony Joshua needs to fight Alexander Usyk, and he wanted to do undisputed, and then Eddie Hearn was like, do you know what, these belts, and maybe we don't even care about belts, like Tyson Fury and AJ can fight without belts, maybe we just vacate the WBO. Do you remember, everyone? Anthony Joshua's a duck until Anthony Joshua came on record.
He's ducking everybody.
Anthony Joshua came on record and was like, no, I'm not vacating, and I'm fighting Usyk. And because he always does his mandatories like a good old champ does, he lost his belt, no shame to the pound for pound, one of the top 3 pound for pound guys, while your guy just sits there, doesn't do fuck all, doesn't defend fuck all. Well, he defends it against fucking 10 times or 8 times against nobodies.
Cab drivers.
And then Tyson Fury, his team comes out and says, "Oh, we're gonna just defend the linear belt," which I remember Tyson Fury didn't care about the linear belt, and he didn't care about any belts. And then all of a sudden he flip flopped and he cared about the linear belt, and then he didn't care. And then when he got the WBC belt, he didn't care about the linear belt, and he was so proud that he's a WBC champ. And we've heard nothing from him to refute or deny that he is going to vacate the belt. So for you to sit on the panel and go, "I don't think Tyson Fury is going to be," I don't know where are you gauging this from? We have to keep the same energy. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. It's a duck. You was calling AJ a duck, and I remember all of you guys and you Smoke. You was like, "Well, if he doesn't fight Alexander Usyk, it's a duck. Would you agree it's a duck?" And I said, "Yeah."
No.
If you put down that
No. Okay, but first,
we did
yeah, I'm not a guy who goes around calling people ducks. That's not even my thing. But I'm just saying.
It's a duck. You did. We had this conversation.
No, not me. I don't care. Like, first off, I didn't think that he was going to drop the belt. I heard this from Eddie Hearn back when Pulev was the mandatory, and he was supposed to be fighting Luis Ortiz, and he had like Charlotte, like both of those mandatories. He's talking about dropping belts. This is just what guys do. They always say this. Like, I don't get caught up in this particular thing. But if you want to call people ducks,
not giving up a belt, what's giving you that inkling? Is what I'm saying. What's giving you that?
Because he already said he was going to do. Because he said he was going to do this last time. He's supposed to give up the belt. He's supposed to become franchise champion. Give up the belt. Fight Ajit Cabello. No third fight. What happened? Third fight. Kept the belt. No Ajit Cabello. No franchise. Yeah, and also the reason why he's saying this thing is coming up is he's saying that a guy's being difficult in a negotiation. This is like a negotiation tactic. It's literally called the takeaway clause. Okay, cool. You don't like my price? Then I'm going to take the fight away from you.
Yeah, but you know, out of all people, since my YouTube existence on this boxing channel, that I'm so grateful that you've rocked with me, by the way, from the beginning. And I want to say thank you because you consistently.
Yeah, I'm a rock.
Yeah, from day one when I had no subscribers, basically. Yeah, so like I always say, you're my brother. You are my brother. I do love you dearly. Like, even though I haven't met you, but you know, I still got love for you. But we do go at it, and I think half of my content was us going at it. Wilder supporter, spazzes out, this, that, and that.
You had me Wilder fanboy, all this stuff. Yeah,
it was me and Smoke. So what I'm saying is, me and you coming from this journey, why are you trusting fucking Tyson Fury? Because he said this on Monday, and then you saw him announce that he was going to fight AJ on Sunday, and then the Monday he said, "Oh, actually, I'm going to fight Wilder." So I'm just wondering, why are you putting all this faith in him that, oh, you don't think he's going to vacate the belts? Because I did a news report with fucking Frank Warren going, "Oh, he'll never vacate the belts because he knows that will vacate the belt because he knows that won't make me happy." And I came on my platform and I said, and I think I was talking to Coach Malachi, and I said, when does Tyson Fury care what fucking Frank Warren says? If he wants to vacate a belt, he will vacate a belt. And then all of a sudden, boom, 2 weeks later, we've got Bob Arum, the other promoter, saying, "Oh, he's looking to vacate he's looking to drop the belt." So what I'm saying is, Tyson Fury's not a person that you can really rely on. And so I'm just wondering, why are you relying on? Why do you think
Fury's not a man of his word?
Again, it's because of the circumstance. Like, if he just dropped the belt and said, "Okay, this negotiation ain't going away," and dropped the belt, then we'd be having a different conversation. But instead, what he said, talking about is, "I don't like what you're saying to me, so maybe I will drop the belt." So it just sounds like game, and it sounds like the game that everybody runs when they don't like a negotiation. Like, even if you're buying a car and you don't like the price, you go, "Hey, I don't like this. There's 3 cars like this up the block." Meanwhile, you're just trying to get your price. That's all you're trying to do is get your price.
By the way, Chan, a question for you.
Yep.
All right, so like,
can I do the super chat first?
Hey, go ahead.
Okay, Will Lynch for dropping that dub on your girl. Dun, dun, dun.
Shout out to Willie Lynch, man.
Thank you. Shout out for Will Lynch. I massively appreciate all the donations that you've been donating. Thank you very much. It's massively appreciated. But will you buy the fight, Smoke? Smoke, you the target again. Also, leave my brother alone.
What I buy? What fight?
I'm only allowed to get him. Like, when there's someone that wants to pick on your brother, but you pick on your brother for the same thing, but you're only allowed to do it. No one else is. And that's how sometimes I feel about Smoke. But you do put yourself in the fucking fire, don't you? Smoke. Also,
I don't. Whether it's fire, the smoke.
Smoke, do you know sometimes I go to I'm in my bed and then I see you on a platform like you're arguing and I literally go to sleep, right, for like 6 hours, my 6 hours, 7 hours sleep. I usually sleep for maybe 5. I wake up and you're still there and still battling. I'm like, Smoke don't give two shits.
You were dreaming of Smoke arguing. That was your dreams.
He's in the fucking fuck. No, I'd literally wake up and I go, Smoke, what I'm trying to say is I go to bed with you and I wake up with you.
Hey, that's cool. That's cool.
No,
Hopefully you have sweet dreams and and
Yeah.
abundance and success and all that stuff. I want you to keep growing and keep getting it.
No, it's all good. Like
somebody
also
somebody in the chat was like, didn't he get knocked out by a 40-year-old?
All right, can I just do the super chat first? Let me do the super chat and then we'll go on to talk about that. Because but will you buy the fight, Smoke? Is that he's talking about the Dillian White against Wilder, I think. Is he talking about?
Hey, listen, depending on where it is, I might go to it, right?
Yeah, you may even turn up. Also, I'm just going to say since nobody else will. This sounds xenophobic. The way the WBC is treating White, don't tell me they are mad. He tried to sue them because all he wanted was his shot. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say to Smoke. The WBC ain't moving correct. But Smoke, because it's his guy in position, he seems to be backing the WBC all of a sudden. You seem to be a WBC candidate all of a sudden.
Well, we all know.
Okay, you do realize, because I said the WBC is doing what the WBC does. Like this is like literally this is I'm not. This is not me co-signing what the WBC does. This is me pointing out, highlighting. There's multiple situations. Like you can go back to Loma, bogarting his way into Luke Campbell, and what the WBC said about granting him that fight and then granting him the franchise afterwards. He's got the cachet to do it. This is how they do it. Mauricio Sulaimán will wave his wand for the good of boxing, whatever that means. Like I think it means envelopes. I call it, business as usual. You call it corrupt. I don't think they're different things. Like I think the boxing business as usual is probably it has a soupçon at the very least of some corruption, if not like the extents to high hell of corruption. But whatever it is, I don't like you said, it's boring to talk about. Like you can go back literally as long as they've been paying guys to fight and find the corruption.
Right. So you do admit that this Wilder being in this place, and negating all of a sudden the WBC changing the rules that Dillian White won't just be elevated to full champ, but to fight Wilder for a vacant belt that he's paid fucking.
Let me ask you a question, Lady Chan. Is Kambosos?
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, Lady Chan. Is Kambosos undisputed?
In my opinion, no. You can't. He can't be undisputed because
right.
You've got
exactly. But why does there need to be an opinion about it? Right. But
that's a fact.
The WBC. The reason the WBC got an envelope because remember the franchise champion wasn't supposed to be transferred, but somebody got an envelope and then all of a sudden you can win the franchise champion. So now the franchise championship.
Hang on, let me just. Will Lynch, you are a G yet again, coming with that quarter of a dub on your girl. No, thank you. No disrespect, Smoke. I just love boxing. Sometimes I get too passionate about it. Prayer emoji, thumbs up emoji. No, it's all good. You can. This is where the passion. This is where we all have joint passion, and this is where I want everybody to come and share their passion. There's never no wrong. There's never no right. Sometimes we get a bit and then sometimes we're like, oh, kumbaya. It just depends, but it's still coming from all of a place from definitely on my behalf, respect. Do you understand? We don't always have to agree. It'd be boring if you had. I like panels where we've got different points of different sides of opinions, because it will be pretty boring if all of us had the same opinion. Like, do you know?
Everyone agreed. I'm passionate. I'm passionate about mine.
We agree. If we agree, there's a lot of us on the panel that. We do. If there's a lot of us on the panel that we do agree a lot on the same things, and then there's a lot of us on the panel that sometimes don't agree on the same things, and that's fine. That's fine. So
I don't know about you guys, but I love people.
Apologize for your passion because it's more than fine.
I'm passionate about my hatred of Suleiman. That fat cunt is a cancer to the sport of boxing.
Yeah.
Fuck, I hate that cunt.
You know when we say cunt, the Americans are like, boop. Like for us and the Aussies, that's a normal word. We flick that, you fucking cunt. But yeah, for the Americans,
Chan, you call somebody that here, you're gonna get punched in the face.
Yeah,
no
there it's a big word for us, Jetstar. We just say it like anything, but yeah, over there it's like a cardinal sin to say cunt. But yeah.
But not Chan. I mean, I'm with you. I like different people's points of view because, like, you know, you can learn something from the different opinions sometimes.
Yeah,
really good.
Yeah,
I mean, but
that's
I mean,
what I'm
but
saying.
also
I
just
learn
the-
things from different opinion. I do learn things from different. Roderick.
To be honest,
go ahead, Lise. Go ahead, Sue. I mean,
to be honest with you, I can't. It's hard to get a word in edgewise with you guys.
I know. Always.
Yeah. To be honest with you, people always talk about what Wilder could do, but what about what Dylan's left hook? That can land, and also, you know, I'm just saying, people just say it one way and like it can't happen another. You have to be fair in this.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to be fair in this, and also, the reality of it is that the WBC and most people do not want Dylan White to be the champion,
So
and that's
they're
just
trying their
bottom line.
best to not.
They don't
let
like him, and that's just the
they don't
bottom
like
line.
him. Thank you,
Yeah.
sis. They don't like him, and
That's
it's
why I
quite
just read
evident and clear to see.
I just cut through all of, you know, and that's fine if you don't like him. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't like that. I don't like I actually don't like the marketing that they're playing, because that whole thing about him being number one, you knew the entire time Dominic Brazil was mandatory, right? So that whole like just playing us like we're stupid, I don't really appreciate that. But that was then. Like I don't have a problem with Dylan White, right? But there was it really took the Povetkin fight to get all of the controversy out of the system for me, right? It like him losing and then regaining it. I like his style. I like the transition, all that stuff. I still don't think that he's going to beat Wilder, though. I don't, you know. I think he beats Otto Wallin. I don't know if he'd beat Andy Ruiz. I don't think he beats Tyson Fury. Like, he can get his title shot. I would like it to be against a guy that, you know, has a shot at beating him. Like, I don't think Otto Wallin is that dude, but maybe.
Wow, you don't really rate Dylan White then, if you think, oh, maybe Otto Wallin, but you don't.
Well, they haven't fought, and Otto Wallin actually showed me something out of his last fight. But no, I definitely thinking that Dylan White beats Otto Wallin, right? But I'm just saying, like maybe some other people think that that's a more legitimate fight. People were trying to tell me that Tyson Fury Adrian Caballero was a more legitimate fight than the third Fury Wilder fight. So I don't know what people think, like, for real, but. I got Dylan White beating. I think Dylan White, Andy Ruiz is a hell of a fight. That would be a really good heavyweight match, heavyweight championship fight.
You don't see him beating Andy Ruiz, no?
Say again?
You don't see him beating Andy Ruiz.
I don't know. I think it's 50-50. I don't know what prediction. Because both of them, like that left hook that Lisa was just talking about, that's a short range.
Left hook is crazy.
Yeah, that's infighting. You got to be close enough to land that, right? So and that's where Andy Ruiz fights at.
An inside fighter.
Exactly. That's why I think it's a better matchup. Like Deontay Wilder is not. Deontay Wilder is not a come forward guy. So that like left hook thing, probably like when you got a guy who's a longer reach and it's a counter puncher and is like waiting for you to make him. I don't think that it's gonna be there for him like that. But maybe.
Can I say something about Andy Ruiz right quick?
Yeah, of course you can.
Because I think one thing that is very noticeable now is Andy Ruiz's punch resistance or his chin, because Arreola put him on the canvas almost twice in that fight. So if he was the fight, I was honestly picking Andy Ruiz before against Dylan White. I saw it as a 50-50, but I was kind of edging Andy Ruiz because of his hand speed and his underrated power.
White on that.
But now I'm not. But now I think I pick White to win.
The new Andy Ruiz don't look like he's saying nada.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, he ain't saying nothing, mate. He ain't saying much. His punch resistance. You better just go back to being fat, mate.
I know. And also about White and Wilder.
Not everyone has to be slim and fight. Like he just came in too heavy for the second fight, Andy Ruiz. Obviously, 300 pounds is just dumb. But I mean, staying at 250, 256 for him, it could. it could work. The least he could have dropped is just like he could have just came in at like 247 or something like that. And
maybe 10 pounds. He could have shaved like 10
yeah,
pounds.
It was a new trainer. It was a new trainer. He got caught like doing stuff. It's heavyweight boxing. He's like a little off balance, but working with a new style. I don't know. I don't put a lot in it, but it is it is something to look at moving forward because he was before the AJ fight. He was never on his butt, and now in consecutive fights,
he shouldn't be getting dropped by Chris Arreola.
He's lost the fire to fight. Like I'm telling you now, like since fighting AJ and that made his life turn around. Right, he doesn't have that same passion. Like he don't.
Yeah, he's a one-hit wonder. I think he's a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, he just don't give a shit. He's just like, I'd rather him just go. Like he's like the older version of Ryan Garcia. Just get out because you're not really serious.
I don't know if you guys watched the build up to the Arreola fight, but they were rehashing the first AJ fight, and they were talking about the moment that he got dropped, and he was like, I live with my wife in my mom's bedroom in a 1-bedroom apartment where we sleep on the floor, my wife and I, in my mom's bedroom.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to be said for my man's life has changed, and that was the motivation to get him through, and maybe he needs to find some other motivation.
Yeah.
There's something to be said with that, but I think Reynoso can also turn him into like that kind of professional guy that just keeps getting checks. Maybe.
I don't know.
Just
making excuses. He said he's got this knee injury and then he had surgery and then now, but a week later on your knee, and everyone knows that knee surgery ain't really the joke. And then later he was doing squats. So I don't know.
Smoke just confirmed for me why. Oh, sorry, Lisa, you go.
No, go ahead. No, Lisa was just saying, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that Smoke just confirmed for me why I think he's even more finished, because the fact that Smoke just told me of his living conditions before the first fight, which I didn't even know, and he still had trouble, but he still had trouble being disciplined throughout his career, even though he should have been hungry.
Exactly.
Like, you know what I mean? Now that he's got money, how's he going to be? That's just further.
Yeah,
I think Smoke just further showed me that he's finished.
It's funny, Jed. Even before Abel Sanchez, his old trainer, when he won the first. When Ruiz won the first AJ fight, when he beat him the first time, Abel Sanchez, his own trainer, he was interviewed. He said, AJ is going to run the rematch on points.
Manny Robles, me.
No, Abel Sanchez said that.
Manny Robles.
No, it was Abel Sanchez. Abel Sanchez used to train Andy Ruiz about Big Bear, and Abel Sanchez said that when he was interviewed. He said, AJ is going to win a rematch on points. That's what he said, because he knew about his discipline and his problems.
He knew it was going to be done.
He used to train him also. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Abel Sanchez,
Let me just see this super chat. Thank you for giving me this quarter of a dub on your girl. $4.99, Ahmed. LadyChann, you listened to Suleiman on FightHype.com about the franchise belt thing. Yeah, I was speaking about that today, and he was saying that basically that George Kambosos is undisputed. Devin Haney is the WBC champ. And that people are adverse to change. When my dad took away 15 rounders and bring it to 12, he said people threw tomatoes at him. When we introduced the bridge your weight, he said people always got resistance. It's not the same, dude. You fucking lying snake. It's not the fucking same thing. He knows it. And yeah, I can't stand that dude.
I throw an orange at him if I saw him.
Absolute maggot.
That dude.
He deserves acid thrown at him. Fucking orange. He should have acid thrown at him.
You should have had eggs thrown on him, like, you know what I mean? Like, he's lucky when because in the UK, we don't care, man. We throw beer on you. When people's doing their ring walks, man, we throw beer on you. We throw anything that's throwable. We throw it on you. That's why, like, even when Deontay Wilder came, they threw chicken on him. Which was
I'm sorry, I thought...
No, that was Billy Joe. That was Billy Joe.
Even though that was like...
Anybody we don't like, we just... That's the British culture, like... I'm going back like old school British culture. They used to go take him to the town square and stone him. It goes back that far that they like everyone still. I don't throw things at people, but what I'm saying is that culture in the UK.
Yeah, it happened to Hagler when Hagler won the world title.
Yeah, I was just thinking of
that too.
That was fucked up.
They do fucked up shit like that. So but. Where they should do it to people that Suleiman, he should get pelted, mate. He should be pelted.
Oh, he definitely should.
Man, he's a made dude. Ain't nobody messing with him.
Yeah, he's saying
Lacey's
that.
probably right.
You know, he said in that
Yeah,
interview, he's taken a lot of punches. Yeah, he said he's taken a lot of punches, virtual punches because of introducing the franchise and nobody wanted, like the franchise. But dude, like just take your franchise and stuff it up your anal canal.
I mean, well, people wouldn't be doing this and sending them this shit if he would just clean, if he would just run the sanctioned body like a sanctioned body.
That's how you really feel, Shan. Sorry.
I don't know why White didn't leave them years ago. I would have left them.
I'd have sued him way back when.
Every time
okay.
they were going to be doing, he said he was going to take them to court. Then for some reason, he had the reins and stopped.
Because he didn't have the horses, because what he was talking about was pure nonsense. And Mauricio Suleiman everybody knows that you weren't the mandatory. And you can even go through the whole history of why he wasn't the mandatory. He didn't deserve to be the mandatory.
It's just wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, so Dylan White was ranked number 1, right? So I could understand his point, how they mandated Dominic Brazil, who was ranked number 6, to be the mandatory. How the fuck could they do that when Dylan White is ranked number 1 ahead of him? Shouldn't he be the mandatory challenger? Shouldn't he be the mandatory challenger instead of Dominic Brazil? So they really fucked him over 3 years ago. They really did.
They've been fucking him over.
They've been fucking him over. This has been going on. I mean,
right.
This is what I'm saying.
I can tell. Right. So what? I mean, this is going to be real drawn out. If you want me to go through the whole thing, but to summarize it like this. Don King is still a hell of a promoter, and he still is the man at the WBC. So when he had Romain Stavern and as that mandatory guy, once Povetkin was supposed to fight Romain Stavern, and then Luis Ortiz popped dirty, so Povetkin went up to fight for the title. It was Romain Stavern kept his mandatory status, and then Chris Arreola was fighting Romain Stavern for that Mando spot. But then Alexander Povetkin popped dirty, so Romain Stavern got called up, leaving a one-way mandatory for Brazil before Dylan White was number 1. At that point, Dylan White was still fighting like Malcolm Tan. He was not number 1. He didn't get that number 1 status until after the Helenius fight.
I'm talking when he was number 1. And
I'm saying that when he was number 1, the mandatory fight, Dominic Brazil was already in position to fight for the mandatory.
Why? If Dylan White is ranked number 1, it makes no fucking sense.
But he wasn't ranked number 1 when Dominic Brazil secured that mandatory spot.
But check it. Now, this is what I mean by reverse. Wilder's number 1 right now in the rankings.
Mm-hmm.
So, just say Tyson Fury dropped the belt, right? Just say he dropped the belt and they make Wilder, they mandate him fight for a vacant title with the interim.
Yes, it'd be for the vacant. Right?
That's not right.
They'd be fighting for the vacant.
With customers, no matter
what. But that's not right, though.
It ain't. Dylan White should be elevated. That's what's right.
What's good for the goose is good for the goose.
I mean,
there is no.
I mean, you could elevate him. But the thing is, he's the interim guy, right? So you could elevate him.
Now is the time to switch to co-op car insurance.
That's one way to do it, right? But it is, and I think that is a way to do it, and that may give Dylan White another fight, right? But I'm pretty sure they're just going to mandate the Wilder fight next anyway, right? And so he might get a fight in between there, but it's still going to be Wilder in the number 1 spot for that title, because once you elevate it, then you have to face a Mando in 90 days or something like that, or a year and a half. Whatever, you have to face him really fast.
I'll tell you something because it's fair.
I mean, even if they elevate Dylan White, he's still. I mean, Tony made a good point. Tony's review. Shout out to Tony. He said that after they fight, I mean, if they elevate Dylan White, he'll still fight Wilder anyway, just because he wants to beat his ass that bad.
I mean, cool. I mean, he could say all that. He talks a good game. He said, Dylan White talks an excellent game. I'm just saying, we're just talking about the WBC and their corruption, right? And their weird ways. Because the same thing that
Hayden got tricked.
Because Hayden got elevated.
But then trying to talk. We can't hear. Hold on. Chan is trying to talk. Hold on. Chan, you got
I just wanted to talk.
No, if you know where Dillian White comes from, you're talking about talk a good game, like Wilder. Please, if you do your research on Dillian White, he doesn't come to play. How he grew up, it's not a play thing as well. It's not a play. He will mollywop and fuck up Deontay Wilder. Whether he gets floored trying to do it, he does not care. I want you to really know this. There's only a handful of boxers that I can say do not care. Derek Chisora is one of them as well. I don't really know that many heavyweights that you guys currently have that I don't care attitude and I'm going to fight anyone. You don't. Deontay Wilder wasn't that guy. You've got Trevor Bryan. He's nobody. He's never that guy.
Dylan White's not that guy either. So Dylan White's not that guy.
Is that guy?
No,
he's that guy.
Born in Jamaica.
He's not that guy.
Yes, he is.
Born in Jamaica, poverty, having a kid.
Okay, I can name two people, right?
Okay. By the time he's 13 and going through poverty in Jamaica and coming then to the UK, he's that fucking guy. He will tear off your head.
Oh yeah, no, he's not that guy. No, he's not that guy. He's the guy that says he's the guy who says that Luis Ortiz is too old to think gets knocked out by a guy who's older. He's that guy.
Luis Ortiz. Guess what?
He's that guy.
Hang on. You tell him he's not that guy to his face and let's see.
You say that to him and see what happens.
Right, he's the guy. He's the guy that will do that. He's definitely the guy that will fight a fan who says he's not that guy, right? But that means he's not that guy.
He offered Luis Ortiz $5 to $7 million, and Luis Ortiz's team turned it down.
Okay. So all right. Okay.
Anyway, let's listen to this. Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say to you, Smoke, and to that guy in the chat saying that he lost to a 40-year-old. Povetkin is a good fighter. Povetkin could have knocked Wilder out.
Bro,
let me just say this. Hold up, let me just say this. Did you say that the guy in the chat when Nonito Donaire knocked out that young guy? He got knocked out. Did you have that same energy? Nito is like 40 or 39. See, this is what I'm saying. Stop the BS.
Yeah, they don't know because these are casuals. These are casuals.
And the lighter weights I'm
not talking about you. I'm not talking about you, Smoke, but the guy in the chat.
I'm saying that
you have that same energy.
Yeah, there's casuals. That is like they read from a script.
Because you ain't gonna disrespect White or AJ. You ain't having it.
This is what their script is. You talk about AJ. Oh, he got knocked out by a fat Mexican. You talk about Klitschko. Oh, it was so boring when he reigned and he didn't really fight anybody. You talk about Deontay Wilder. He was the best thing since sliced bread. And the boogeyman was Luis Ortiz. You talk about sis, it's a script. Oh, you talk about Dillian White. He's trash. He got sparked out by a 40-year-old. But Tyson Fury.
Laughing out loud.
But Tyson Fury beat a 39-year-old Klitschko, and that's reigned as the best thing since sliced bread. So these people are casuals. They don't know who Nonito Donaire is in the first place, so you're wasting your breath because they read off a script and they regurgitate what they go on YouTube channels.
Same talking points.
So I'm used to it now. Before, when I first came on YouTube doing this, when I used to hear these things, it used to irk me. I used to be like, what are these people are, they exist, they're casuals. We don't even address them because this is a script. You've seen it. Every time we come live, they say the same thing. They say the same thing. They ain't even got a penny in their pocket to even send a super chat.
And Dillian White.
At least I would acknowledge it then. I don't acknowledge them. They're dead.
And Dillian's win over Povetkin is still one of the better wins at heavyweight than any of these heavyweights have got.
Come on, man. Yeah.
Right. The issue is not whether or not Povetkin is a good fighter, right? The issue was he said the other guy was too old to fight. And then he went on and fought two older guys. Like Marius Wack is old as shit.
Okay.
Old as shit. Like that's cool. That's cool if you're gonna do it. That's cool. All I'm saying is it's cool if you're gonna fight the guys. Don't pan another guy for being old and then fight guys who are older than that guy. And then talk about how you're that dude.
So this is the shutdown. Do you remember when Deontay Wilder was supposed to fight Luis Ortiz and he said he was too old? And at that time, Luis Ortiz was 36 at that time. But didn't he go on to fight him years later twice? So what?
Right. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Wilder ever said that he was too old.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And it's crickets. And yes, he did.
Right. So, correct. So he fought him. So right, but
he said it when
Luis Ortiz was 36. But the difference is he fought Luis Ortiz. He didn't say he was too old and then not fight him, and then fight other guys older.
Yes, he did, Smoke. He said, I don't want to fight that guy.
Everybody,
okay, great. He also fought him.
To fight Luis Ortiz by the time Luis Ortiz was 39 and then 41. So let's quit.
Again, like I said, regardless, the difference is that Deontay Wilder actually faced Dillian White.
When you're capping, I don't want to hear it. Same energy. You don't like Dillian White, Smoke. I know it because every time he gets brought
and
up,
I don't like
Wilder. Dillian White's fine, and he's gonna get decapitated.
But I'm not gonna be
capping should they fight. I think he beats Tyson Fury. I don't think he beats Deontay Wilder, but I think he probably beats everyone. And I also don't think he beats AJ.
Cool. You don't have to fit. What I'm saying is Dillian White doesn't beat this one and that one. That's not what I've got the problem with. I've got a problem with that.
That's all I'm saying. This has nothing to do with I like.
Wilder said the same thing.
I'm telling you. But Wilder
is not no damn legend. So nigga, you need to shut up.
Wilder said
Wilder fought him.
Doesn't matter if Wilder fought him because
Wilder
fought him twice when he didn't have to. Do you know what he did? He did it because he thought, I'm going to age him out. I'm going to age out the old geezer. He's 36. He's old. Oh, he's too old. And then you wait till he's 39. But I respect you. I have full respect to say, he's even older when I said he was old. If you've got any integrity, don't fight the dude at all. You didn't need to fight Luis Ortiz. You chose to. Anyway, let's listen to
again.
Let's go Jet in the back. Let's go Jet in the back.
What Wilder did or did not do does not actually legitimize what White did. So when we were talking about White being that dude, what White did was to say the guy was too old and then move on to fight guys who were older. And one of those older guys knocked him smooth the F out, right? So that all I'm saying is that's what that was something that I used to have an issue with him, but I don't even have that issue anymore. That was back then. I don't if you're not going to fight a guy, don't fight a guy. But you don't have to. You don't actually have to depress his market value if you ain't going to fight him. Just say I'm not going to fight you. Like if you want to say like I sent you $5 million. If you go, I sent you $5 million.
Ortiz, though. Nobody cares. Smoke. Nobody cares what these boxers say to one another. Who cares?
I got it.
But don't hold White's fight to the fire without holding the other ones.
I do. I do. Like all I'm talking about. Like I said, this is the issue that I had with him then. I'm talking about an issue that I had with him in 2018. I don't have the same issue. It's not 2018 anymore. I don't care. I don't care about this anymore. I told you that all the guy, whatever animosity I had about the guy is gone. But this whole idea, for me, he is still the guy who had a shot at a unification at AJ and turned it down. So like all of this, he deserves shots and all this stuff. I don't know people who are getting heavyweight championship fights, unifications, and turning them down.
Wilder
ran from
face down and ass up too. Nigga,
okay. So again, Wilder didn't turn down he accepted the unification fight. He turned it down, and then the WBA ordered perfection. So let's get it. So let's get it right. So let's get it right. But my point to you guys, like if I can just finish. Deontay Wilder has had 12. Deontay Wilder has had 12 professional. World title fights. Dillian White has had 0. That would have been his very first world title fight shot.
Dillian White's had 0 because he had people like Deontay Wilder saying, I'm not going to fight you for 2 years at least because I'm going to.
No, it's because he didn't take his mandatory spot. No, it's not. It's because literally when the WBC ordered him to fight his mandatory Luis Ortiz, he said no. And then when the IBF told him to fight his mandatory Pulev, he said no. That's why he didn't get his shots.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, you know why he turned down the Pulev fight? He fought Joseph Parker instead and made a lot more money.
But that's it's not a mandatory.
So what?
That's not a mandatory.
Joseph Parker was still a top 10 good fighter.
Cool. That's why. Great. That's why. But that's not why he did. That's why.
Okay. Neither was 8 out of the 10 title defenses that Deontay Wilder did. They was voluntaries. He only had 2 mandos. The other 8 he picked them. So what's keep saying? Fucking energy.
I am. Okay, there is no energy. One, you're talking about a guy who's a champion, and the second one, okay. So again, like I said, you're talking about why Dylan White. If you're asking why Dylan White didn't get, if you're asking why Dylan White didn't get shots, it's because Dylan White, when it was time for him to fight for mandatory.
We're saying that you talked about this one was old. Yeah, I've overtalked you. You do it to us as well, so I'm doing it.
Okay, I'm just saying. All I'm saying to you, all I'm saying is Dylan White. Dylan White was ordered to fight for the WBC mandatory against Luis Ortiz. He did not do that. Luis Ortiz got the fight. Dylan White did not get it. He was ordered to fight. He was ordered to fight. He was ordered to fight. He was ordered to fight Pulev for the mandatory spot. He did not do that, and Pulev got the fight. But last point. Even though he didn't even fight those two guys, he still got an offer for the AJ fight. Right? He could have fought. He still got an offer, and he didn't take that. And he didn't take that either. That's all I'm saying. So like when you're tallying up the what White deserves, you also have to put in even when he got his shot against the Oscar Rivas, it was under a cloud of controversy. That is true when it comes to Dylan. Everything I'm saying is a fact. That's not hating on Dylan White. This is just what happened.
Got you.
Hey, let me just say this. Dillian White was the mandatory for Deontay Wilder. And the fact of the matter is that every time Dillian White was trying to fight Deontay Wilder, the WBC kept screwing over Dillian White. Deontay Wilder was the one who suggested that Dillian White should fight Luis Ortiz before he fights him. And Deontay Wilder went off and started talking bad about Dillian White, calling Dillian White gay and everything else. Deontay Wilder did not want to fight Dillian White. Those are the facts. That's why one of the reasons why Dillian White sued the WBC, because he kept getting screwed over, bumped around. Like if you go look at the articles, it says Dillian White has been the mandatory for over 1,000 days. The Mando for over 1,000 days. So if he was the mandatory for over 1,000 days, he doesn't have to fight a WBC eliminator if he was the actual Mando.
Contraolpe. Thank you very much, Bold. But no, there'll be crickets because that's how
I remember Brazil was the mandatory. I remember him even saying, "Okay, I want."
Let Lisa speak.
Dominic Brazil was the mandatory.
I remember him even saying. I remember him even saying when he wanted to fight. Eddie was trying to, have him fight White, and he was like, only if you put AJ in the contract. Like, who does that? Who says that?
Just
the guy that's trying to fight AJ. What Wilder said was, I want to fight AJ, and then Eddie Hearn said, but what about Dillian White? He's like, okay, cool. As long as you can have AJ in the contract, because that's what I'm trying to fight. AJ.
You can't put two people in a contract. It doesn't work like that. There's two separate things.
Eddie Hearn brought up Dillian White. Wilder didn't bring up Dillian White. Eddie Hearn did. What Wilder brought up was AJ. He's like, I want to fight AJ. Eddie Hearn's like, Dillian White. Like, cool.
No,
I'll fight Dillian White. Put AJ in the contract. I'll fight them both.
AJ said, "Here's the money. Fight Dominic Brazil, but you got to do it on DAZN. You get 30 million for Dominic Brazil, and 2 fights with me is 80 mil." Wilder said no. He's later came out and smoked.
Taking up for this guy, man.
We debunked it. We chatted it. I'm not even going back down that
listen,
road.
I'm taking up.
We all know that Deontay Wilder ducked Dillian White. Deontay Wilder.
Okay, cool. I mean, cool.
That's just where it is. He came out on Twitter and he admitted it. Like, we've moved on from there, and we surely, it's boring.
Can we prevent me from putting on the bullshit helmet anymore?
Listen, the opinions, if you feel like he ducked, that's cool. I'm just trying to keep the facts straight. That's all. Like what I'm saying is fact. I'm not giving you my opinion. I'm not giving. I haven't given a single opinion yet.
Everything I told you was fact. There was a 12 million offer. There was a 12.5 million offer. There was a 15 million offer.
Yes, and he accepted. He accepted the $15 million offer.
Has been sent to him.
Someone that's got the legitimate, not the fake 50 million offer that was said, "Oh, you got to respond in 24 hours by email."
I got you.
Anybody that does business.
Okay, the one that Stephen Espinoza said that he secured. The one that Stephen Espinoza said he got the money for, right? So Stephen Espinoza is a liar.
That runs a business, because I run a business, and anybody that runs a business and then thinks you can send someone oh, this is what I want via email, and you think I'm going to do business like that with you, then you're not a businessman. And anybody here that condones that, that's the way that they do their business, just make sure that you don't reach out to my business and ask me for business from your shit business, because clearly if that's the infrastructure, if that's how you go, I don't rock like that. That's not. So if you want to go with that, the 50 million was real and all of that, cool. You use that mantra for your shit business, whoever that.
Okay, so you do realize that Stephen Espinosa is the one who said he secured the $50 million, right? It wasn't Wilder. It's Stephen Espinosa.
You know, the word that I want to say is, I can't say it because I just don't want to like offend a lot of people, but Stephen Espinosa can kiss my vagina.
Right. So I mean, yo, all I'm saying is that Stephen Espinosa is like.
Wait. Hold on. Why would you give him a perfectly decent invite like that?
Because you don't know what time of the month he could kiss.
Metro,
okay.
Let it go.
Oh boy,
let it go. It was controversial already. Like, come on.
Oh boy.
Shots fired.
It was fine. I mean, I get it. Listen, if you feel like it was fake and the other one is legit and all this stuff, that's cool. All I'm saying is the guy accepted the offers, right? If you felt like he should have accepted 12.5 or 12 or whatever offer, if you feel like he should have jumped at the very first offer, I'm not saying that.
I'm not saying that.
Cool. That's what you think. That's your opinion.
No, I don't.
I will say this though. I will say this.
To say that he did not accept. To say that he didn't accept. It's also not a fact.
You get 4 offers, and then they turn around and say you're ducking. It's just it's pathetic. And then you come out on Twitter and say, "Oh, I did get that offer, and I turned it down just to fight you." Like, but everybody's got these. Like, there's no peripheral vision. It's just like you've got these horse blinders on, and like you just didn't see that.
Well, those are two separate. But those are two separate negotiations, right?
That was different. I go, yeah, but what I'm saying is, so if that's true, why is the others not? Why the 12.5 million was the slave contract? He came out verbally and said that. They came out they've always came out and actually co-signed that AJ's made valid offers. They've just turned them down.
Hey, let me just. Can I say something?
He used AJ to build up his profile.
Okay. I want to read this. Okay. Hurry up so I can read the super chat. Will Lynch, thank you for dropping
go ahead.
On your girl. They said the same thing about Robert Elenius when he fought White. Ever since he beat Adam Kawanaki twice, he hasn't been so old after. Yeah. They said the same things about Robert Elenius when he fought White.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Adam Kawanaki twice. He hasn't said this. Yeah. Because Robert Elenius mollywopped fucking Adam Kawanaki as both of the underdog twice and came back the other day and just fucked him right up again, didn't he? He smashed his orbital eye. Go ahead. Thank you for that super chat, Will. Massively appreciated. Go ahead, Bold.
I think what Smoke is referring to though, there is some truth. Like they sent the $50 million to Joshua, right? And at that one time, I remember Joshua did came out with a video said he would fight Deontay Wilder in either like 2018 or 2019. So that part is true. That part is true. But then, like you said, they also offered Deontay Wilder a fight. I think it was in 2019. And that's when Deontay Wilder, that whole thing that leaked out on the internet, and he told Tyson Fury, he was like, look, I could have fought Anthony Joshua, and I turned that down to fight you. So both sides are kind of true. So I could say both sides are pretty true.
Yeah. And I can acknowledge that. I'm just saying that they're talking about two separate negotiations. That's all. The first 2018 negotiation, the 2018 negotiation, the $15 million that ended up with a $15 million offer was accepted. It wasn't turned down. But then there was another negotiation the very next year for DAZN, a completely different thing in a completely different time. At that point, he had already faced Tyson Fury. They're already supposed to be signing for a rematch, right? And everybody was talking about how he got schooled in that fight. It was just a different set of circumstances. They weren't the same negotiation. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, I just know that he ducked. That's all I care. Like, just ducked. I'm going to address this super chat. Okie doke. So
Roderick,
I wanted to play. I did want to play this bit of the fight hype of Mauricio Sulalaya. Queen Roderick Frilot, thank you for dropping that quarter of a dub on your girl. Queen, they put me on timeout. Thanks AJ for coming as well. AJ had to leave. Thank you. Mwah. Queen, they put me on timeout for my opinion and being respectful. Guys, are you being fucked up over there with your wrenches? What is he saying that's made you time him out? You can't type.
He's
please
saying
type
a lot of crazy stuff.
Is he saying crazy stuff? Y'all put me on timeout again. What is he saying? Wilder said he would freeze White out. Is he saying some fucked up shit?
I mean, he just saying crazy stuff. Like, he's not disrespectful, but he just...
So he's saying stuff like this. Did White get left face up, ass down by a washed up B-level fighter?
And I said...
Because Alexander Povetkin is not a B-level fighter. If you know your boxing, you should know that who Alexander Povetkin is. He's an ex-Olympian. He's got a very decorated amateur fucking career. Like, you're crazy, washed up. He was one of the hardest hitting heavyweights in the current when he was active. No.
Wait, you got to understand too is it's the heavyweight. It's the heavyweight division.
Because you don't want to learn. Go ahead.
It's the heavyweight division too. And when he knocked out Dillian White was actually winning the fight. He just got caught.
Was winning the fight. Yeah,
he just got caught. You know what I'm saying? And then it's the heavyweight division. One punch could change the whole game.
That dude was dangerous.
Yeah, at all times. He's been dangerous. So when people keep saying that it's boring, it's okay. We got more people here in the back. Sorry, guys.
Tony Reviews in the back.
And we got King Shelton. We got our OG back. OG, I missed you. Don't leave.
Missed you guys too. What is Smoke over here pontificating about?
Can I say this? Chad, can we clarify something real fast?
Yeah, I'm gonna stop.
That was a lie.
Shelton, was that you typing in the
Sorry, sis, you just talked over Tony.
Yeah, I was at the grocery store.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Tony got. But anyway, you lot always fade sis out. So anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
So here's the problem. Here's what we know. Out of Lou DiBella's mouth, we know that the $120 million offer was legit. We know that. Not only do we know it out of Lou DiBella's mouth, but we also know it from Deontay Wilder tweeting it that it was legit, that he could have fought AJ. However, he backed out of it for Fury. Now, let's talk about what was not legit. The $50 million was not legit. You know why it wasn't legit? Because on Talk Sports in the UK, Frank Warren said that Shelly Finkel came to him for the money, which means AJ would have had to fight on BT Sports, not Sky, which is a conflict of interest. Therefore, the fight cannot happen because he was already contracted to Sky Sports way before the zone. So at that time frame, it would have been impossible for him to fight with Frank Warren putting it on BT Sports. Therefore, the money was not legit, and it wasn't. There's no way AJ could have accepted it because Sky Sports sued him.
I've explained that a million times, Tony, to these lot, like the ones, and they it just goes like this, and then it goes like that.
Okay, right. So again, if you guys want to relitigate this, you should also know that Lou DiBella went on the Boxing Voice and said that doesn't even matter. They don't care. And if you also know it, Steven Espinoza is the guy who said he secured the $50 million. And Frank Warren, even out of his own mouth, said, all they asked me for was a bid. That's not the only place that they could get money from. Like, none of this matters.
Bro,
they didn't even fight. Who cares? Who cares?
With it. The offer was fake. It doesn't.
Okay, cool. Steven Espinoza is a liar. This is what I say about Steven Espinoza being a liar.
It don't stop you from living. You shouldn't feel that hurt. You shouldn't have a lump in your throat. You shouldn't want to cry. You shouldn't want to do any of that.
Okay.
You cares, no. It wasn't a real offer. Your life is still going to go on.
Here's the problem with what you just said.
Now, listen. If you guys think Steven Espinoza needs to lie about $50 million, then that okay, cool.
Espinoza is a fucking. When they're ready to lie, they lie, and when he's ready to be a source, he's a source.
The fact of the matter is, Steven Espinoza can say whatever he wants. The fact of the matter is,
no, he cannot. No, he cannot. No, he cannot say whatever he wants. Literally, he cannot do that.
You can keep talking over me, and I'm gonna keep repeating it till I get it out. The fact of the matter is this. Frank Warren came out and said Shelly Finkel came to him for the money. That is on the record. I understand that you are emotionally invested in this, but your emotions cannot change facts. Period. That is a fact. That Warren said came to him for the money. It's smoke. It's smoke echoing.
I'm trying to get it off. There we go.
It's smoke like echoing.
Oh, is it Smoke that's echoing?
Yes,
Smoke,
he's
you was
echoing
all right.
me.
Why did you come back echoing, Smoke? Now you're all right. Speak, Smoke. Let me hear.
It obviously matters, Smoke, because you brought it up.
But again, as I was saying, at the end of the day, emotions do not matter. Facts matter. And the fact of the matter is, Frank Warren said that Shelly Finkel came to him for a summer business deal for the AJ Wilder fight, which is a conflict of interest, which means therefore AJ could not sign the contract. And it's just so funny that Shelly Finkel said, you need to accept these terms without seeing the contract. You need to verbally accept it within 24 hours or the fight won't happen. And when they said send the contract, he said no. You verbally accept the fight. So then he's liable because he's verbally accepting something he can't see. Who the hell would accept a contract they can't read?
Hey, Tony, in New York City, what's his name was there at the time? What's his name? Eddie Hearn. If that was a verbally accepted contract, it would have been bound. In New York, a verbal contracts legally binding.
Okay, so again,
they tried to railroad that guy.
Okay, so you guys,
they tried to railroad him, and I'm a call
okay. So am I gonna be?
They tried to railroad AJ.
Okay, cool. Right. So the railroad thing. I'm not trying to cut you short, Queen. Do you have anything else? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So again, all right. So first off, this was not my idea. This was LadyChann was the one who started talking about 50 million was fake. This is totally not my idea, right? This is not something I brought up.
Now, is that what you're doing
a failed negotiation from like 4 years ago. But if you want to keep it facts, what that wasn't a contract. It was a term sheet. It was an offer to see if you could agree with those points. That's not a contract. That's not legally binding. Not only is that not a verbal contract, all you need to do, even if you were to say he put him on the hook for it, you have to show damages in order for him to be like liable for anything. So I'm just saying, yeah, I agree to like 4 points, and then if you agree to those 4 points, I'll send you a contract. You're not on the hook for anything. Not only that, like I keep saying, Frank Warren can put in all the bids that he wants. That doesn't mean that bid will be the winning bid, and that was the only place that the money came from. Stephen Espinoza, while you may think that he can say whatever he wants, he actually has penalties because he is an officer of a wholly owned subsidiary of a publicly traded company. What he would be opening himself for is not just being fired, but also being jailed and fined a whole bunch of money for giving false financial information to the public, right? You can't do this in his position. But if you think that he can say whatever the hell he wants, and for boxing promotion, he's going to come out on Twitter and say a whole bunch of libelous statements, like, okay, that's what you may think that. I don't.
The offer, after all that, the offer was fake still. So
let me wipe all the bullshit off my face.
Way more faith in these people than I do.
Yeah. Judge is wiping bullshit off his face. You keep defecating all over us, Smoke. Stop doing it.
Yeah, man. What Jeb needs to understand before he starts doing bullshit is the difference between never and several times, right?
Yeah, you've been bullshitting several times all over the place. It's deep in here. Galash is deep. Chill out, man. Jesus.
I think the only thing.
We know you like Wilder. We get it. We get
the
it.
The only thing I'll say is,
bro, I like facts. I like facts. Listen, I like facts. I don't like. No matter who we're talking about, I like facts. And I like nothing I'm saying is an opinion. This has absolutely nothing to do with who I like or who I don't like.
This
is just a fact. Like if I don't like you, I'll tell you why I don't like you, and it'll be facts, right? Because that won't be my opinion.
Disproven. A lot of your facts tonight have been disproven. So you,
but they haven't been. You just hope they are. No, actually, you just feel okay. Cool. So what fact? What fact? Name one, Jay. Name one, Electro. Name one.
In the favor of Wilder.
Name one.
Stop.
Name one. I understand that you speak in absolutes. Name one fact.
Name one. Go back through that list. It's
okay, great.
long.
So then why are you talking about it then?
because you won't stop talking. You
Okay, cool. It's my fault. It's my fault. Okay, sorry. I'll go on mute. Go ahead.
It's fucking stacked. So you know what? There's so much pressure on the first set of bullshit. It might become diamonds. Seriously, calm down. All right, just calm down. You don't gotta be the only one to talk. There's other people on the panel. Give peace a chance, brother. Give peace a chance, please.
Hey, Jared, let me say this. Let me read this. No. Steven Espinoza, he said claimed offered AJ $50 million.
Afterwards, South London will go.
Let me read this. So this goes way back
Hang on,
on Twitter.
Tony, there's an echo.
It's got to be smoke. It's got to be smoke.
No, smoke's muted.
Well,
everybody mute your mic if you're not on. Let me mute everyone. Everyone, go ahead. All
right. Tony. So Eddie Hearn wrote, I repeat, despite requests, we never received a page 1, 3, or 50-page contract. If I'm lying, then show me the contract you sent. Steven Espinoza, again, never said I sent a contract, and I'm not going to expose private business arrangements in a Twitter discussion. Considering you're attempting to deny AJ's 6-fight Showtime deal, what the fuck? He tried to trap him into a 6-fight deal? He just said right there he never sent the contract, but according to Smoke, he sent the contract for $50 million. Steven Espinosa's own tweet. Yeah, let me give this to
Okay,
you.
cool. So that's not what I said. Okay, why do you guys keep mischaracterizing what I said? What I said was Steven Espinosa said he secured the $50 million because that's what he said. Now, why don't you read that part where he said that the $50 million that he secured?
I'm telling you, Eddie Hearn is calling him out on Twitter and he's denying it.
No, he's not. What you're talking about is a different situation. What he's talking about is the contract.
Talk one at a time, please.
Not whether he's not talking about Eddie Hearn deflected like you're deflecting to a contract. Meanwhile, Steven Espinosa is saying, I am the one who came with the $50 million.
Go read the whole Twitter post.
Yeah,
I already did. I read it. That's why I understand. Like, as soon as he said,
and then I'll put it on the screen if you want.
Yeah. So what you'll be looking at is a guy making a series of statements. If what you're saying is the case, if him saying I secured the $50 million, but it's fake. If what Eddie Hearn is saying is correct, then what Steven Espinosa would be doing is open himself up to a libel suit.
He never states he secured money anywhere. He never states he secured $50 million anywhere.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Cool. I'll get my own link. Okay, cool. Gotcha. You need my reference, not yours. Cool. I got you, bro. I got you.
So, like, this is the tweet. So, reply. Do I go up? Okay. So, do I start from here? There's a whole.
It was a back and forth. It was a back and forth for a while.
Okay, so cool. Let's read the thread. So, Mike Coppinger, I asked Tyson Fury if he believes Top Rank deal will halt a rematch with Wilder. I'm not too sure. I'm not a political person. The promoters do what the promoters do. There's not much. Blah-de-blah-de-blah. Da-de-da. Hang on. It's very clear. Okay, so no, they turned it down. This guy, Jay Thomas, he said no, they turned it down because Finkel would not send a contract or meet with them to discuss the details of the deal. Hearn had no idea of BT's involvement until fairly recently. Nobody did. But that further highlights exactly why you need a meetings / contract. It's very clear that the 80 million, 50 million plus 30 was coming from multiple sources, and that is exactly why Hearn wanted a meeting to see a contract, because he knows what his client will be contractually obliged to do should he accept the offer. It's not rocket science. Yeah, when you're dealing with millions of dollars, you think you don't want to meet me, and like, come on. Anyway, let me keep on reading. Contract was sent and Matchroom saw it. Contract said Sky got the UK rights. This is what Steven Espinosa said. Stone cold lies, comes Eddie Hearn, right? And then Steven Espinosa lies. You mean like when you told Klitschko and then HBO that AJ didn't have a multi-fight agreement with Showtime, even though there was still three fights left on the deal? Experience like that are why we keep all the receipts. I'm sure this will excerpt will look familiar to you. Sky Sports will be the exclusive PPV distributor. Oh my God, that was a hard word for me to say. Distributor in the UK. So as long as the revenue split and retail pricing proposed by Sky are acceptable to the Wilder side, such acceptance will not be unreasonably withheld or delayed. Okay, and then we click out of that. Show the contract you sent. Never said I sent it. Wilder sent it and you confirmed receipt. Hearn told ESPN that he had, this is in brackets, that he had indeed received the offer by email from Wilder's personal account. Yes, and now I remember that. And Eddie Hearn said, that's not how we do business, though. That's not how you do business by by the fighter sending a contract like that. Like, he could have just said to Eddie Hearn, cool, I'm corresponding with you. I want this fight and my team's going to handle it from here. Something like that. Wilder was in no position. Everyone was laughing. What do you mean you said, and you weren't there? Where's the contract? Where's your team sending shit? Wilder offers Joshua $50 million for unification fight. Deontay Wilder has made a $50 million offer to get fellow undefeated heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua, which, it was a lie. So look, so now you are saying the personal email from Wilder, that was one paragraph offering 50 mil, was a contract. Ha ha ha. Contract was requested and never sent. 3 detailed pages, not one paragraph. Espinosa's just a fucking liar anyway. I repeat, despite requests, we never received a 1-page, 3-page, or 50-page contract. If I'm lying, then show the contract you sent. So wouldn't you just show the contract you sent if you really sent it? Do you understand? Like Smoke, you're intelligent enough to see that this is bullshit. Anyway, again, never said I sent a contract. Yeah, but so what? Go and get your mate, Deontay Wilder, to do a screen print and show the pages. We're in social media. We're doing this all out loud. Why has it not been done? And I'm not going to expose private business arrangements in a Twitter discussion. So why the fuck are you talking for? Why the fuck did you start the conversation? Boy, you better keep me on this side of YouTube for real. Don't ever let me out on this side, because it's just going to be desecration with my mouth. They'd have to get this bitch out. Considering your attempt to deny AJ's 6-fight Showtime deal. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I just thought to myself, I did plug in the thing, so just in case. Considering your attempt to deny AJ's 6-fight Showtime deal just after 3 fights, it's not surprising that you wouldn't remember this one either. So there's a dispute there. So yeah, that's where we're at.
It gets better. It gets better.
So, does it get better? Do you want me to carry on reading? Sorry,
no. We ain't got to read anymore. So we already figured out that Espinosa never said he was involved in any money, never sent anything. At all. He admits that he did.
That's not what he said. Okay.
He said, I never sent the contract. Every time show proof, show the contract. He kept denying
correct.
It came from Wilder. It came from Wilder.
Again, you keep. I know you want to conflate issues, bro. It's like, okay,
when I talk.
I'm gonna try this one last time. Stephen Espinosa is not the guy that's going to overall.
Every time I talk, he tries to talk over me. I can never finish the statement without the little.
All right, so let Tony finish. You go, and I want AJ, because not AJ. I want South London in the building. Thank you for joining the panel after. So you go, Tony. Let Smoke go, and then South London will go.
Yeah. You don't never want to let me finish. We all just listen to what you read, and I read it as well. At no point in time, like Smoke claimed, did Espinosa admit to offering $50 million. When pressed about this $50 million, when pressed about this contract, he said, "Oh, I never said I sent it," which even pulls him further away from the $50 million. But here's what's even better. Let's all just listen to Frank Warren and how he said the money was coming from him.
Takes two to make a deal. If you really want to make a deal, you'll make it happen. All I know is that Anthony Joshua turned down a guarantee of $80 million. That was $50 million for a purse and $30 million guaranteed for a rematch. And that wasn't the purses, that was the guarantee.
It's all well and good saying a guarantee, Frank, but there's no contract and there's nothing to sign.
There was a contract sent. I've seen it. I know exactly what went down. So
how can you see it if you're not the promoter of him? How is that even possible?
because I work with Shelley Finkel, who's the manager of Deontay Wilder. That's
I work with Shelley Finkel.
They're liars. They're fucking liars. Yeah, they're liars. Liars. Frank Warren's a fucking liar. He'll do anything to try and be.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't know. I don't want to step on. Is it my turn? Okay. So Steven Espinoza, the securer of the money, is not the guy that sends the contracts for fights. That would be the promoter or the manager.
Yeah, but we
that
want to
wouldn't be
see some
the
proof.
television company.
Yes, but where was the proof?
I got it. I keep saying it. Everything that Steven Espinoza just said, if what he's saying is a lie, then what Eddie Hearn now has is grounds for libel, because what he accused Eddie Hearn of was breach of contract. Like, what he did was basically say that Eddie Hearn has no integrity and don't do business with this dude, right? But Eddie Hearn instead is like, why didn't you send me a contract? Fully, even though Espinoza already told him the appropriate person sent it. The only thing Espinoza is talking about is how they secured the United States rights for the $50 million. And if you look at it, it goes through 3 different points. But anyway, if you guys wanted to feel like Steven Espinoza is a lie and it was a fake thing, even though Eddie Hearn out of his own mouth said the reason why we turned it down is because we want to fight in the UK, whatever. It's all just game. Like, even though Eddie Hearn said, and I can play, and I can also. Okay, and I can also play clips about Eddie Hearn saying, "Yeah, okay, cool. Let's do it. Let's do it like that then."
South London, and while he picks that up, South London, what's up, my G? What up, Joe?
Yo, I'm good, man. Yeah,
what's happening? You see, we're in the madhouse again.
Yeah, I'm in the madhouse. You know, it just sounds like an emotional argument, man, for me. I've heard all this TBC fanboy arguing. For me, they're the most protected organization when it comes to all their so-called top boxers. Why don't these people ever fight anyone but the people on the roster? And when they do fight people that ain't on the roster, these men are getting beat up.
All their champions get revoked.
These men are somehow skipping out of mandatory after mandatory after mandatory. You got a man that they're screaming, oh yeah, he's had 10 to 12 title fights, and who did he fight in all these fights? Who did he fight? Nobody. But yeah, they want to say that this guy deserves to be in Hall of Fame and all that without fighting all the other top boxers on the roster. You got another guy ducking Errol Spence. I mean, you got another guy ducking Crawford. You got another guy ducking Crawford, and everyone's backing him to duck Crawford. It's a whole shit show over there. You got them putting on whack pay-per-view after whack pay-per-view after whack pay-per-view because these men don't want to fight nobody. They don't want to fight nobody. They're not even getting paid. Man are getting paid in installments. Yeah, their big purses are getting paid in installments. Like it's
their dad's paying them.
They used to have a show called Inside PBC. Yeah, that whole show got locked off after the pandemic. Yeah, the whole business looks like it's just crumbling. Yeah, and I used to hear people arguing. I used to hear people caping for that business. Yeah, and I don't mind what promotional companies out there, right? The more promotional companies, the better. The more boxing people get to see. But the main problem that I had with them is that they weren't putting on the fights. They were ducking other promotional outfits. They were ducking the smoke with other fighters. A lot of their fighters are inactive. Fighters are supposed to fight 2-3 times a year. Certain fighters are fighting once a year. What the hell is going on over there? What the hell is going on over there? So as far as I'm
They're trying to
concerned, all
keep
this
the
talk,
belts in house. They don't want to lose the belts.
Yeah.
all this talk about AJ ducking, White ducking,
Bro, that's all they say, bro.
Crawford on the wrong side of the street.
Yeah,
It's all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, it's bare smoke and mirrors. They don't fight. This is what I'm saying. We know it, and then they want to try and tell us, "Oh, it's for you." Shit, shut the fuck up. Do you know what it is? Like you said, it's mad protected over there, and it's so tribalistic. Like the Black Americans over there, it's just like different from us, bruv. Like it's so, and then they want to look at us and go, "Oh, you're not black." They're the most sort of like, not all, by the way, they're the most jaded set of black people that I've ever fucking come across. And it's spilled into the world of boxing, unfortunately for them. For us, we don't rock like that. So this is just wild to me. Like, you just be up a promotional company's fucking arsehole and sucking their cocks.
You know what my main thing is, yeah? What just on a closing statement. My main thing is, yeah, I'm against anyone that doesn't want to see the fight. So you see when people are like, nah, well, he doesn't have to fight White. He doesn't have to fight AJ. He doesn't have to fight this guy. He doesn't have to fight Crawford. What the hell are you guys talking about? Yeah?
They're not.
You should be pushing these boxers to fight everyone. Leave no stones unturned.
Turned.
We need to see these fights. Anytime a boxer is saying, I don't need to fight this guy, or this guy needs to fight 100 guys before he fights me, tell him, allow that talk, get in the ring, and fight them. End of story.
You know what's funny, though? And not to switch gears back, but I just listened to the whole thing with Frank Warren. At the very end, the only thing that he said Showtime had was they reserved all rights to the U.S. market if it aired here. That's it. They got the broadcasting deal under the fake $50 million that was coming from Frank Warren.
Okay, again, you keep conflating these two things. Whatever, man. Like, if you want to call it fake, like I said, you now you're saying that Frank Warren is the architect behind the Espinoza deal. You think there's only one pool of money, like nobody else can come up with a bid. Only Frank Warren's bid is the only bid that happened, right? That's your world. Fine. All I'm saying to you, if you don't like PBC, great. I don't know why that is supposed to be a black mark on Black Americans. Like, okay, that's
bro. On some of them, I didn't say with all, but it is. Like,
whatever. I think that is a function of. I think that is a function. I think that is a function. I think that is a function. I think that is a function of the YTBC.
You want to still live in like it's fucking slavery times. You want to still live in like, oh, this black person is not as black as this black person.
Awesome. And you want to throw cabbage at a guy. And yes, and you want to stone a guy in the marketplace.
You lost.
Okay, great. Great. We're lost. Again, this is a different thing. Okay.
It's embarrassing.
Okay. If you want to
everybody that brings race into the sport, like everybody can relate to people that looks like them. That's no problem. But all you guys do over there is protect and talk about it's cult like, it's seedy, it's horrible, it's disgusting, and it ruins the sport. And that's why nobody rocks with fucking Deontay Wilder, because of supporters. Don't want to say like yourself, but sometimes like yourself, that fucking suck the ball bags of this fighter and can't see nothing, or of this fucking promotional company. It's embarrassing. Stop doing it. 2022, I don't want to see it. Otherwise, I'm not entertaining nobody that's going to be on my panel. Not to you, Smoke, specifically. But I'm saying, but who the cap fits, people in the chat, whoever's watching this, go and suck a dick and carry on sucking the dick, and just make sure you do not press the link to come on my fucking live in 2022, because I'm bored of it. We've done it. We've been done it, and we ain't doing that. No. Don't say okay. I haven't finished. When I finished, I'll pause, and then I'll say, Smoke, it's your turn. Okay. So in 2022, anybody that's rocking with any promotional company and sucking their ball bags, instead of sucking their girl's pussy, that's what you're supposed to be doing, but you're sucking man's ball bags. Don't come to my fucking channel. Smoke, over to you.
Okay, so I think that there is a massive disconnect between what goes on in the YTBC versus the boxing community, like writ large, that's not even online, versus what's going on in American society. So, like, a lot of what you're saying is I think if it is a little bit more pointed to the YTBC, then it would be probably a lot more accurate
Okay, the
and not quite as
YTBC
insulting,
still
right?
represents some
But that's just what it is, right? To anyone who doesn't like PBC for whatever reason that they don't like PBC, I'm not here to like really, I don't care. Like all this stuff is game for promoters so that we care about stuff, right? Like I can come to you with facts about what Bud said about how nobody's ducking him, how the money will be, the fight will happen when it happens, how there are champions, how there are unifications, how nobody actually fights across the street. It's not just PBC. How like Terrence Crawford has never fought off of Top Rank the entire time he's been there. How Lomachenko doesn't cross. Like,
I'll chew
no,
off your head.
the point is
Don't you go
point is
there because you brought him up, so now you get interjected. Don't you go there and try to
okay.
like
Go
Terrence
go
Crawford
where?
is
The
up.
only place I'm
You've got
going is
Errol Spence
boxing. The
Jr.
way boxing
running
is. The way
fucking
boxing
100
is.
meters
The
sprint,
way
mate.
boxing is
Please,
the way.
please. You're
Is
sounding like
it
you're
cut
riding
off
the
again?
You're sounding like you're riding the PBC.
Okay, I get it, but
I'm doing
well,
it.
let me make my
I don't want
point.
any
Let me
top
make my
riders
point.
here.
Let me make my point, and then at the end of it,
Top
once
riders
I'm
are
all
over
done,
there.
maybe it won't seem like I'm riding the clock as hard as you think
You're
I am, right?
never all
So anyway,
done,
my point,
though.
the
You're
point is
never all
the
done.
point the only point I'm trying to make is you can blame one organization for the state of boxing, but guys are not that active. But like, if you want to talk about the activity of fighters, nobody is that active. If you want to talk about guys crossing the street, nobody really crosses the street that much. You can point fingers whoever the hell you want to point it at, but this is the state of boxing that we're in right now. Either you can hate it, love it, care about it, not care about it. It just is what it is.
So the only thing I have to say is, since it was brought up, I'm very confused right now. You said nobody crosses the street. However, Bud belongs to no street. He's on his own right now. He's signed to nobody. He left Top Rank. So why is it that Errol Spence immediately goes chase Ugas instead of going ahead and doing the Bud fight now that he's no longer with Top Rank?
That's actually
okay. So as far as I remember that Spence. First off, a couple of things. Like we can go all the way back to him saying, I have a whole bunch of business over here. You take care of your business. I'll take care of mine. Meaning there's a queue at that point. Before Terrence Crawford even made the welterweight division, there was already a line formed for 3-belt unification on that side, right? So like as soon as you clean up those 3 damn belts, then then you get some action. If you want to skip the line, 60-40, right? That was the thing. But just to specifically talk about Ugas, fast forward to this past summer, Errol Spence was supposed to be fighting for the WBA championship when Manny Pacquiao had.
Hey, let me say something.
But then he got injured. Like everybody understood that the WBA, that Errol Spence was going to be fighting for the WBA strap next. Period. Dot. Like Bud. What Bud's got going on with his promotional company? I wish him nothing but the best. And none of that stuff. I want to see the fight. I'm not one of these people. I know the brother was talking about how fans don't want to see fights. I already told you I want to see all these fights. I don't care about if there's belts on the line. I still want to see AJ versus Wilder. I still want to see Wilder versus White. I still want to see White versus AJ rematch. I want to see those fights. I'm a fight fan. I follow the politics, but I'm not run by the politics. The politics don't run me. The politics don't run my opinions, right? I can just that's why I try to state facts about what the politics are.
Let me go real quick. Here's my thing, man.
I just want to talk about if I can just land the plane. If I can just make my point about the Ugas fight. If I can just finish my point about the Ugas fight.
Guys, not everybody talking at the same time. All right, Smoke, just land the fucking plane.
Thank you. Yeah. Great. Awesome. Before Bud Crawford ever came to welterweight, ever had a Jeff Horn fight, he was talking about fighting Ugas. Instead of fighting Brook, he was talking about fighting Ugas. This was when Ugas didn't have a belt. For years, the Bud camp has been talking about fighting Ugas. So the fact that because Errol has got the Ugas fight that Bud was trying to get, understand how this is a thing about like ducking people. You have to fight both guys to become undisputed. Period. It doesn't matter which order you do it in. For me, it may matter for you. It doesn't matter for me.
Yeah, I said that.
Hey, can I go ahead real quick?
Is that bold?
Let me go
Yeah. Let me just say this real quick. Now, when Bud, before he moved up to 147, he was calling out Keith Thurman and Earl Spence, mainly Keith Thurman, but he was calling out both of them. Now, I don't like when people always try to make excuses for Earl Spence, because Earl Spence had no problem trying to cross the street to go fight Jeff Horn. None of them guys in the PBC, when they wanted to fight Jeff Horn, they ain't cared nothing about the street. Errol Spence he ain't cared nothing about the street when he won the belt from Kell Brook. All of a sudden, as soon as Terrence Crawford comes in, he gets up there. Errol Spence is on ESPN telling Max Kellerman, hey, all you gotta do is, he get a belt first and we can make that happen. As soon as he get a belt, we already know when they came to each other, and Terrence Crawford was like, well, I got a belt now, so what's up? And then all of a sudden, here go Errol Spence. Sean Porter got a belt too. Now, before that, Sean Porter was trying to criticize, not Sean Porter. Yeah, Errol Spence was trying to criticize Sean Porter because Sean Porter went to fight Ugas, and Errol Spence was like, oh, Sean Porter is trying to use the easy route and go fight Ugas. That's why I'm making this fight with Mikey Garcia. And then Errol Spence turned around and did the exact same thing when Terrence Crawford pressed him and said, well, Sean Porter got a belt too. Like this is all captured everywhere. And then on top of that, soon, after the Porter fight, next thing you know, he's talking about, oh, I want to go on my ranch and take, my cows and chickens. Then it's like, like he got an excuse, and his fans keep moving the goalposts for him. They keep saying, oh, well, he said he want to clean up his side of the street first. Well, first of all, the first thing he said was, when Terrence Crawford get Jeff Horn's belt first, we could make that happen. They don't never want to address this. They want to just keep moving the goalposts when it comes to these two fighters.
Mm-hmm.
So let me add to that, and I'm going to be short.
Thanks, Bold.
Let me be real short. I find it mighty funny that all this talk about across the street, but let's go back to Jeff Horn. The very second Jeff Horn beat Manny Pacquiao, Earl Spence tweeted immediately, I want the winner of the fight next, to Jeff Horn, and then called him food immediately. But then all of a sudden, when Terrence Crawford beat him, he no longer wanted that strap.
Yeah, so Jeff Horn was not with Top Rank. He was not a Top Rank fighter. He was unaffiliated. So it would have been crossing any street. He just would have come over to the PBC and had that fight.
But he wasn't on the PBC street, though.
Exactly. There was no street because Jeff Horn was unaffiliated.
But Jeff Horn wasn't in the PBC street. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
So
there was no street to cross because Jeff Horn was unaffiliated. Terrence Crawford re-signed a multi-fight deal. So that's what. Okay, first off, the street comment didn't happen until after Terrence Crawford signed a multi-fight deal. So
right,
Terrence Crawford,
and I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because I'm going to follow up on that.
Before I'm not good. Let me just finish my point here. The Jeff Horn would not have to cross any, for Errol Spence to fight Jeff Horn. He would not have to cross any street to do that. Jeff Horn would have just gone over to the PBC.
All right, now that you said that, why wasn't Errol Spence talking about streets before he said, whenever Terrence Crawford gets Jeff Horn's belt, then we can make that happen? He never mentioned the street one time when he made that comment. Once Terrence Crawford got that belt, all of a sudden, Terrence Crawford's on the wrong side of the street. See, he didn't mention that when he told Terrence Crawford to go get Jeff Horn belt.
Mm-hmm.
Correct, because again, and he told you in the same interview. I don't understand like why you guys are just like cherry picking certain things. Like he said, here is my list of people that I'm going to fight. Right here it is. This is I've talked to my guy. I have a schedule. I have an itinerary. This is what it is, and I'm about to get a unification with Sean Porter. That's really what he was like. That's what was going on. He's got his business handled. If Bud wants to interrupt the business, the guy who just got to the division, meanwhile, guys have been waiting to fight each other for years. While Bud was out there fighting, Ricky Burns and Julius Ndongo and all those dudes like Lundy. Those guys were trying to unify with each other in that division. Bud gets there, and that's cool that Bud is there. He's like, cool. You want it? 60. You want me to interrupt my business? 60%. That doesn't.
Hey, Lady Shann, I got a question, Lady Shann.
Terrence Crawford says no. Right? So to me, that's not a chasing. That's not a ducking. That is a reasonable thing.
What street was Kell Brook on when Earl Spence went to fight him? Was Kell Brook with Eddie Hearn or?
No, he wasn't with Eddie Hearn because they had some kind of like he decided to go about his own business. And what the mad thing was that when he tried to so he left Dominic Ingle, his trainer. He started to like bits of, you know, like try and make a new camper team, but do it like on the cheap. And then when he realized he didn't have a network for the UK, he tried to go to Eddie Hearn, like when he wanted the UK network to Eddie Hearn to put it on, and Eddie Hearn was like, no, it's just like too late. You can't now come to me now. So no, Eddie Hearn had no parts and nothing to do with that Kell Brook and Bud. And then Eddie Hearn wanted to try, and he's been trying to do the Amir Khan and the Brook. So in the end, Eddie Hearn just washed his hands of that, and now that deal's been made with Sky and Boxer. So that's as far as that goes.
Because my thing is, like I said, Earl Spence he didn't have no problems crossing the street. Matter of fact, this dude crossed a whole pond, crossed a whole ocean to go fight Kell Brook. But he saw about a damn local street in America to fight Terrence Crawford, and he didn't even want to do that. That's the problem.
Because Terrence Crawford was on a multi-fight deal. Terrence Crawford was the only thing he was talking about was the fact that Terrence Crawford and him.
He had no official deal. He had no fucking contract. Stop it. Holy fuck.
Okay.
What he says,
when he made the comment,
there's no
hey, bro, you're screaming and interrupting me. I wasn't even done speaking, man. I got you. I'm trying. Was it cool? Then cool. I'll be done in a second. You don't gotta listen. Turn the volume down. That's not my problem, yo. That doesn't mean that you would get to interrupt. Bro, this is not. Come on, man. Come on, Albuquerque. You ain't got to say cool. Then be tired, but don't interrupt me because you're tired. You don't got to be rude because you're tired. You don't have to be rude about it though. Can I just finish my? Can I? Awesome. Okay.
All right. Stop. Let's go. Stop with all this. Like, let's
let me just finish my point. I'll go on mute, and I will actually address. And I will address what you. Holy Christ, dude! Like for real. Like I'll address what you just said. The content of what you just said. When they made the other side of the street, when he made the other side of the street comment in the Maurice Hooker fight, right? That was already. It was Terrence Crawford had already re-upped with Top Rank before the Jeff Horn fight. Before he actually fought at welterweight, he signed a multi-fight deal. That was literally that whole side of the street was a combination of two things: what Terrence Crawford had going on and what Errol Spence had going on. And Errol Spence said, "Clean up yours, what you've got going on over there. I'll clean up what I have going on over here, and then we will meet." And that's literally what's happened. That's all that's happened. Like what you've seen to date is this dude cleaning up his side of the street. He's about to be 3-belt unified. Now, if he doesn't fight Terrence Crawford after this whole thing, I can understand what you're saying. But just as a boxing fan of both guys, I remember when Bomac came on. 4 years.
He like 4 years past.
I remember when Bomac, bro. I'm gonna land this plane real fast. I remember when Bomac came onto a platform before the Jeff Horn fight. And they said in a couple of years, both guys were supposed to be unified, right? And then they were going to fight for all the marbles. The entire plan for both camps was always that this fight was going to happen for undisputed. It just so happens that Bud wasn't able to get any unifications. That's all. That's the only difference.
Man, this is my rebuttal to the whole thing. When Earl Spence said Al Heyman named certain guys, you know who wasn't on that list? It wasn't Pacquiao and it wasn't Ugas. And as a matter of fact, Ugas was Errol Spence mandatory at the time, and Errol Spence basically chose to fight Ocampo, even though Ugas was ranked higher than Ocampo. He wasn't even, and then they asked him after he fought Ocampo because Ugas was on that undercard. Guess what Errol Spence said? Oh, he's not I want to fight big names. He wanted to fight Jose Cito Lopez before he fought Ugas. He wasn't even trying to fight Ugas back then. So That's the part I don't understand. And on top of that, he said he want to fight big names. So is Terrence Crawford not a big name? Is he not a bigger name than Ugas?
See, here's the problem.
Guys, can you fill out the poll? Do the poll that's in the chat as well.
The whole side of the street argument falls apart. We already know Spence wasn't trying to fight Ugas at any point in time. We already know he said he wasn't a champion. We already know he said he wasn't a big name. But according to Smoke, he always wanted to fight him, even though he said out his mouth he didn't want to fight him. But here's what
I never said that. I never said that. I said Bud wanted to fight him. I said Bud wanted to fight him.
No. Forget it, Smoke.
I said Bud wanted to fight Ugas.
I'm going next.
Don't worry. Jed, I'll make sure you go next. Don't worry.
Here's what we also know. What we also know is this. Yeah, what we also know is this. There is no more side of the street because, once again, like I started with, Bud Crawford signed to nobody. And what did Spence do? He ran to Ugas, the same fighter he said had no name.
Yeah, and paid them off so he could have the Ugas fight, and Stanionis had to step aside. They went through that much trouble to make sure that he didn't have to fight Bud next.
Okay, cool. For a point
of
clarification.
All right. We're gonna go with Jed now, Smoke. Let Jed. Thank
you.
Then you can rebut Jed afterwards, Smoke. No worries. And then South London and Lisa, and I haven't heard from my sister for a minute. Go ahead.
Okay, let me clear Wusa. First of all, let me apologize for yelling. That's not usually me. My pop topped. I'm so sorry about that.
It's fine.
I like keeping calm. I just woof.
Yeah, you don't want to get high blood pressure and all this shit from this show, because it will give us all that, won't it?
But here, look. If there was a side of the street issue, then first of all, Spence wouldn't have even made Crawford an offer for 60-40. That was just standard. That's standard operating procedure. Now here's the smart play that happened that you seem to be walking over. All right, this is the smart play. Ugas beat Manny. Okay, so now what the Spence team wants to do is just get the upper hand on a contract with Crawford, because if he beats Ugas, that means he comes to the table with Crawford with negotiating power. That means he goes to the table with 3 belts. This way he can get more of what he wants off of Crawford, and Crawford would have to humble himself. Right. All right. He made that offer just to make the offer so he could say he made the offer. Can you please stop with the bullshit?
Stop.
Okay? That's it. It's that fucking
Roderick.
simple.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Did
Roderick.
I cut you off?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But,
I was just saying something to Roderick. Sorry.
All right, but no, it's that simple. Why are we listening to this convoluted, over explained smoke version of what is not the truth? All right, stop making what it's not. It's that simple. It's a simple thing. He wanted more bargaining chips to make a bigger fight, because we all know if the Crawford Spence fights happen, that's going to be a super fight. They want big dollars, and they want that fight to be an undisputed fight. Period. And Spence
I'm gonna let my ass off when Ugas wins. It's gonna be the funniest shit that ever happened to boxing.
That would be the biggest gamble he lost.
See, here's a really thing. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lisa. If I didn't want to, you want to say?
Yeah, Lisa's next. Go ahead, Lisa.
I was just gonna say, Roderick. Yeah, you're talking about greatness from EJ, but what about what Bud has done? 2-time 3-division champion. Former undisputed champion.
Undisputed.
Hold up. Okay, I was saying it, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought you forgot where.
2-time lineal champion, former undisputed champion, and 3 divisional champion. So he's no slouch.
Which is why he needed more bargaining chips.
Doesn't go with their narrative.
You get what I'm saying about he needed more leverage on the table to negotiate.
This is my thing. This is my thing with that. If Earl Spence and Ugas do a 50-50, then I don't want to hear no more fucking 60-40 or nothing.
Listen, like whatever those dudes agree to, that's what they agree to. But to me, it's weird to think that one guy's chasing a guy if he's demanding 60%. I'm not like Errol Spence is chasing Crawford. If he's asking for 60%, I'm not going to say
you're cutting up. You're chopping up. Sort out your internet. You're chopping up. You're chopping up. You're chopping up, mate.
I'm just saying that I'm just not saying that these guys are ducking each other. Right, what they are doing is leveraging for position. Hey, Electro, we don't disagree. We don't disagree about Spence and his bargaining power. I already said before you came on that these guys always had a plan that they were going to fight for all the marbles. Right, that's always been the thing. So to me, they're just trying to leverage their spot. If Errol Spence can't beat Ugas, then guess what? As a fight fan, I like stuff like that. I don't need for guys to be arguing the fact that they're the best. I need for them to prove that in the ring. The same way with Bud, right?
Why the convoluted explanation?
Bro,
you know what I find funny?
I don't know what it is you hear or what you don't hear, right? I'm not responsible for what sticks in your filter and what you think is succinct. That's not my thing.
Don't speak on top of each other because we can't hear it.
You know what? Can I ask a question? Okay, everybody say why Bud re-signed to Top Rank at that time, right? Now he's a free agent. Why wasn't people saying that about Charlo? There's nobody at 160 for him. Mic drop. Okay. See, I can go there. See, I can be petty. Because this is a petty community. I can be petty because this is a real petty. And I'm not talking about nobody on this panel. I'm talking about the community as a whole. Like, for everything that you say, I could find something that mirrors it. And it goes on like nothing said.
And not to mention, I'm glad you brought that up, Lisa, because when Canelo was still with Golden Boy, all them dudes on PBC was like, yo, I want to fight Canelo. They ain't had no problems crossing the street then. But all of a sudden, when it comes to the fight that everybody want to see between Crawford and Spence, these Spence extremists come up with the most dumbest excuses ever. I thought Deontay Wilder had some extreme fans. I thought Pacquiao had some extreme fans. But goddamn, Earl Spence, man, they be creating narratives and shit.
Okay. So let me ask you this.
Hang on. Let me just address the super chat from AJ All Day, AK Alex. Thank you for dropping that quarter of a dub on your Gazelle. Massively appreciated. Smoke still going. I see. Lol. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you real fast. It's real simple. If you find,
so what I don't understand is as a Spence fan,
all you do is ramble and talk. Look, every time somebody talks, you talk. It's like you get a turn after every single.
I wasn't done with my point. You interrupted. Both of you interrupted me when I was in the middle of making my point.
Somebody else talks, then you talk. Somebody else
like literally while I was speaking, you interrupted me. You won't stop interrupting me.
20 fucking minutes about
like
nothing.
Literally, you interrupted me to make that point.
He keeps going and never shuts the fuck up.
Yeah, you too. Okay, great. I guess you want to monopolize.
It's been Lisa, HD, Jed, everybody that talk. I've been quiet this whole time, but every time a singular person talks, you have to chime in behind them. Every fucking time. Here, this is real simple. If you want to see these dudes get emotional, find the ones talking about Spence or find the ones talking about Wilder, and it's very easy to see that they're the same fucking people. Just say Dillian White's name or Bud Crawford's name, and they get in their fucking emotions. They get real high up their ass crack. They all go like this.
Okay.
Look at Smoke. That's how they all act. Just say those two names, and they'll come to light every time.
Okay, cool. So now that let's see if you can not interrupt me, right? So as a Bud fan, it sounds like you are, right? What do you make of Bud saying nobody's ducking him? It's the suits. They'll make the fight when the fight makes money. What do you make of Bud saying I wouldn't take the offer even if they tendered to him to fight him next? What do you make of Bud saying I'm not interested in this fight anymore? What do you make of Bud saying, I want 60% of this fight? Does that sound like, okay, the entire world, whether you like it or not, the entire world knew that Errol Spence was trying to fight for the WBA.
I'll answer that question for you.
But let me, I'm almost done. The entire world knew that he was
Man,
only
you've been
supposed
almost
to
done like
be
forever.
fighting for the WBA. I got, geez, give me a sec. Thank you.
My man always always
Lisa,
almost
look
done.
at your phone. I'm just gonna go and pee and all that. Lisa, just take the reins, okay, Lisa? Sis.
Lisa, did you hear that?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, all right, coolio.
Okay,
go,
cool.
Go ahead,
So,
guys, carry on.
right. So everybody has known. Everyone has known since last spring, right? Since spring, that Errol Spence has been fighting for the WBA super champion. So why is it that all of a sudden Bud Crawford is in the ocean looking for a guy when the entire world knows which fight is next? Right? Why is this happening? As a Bud fan, what do you make of it?
Keep talking.
Yes, I'm saying, as a Bud fan,
Hold up.
it was several questions.
Please don't one at a time, please.
Yeah, cool. Like it was several questions. Like I asked you 3 different questions, and I gave a little bit of context for the last one. I just want to actually it's 4 questions. I just want to get your perspective as a Bud fan. What do you make of all that?
All right, so let me answer a question for you. I mean, I'm a fight fan, but let me answer each question for you. You said Bud that he wanted 60%. Well, let's just go by who was talking about percentages first. That was Errol Spence. One thing Bud said, he said if there was ever going to be, he said, I don't want to take no 40%. If anything, I should get the 60%. If we're going to talk percentages, that's exactly what came out of Bud. But that was Errol Spence that was talking about percentages at first.
Bold, your Wi-Fi's bad. We couldn't hardly hear any of that. So you're gonna have to say that again with better Wi-Fi. We didn't hear any of that.
Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, Bo.
No,
You're just breaking up a little bit.
You may have to dip out and come back in because we can't hear you. So if you're gonna do that now so I can go pee and stuff. So I can let you back in. Quickly dip out and come back in.
Okay, I feel much better now.
Yeah.
To translate what my man's right there was saying, because I heard him. What he basically said is like always, these let me not say that. These brothers, what they like to do is they like to take stuff out of context. They like to hold on to a phrase, but not put it into context. What was being said, what he was explaining is in the interview, they were talking to Bud about percentages. And Bud said, if anybody deserves 60%, it's me. I should be getting the 60% because Errol Spence was the one who brought up percentages, and he was responding to what Errol Spence was saying about percentages. That's what he was explaining. Now I'll let him continue to explain everything else when he gets back.
Okay, so he said that in more than one occasion, right? He said that over months. He like literally recently just said it like last week.
Hey, you want me to answer your question?
Yeah, please.
All right. So the first person that was talking about percentages, because I know how you try to put it on, but the only person that been talking about percentages from the beginning was Errol Spence. So that question needs to be retained for Errol Spence. As far as the WBA goes, Ugas basically said Errol Spence signed up to fight him last year, around the end of the last year. And it wasn't even for the WBA super title. He was going to originally fight Errol Spence. And then all of a sudden, it just went to Pacquiao. And then Ugas said, all right, well, I understood. You already signed to fight me, but we're back out of that. I'll let you go fight Pacquiao. And then around that same time, that's when Pacquiao went champion in recess. And Ugas was elevated to the WBA super champion. So he was going to fight Ugas, right? According to Ugas, last year when Ugas signed the contract, before he was even for Manny Pacquiao. So to be honest, it wasn't even about strap season if it was Errol Spence. It was more about duck season when he was ducking Terrence Crawford. I mean, we talk about let the fight marinate. We talk about let the fight marinate for years and years and years. The fight that everybody want to see in boxing. Everybody want to see that fight. And all we get is goalposts moved over there. You would swear that somebody was playing FIFA soccer or some shit the way Errol Spence fans be moving the goddamn goalposts.
I got something for you. I just
He
spoke
got
with
a real duck. Oh wow!
I just spoke with Errol Spence. This is the video of me talking to Errol Spence. He's getting ready for Crawford right now. I mean, if you look there, he's training hard.
Oh wow! Wow!
That's my duck tulip.
Yo, he got boxing gloves on. He got boxing gloves on too.
Yep.
He's beautiful.
Them
Look
hands
at
at
him.
the front. Has he got hands at the front?
He got boxing gloves on. See, Jed, why you do that, Electro Jed? You terrible.
Oh, you put something around his neck that gave him those boxing gloves. I thought he had hands coming out of his chest like little. I was like, what happened to the duck? Oh my god!
He was training. He's training for Crawford. Leave him alone.
This is epic.
Oh my god!
Errol
I done
Spence
seen it all
Jr.
just for tonight.
Errol Spence Jr. getting ready for Bud Crawford. Oh my god, this is electric.
Oh my god, this is
Joe,
epic.
Jed, you are electric. You are electric.
So, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you guys a question? Did you guys say that like AJ? Did you guys say? Did you guys say that either AJ or was ducking Wilder when he fought Joseph Parker, or did you just say it's a unification?
Say that again, Smoke.
When AJ fought Parker, were you guys keep the same energy crowd? Were you out there saying that AJ was ducking Wilder when he fought Parker, or was the energy it's a unification and that's what it is? A unification is a unification.
No, I think it's been Wilder's been ducking AJ from the start.
Right. Okay. So even in the Parker fight,
energy. No, I answered it. We kept the same energy because we've been saying all along. That
okay, great. So you're saying that it was AJ fighting Parker was an example of Wilder ducking. I just want to make sure I've got the right mentality.
From what I remember, Smoke. From what I remember, I do remember Parker and Wilder talking, but I don't know what happened. Why they didn't fight? At least they could have came in with 2 belts apiece. So
yeah, no,
I don't
mean it
know
was
what
no. I'm just saying that AJ had the choice of fighting Parker or Wilder, right? He tended to offer to Parker. Wilder also tended to offer to Parker, but AJ outbid him, right? So that's cool. But even actually, Parker went back to AJ because he wanted to fight that guy and got the offer up, right? So, but the whole point I'm trying to make is at a certain point, boxing fans have to understand that they're probably a little bit full of crap about certain things, right? Like if you can understand that Ugas is a legitimate fighter, it's a legitimate fight, and he's a legitimate champion, there should be a whole lot more deference paid to the fact that we are getting a unification fight against a legitimate guy versus, oh, you're just ducking some other dude. Like at this point, you're not.
Hey, is Crawford a legitimate champion?
I'm not
Crawford a legitimate champion?
Okay, cool. So there's 2 guys, right? Since there's 2 guys that you're supposed to be fighting anyway, what does it matter which order that he fights the guys in? At a certain point,
you know why it matters. You know why? Let me answer that question for you. You know why it matters. Let me answer the question. But let me finish my point
before you jump in. I wasn't done making the other point before, bro. I'm not done with my point.
Let me answer the question for you.
I got it. I understand why you feel like you should interrupt me. I'm telling you, I'm not done yet. But I'm still not done. Regardless of why you think you should be answering, I'm still not done. Can I please just finish?
Yes, one at a time, guys.
At a certain point, like, can we recognize that we're making enemies of good fights because they're not exactly the fight we want when we want to see them? Go ahead.
No, I don't.
All right, go ahead.
Who was that going? No, I'm just gonna say I get what you're saying, and that's a great point. Smoke. Usually it's the biggest fight. They wait for the last, the bigger money one. But like you made a great point, and I get what you're saying. Like there's nothing wrong with Earl fighting Ugas, but the fight we want to see is Bud. Just like the fight, of course, people would have took the Wilder fight over the Parker.
because that was the fight that everybody was clamoring for. I get it, but I don't want to make enemies out of good fights. It's just that the fans, we just want what we want.
My thing is this. I answer your question. The reason why I believe it's not a bad fight for Ugas. I don't blame Ugas. I blame Earl because when Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence met up, Ugas wasn't even a champion. Ugas didn't even become a champion to this year. So why we keep putting people in front of him? Because after the Earl Spence and Ugas fight, let's just say if Earl Spence does win, guess who's on that co-main event? The mandatory challenger. Now we got to wait a whole nother year before we get an undisputed bout.
Mm-hmm. See, Smoke, I don't want. Well, this hasn't been as long as Amir Khan and what's his name? What's the guy's name? Kell Brooks. But I don't want to see a poster or a digital poster of them with gray hair, two middle-aged men fighting.
Well, Lisa, you're on to it. That's all they've been trying to do. That's all they've been trying to do, Lisa. Earl Spence has been trying to age out Bud Crawford because he's older. That's all it is. They just wait for him to get old overnight. And unfortunately for them, Bud just looks better every time he fights. He's getting better. So their plan is backfiring, and they're going to keep doing what they can do until Bud gets old. And the fight's not going to happen until he's way past his prime. That's all they're doing is stalling and delaying.
Listen.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to say all they're trying. They're not trying. Look, as opinionated as I can be. I'm gonna say that's not exact. That's not it. I think they just want to make as much money off of that fight as possible. So if you get an undisputed fight out of a Bud Crawford and an Earl Spence Jr., that's going to be a lot of money. It's going to be a lot of money than Ugas.
But I'm saying both.
I don't think the fight happening.
Jed, both is true. They are trying to age Bud out because Bud is 3 years older. And then I agree that they can make the money because of the name, but at the end of the day, it's like this fight is overdue. We could have had a trilogy by now. We talking about.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm just saying we could have had a trilogy. Let's just say if they split the first two, we could have already had a trilogy, and then we could have worried about Ugas or somebody. But what Earl Spence is doing, that's a sucker move. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
The opportunity fell in his hand.
Right? Listen to this real fast. Listen to this perspective. Here's the thing about it. Here's the problem with what you're saying, okay? Undisputed between Earl Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford does not do any more tickets than Earl Spence versus Terrence Crawford right now. It doesn't add a bonus to it because people have been wanting to see the fight for so long. It doesn't matter if it was for all the belts or no belts. If Earl Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford vacated all their belts today, the fight would still be just as big. Period.
I think the pay-per-view would say different.
I don't think it would at all.
I think
marketing.
Okay,
but you're saying that Bud Crawford, who still hasn't had a successful pay-per-view, and Errol Spence, who at that point never had a pay-per-view, at some point on rival networks, that neither network was willing to give up their star, and the fight wasn't big enough for them to do a cross promotion. Like, how was this trilogy supposed to be happening if they couldn't even? Both guys said the first fight wasn't even worth it. Terrence Bud Crawford, out of his own mouth, said the suits don't find this fight viable.
I do believe that question was pointed in my direction. Can I reply to it? Thank you. All right, now, I do believe that the pay-per-view numbers will prove different. This is just my opinion. I'm not basing this on facts or anything, but on the popularity of this fight that people want. I think people would more than happily give up that $80 to see these two fight, especially for an undisputed title. That being said, it will end up being a trilogy. Now, think about this. If he beats Ugas, this fight could happen within 12 months.
No, he has a mandatory. It can't happen next.
Yeah, he has a mandatory.
Wait, listen, Jeb, listen to this. Listen to this.
Hold up, one at a time, please.
If he fights Ugas and wins, he has a mandatory.
Yeah, he got a mandatory. He got a mandatory.
Coming
No,
up.
no. Spence has a mandatory. That's why Stanionis took step aside money. And the co-main event is between Stanionis and Butayev, which was pretty much like 1 and 2. And they're going to be the mandatory for the WBA after that fight.
So, Jeb, check this out. Jeb. Just listen to me real quick. I'm going to respond directly to what you said. You said the pay-per-views would show otherwise if Undisputed was on the line. Well, check this out. I'm going to use Smoke's own fighter against him. Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury 2. Was that for Undisputed?
No.
No, it wasn't. But yet, it now holds the biggest gate in Vegas ever. Why? Because of the names. See, names can transcend Undisputed. Just like when Usyk fought AJ, it was huge. Usyk didn't have any belts at the heavyweight division. It was still a huge fight because of the names. When your name becomes big, it can trump Undisputed, and that's the fact of the matter. When Errol Spence and Bud Crawford fight, it will be a huge fight because of their names, not because of the belts that are on the line.
Right, and because and you can look at Floyd and Pacquiao. That wasn't even for Undisputed, and that shit was the biggest fucking pay-per-view.
And I'm just saying, imagine that with Undisputed. Then you would also get a trilogy out of it. Because neither one of these guys is gonna take that loss without getting a rematch. I'm telling you.
I don't see a trilogy at this age for them. I just don't see it.
It'll happen. You can get the 2 or 3 fights in a year if these guys fucking want it. And these paydays, they're gonna want in the twilight of their careers. They're gonna want these paydays as closing their careers. They're gonna want them.
Hey Jed, you got a lot of confidence in this trilogy, man. I'm telling you, this fight is like years past due.
Hey, this fight should have happened 4 years, 3 at the very minimum 3 years ago.
You got to understand, Errol's coming off of a car accident. You know, it was truly a blessing. He's a miracle. Then he's coming off of a detached retina. A fight like that, a trilogy. I'm not saying that. I just don't see it.
Fuck around, he might be detached from his belt come when he fights Ugas.
What Lisa just said also is like why I don't think they're aging him out. Like Terrence Crawford, like it's actually Errol Spence that has the more shop worn fighter, not Bud Crawford.
Oh boy, we're not.
Yeah, because of injuries. Due to injuries.
Yeah, exactly. Like Bud Crawford's not pulling out a fight because of injury.
Errol Spence don't want to fight Terrence Crawford. Period. That's just the fact. Even if he ain't had the car accident, he was still gonna do the exact same shit. He don't want to fight Terrence Crawford.
Neither one of these guys actually care about fighting the other, which is why both dudes are talking about 60%. Because you don't like. Earl Spence talk about 60, hold on a second.
One at a time, guys, please.
When Devin Haney just won, right? When Kambosos won, what Devin Haney said? He said, "You can take the lion's share, and I'll fight you on Mars." Because that's the sounds you make when you're actually chasing somebody. If neither guy is chasing each other, why can't we just acknowledge the fact that both guys are gaming the boxing public so that they can leverage as much money out of this fight as possible because they don't actually dislike each other. It's not like they have animosity. They don't care about they just happen to be in each other's way. That's all that's happening.
I mean, my question is this: before Bud got to 147, did he ever run into issues fighting other champions?
Nope.
Exactly. Nope. There's the answer.
And why do you think that is? Maybe it's because 147 is a glamour division. Okay, I got you. But look at the guy. The reason why he's not having trouble making fights because look at those guys he was fighting. Of course, he doesn't have trouble making fights with those champions because those champions would be licking their chops to fight a guy like Terrence Crawford. Meanwhile, if you go to 147, those dudes already had bigger fights before Bud even got there. Like all of
Really?
them.
So,
Danny
so,
Garcia
so
was a
explain to
like he
me.
fought.
Hey,
Danny,
explain to me
Danny
why
Garcia.
Keith
Okay,
Thurman and Errol
let me
Spence can't fight.
you tell me what champion. You tell me what champion at 140 had a bigger fight than Danny Garcia, even at 140. Like Danny Garcia versus
Hold
Amir
up.
Khan was a bigger fight than everybody that Bud fought at 140.
Come on, man. Danny Garcia is a fraud, man. Only reason why that
now
fight
he's a fraud.
no,
Listen,
I'm
I
just
can't
saying.
go
Only
through
reason why.
every single one of your opinions. Like,
hold on. Only reason why that fight was probably considered anything big is because Amir Khan has a fan base. Ain't nobody expect Danny Garcia to, you know what I'm saying, to do his thing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody came to see Amir Khan. That's what it was.
I mean, that might be what it was for you, but that wasn't what it was for me. Like I saw Danny Garcia come up on the undercard, like whatever. But that's a different story for another day. All I'm saying to you is there was already a logjam because the welterweight division was popping for years, and that's where it started with Floyd, where he had all his shine on the welterweight division, and then there was a whole new crop of guys coming in. Porter was on that list. Kell Brook was on that list. It was a whole bunch of dudes vying for that spot. Danny Garcia was a champion, and then he was in line to fight for that belt. They both were trying to get that Keith Thurman fight, both Porter and like as a matter of fact, everybody was trying to get the Keith Thurman fight, including Bud. It was Keith Thurman that actually held the division up, but for years, literally, these dudes were waiting to fight each other. Like,
okay,
so
let me ask you this.
For me,
So
I can only say it so many times.
Hold on.
I'm trying to help you. Let you hold on. Let me finish my point. Why are you always stepping on my last line?
Nah, man,
You hold
One
on.
at a
Why
time,
you
guys.
interrupting me to tell me to hold on?
One at a time.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Can you please let me finish? Can you please let me finish my point?
But you
and I
talk
go on
too
and I go
much,
on mute.
man. Like you
I
talk
got
too
it.
much.
I'm sorry that I talk too much for your taste, but I'm not here to
No,
talk for
you
your
talk
taste.
too much
So
for
let me finish my
man.
point. I got it. So good, great. Let me finish my point. Like everybody gets to finish their point. Let me finish mine. Cool. Like what I'm here for. If you guys want to be aggravated about boxing marketing, all I'm here for you is when you're looking at a guy ask for 60%, that is a guy that's not chasing anybody.
Oh my God, this dude's a fan of you, man. Listen, man. You said Keith Thurman held up the division, but when it comes to Errol Spence, he ain't holding up shit, right? See, that's the hypocrisy I'm hearing from you, man.
Hey, you Bo, you're breaking up a little bit. Just a little bit. Just keep talking.
I like
Errol Spence here. I'm actually got Errol Spence live.
Live over there. House has got Earl Spence on the line. That's funny, but Bo, you know what I love about Smoke? Smoke is the only person I know that'll say, let me ask you a question, ask the question, then go on for 20 minutes to answer the question he was supposed to be asking you.
Hell yeah, like he don't never let nobody talk, but then he always say somebody ain't never letting him talk. He got to make his point. His point take about 20 minutes to make it.
Man, Smoke one of the best debaters on here, man. I done seen him go.
Yeah, I know. I know they need to salve their little bruised egos because their points are garbage. Like everything you said is pure nonsense. But keep coming after me. You guys can keep talking about me. I'm not talking about you, but you can keep talking about me.
Going for 20 minutes rambling about nothing is not winning a debate. That's just eating up time. And
yeah, correct. Stating facts, right?
Now you jump over me. And the fact of the matter is, you think you're winning when the entire chat has been making fun of you the whole time.
Okay. Right, because that's what it's about, right? What the entire chat's doing. Anyway, whatever, dude. If you feel like you're doing good, if you feel like you're winning debates, knock yourself out. All I'm saying to you is literally facts, right? I'm not even giving you my opinion on stuff. You even asked me my opinion on it. The opinion that I have is that both dudes are gaming. The fact of the matter is, when a guy is chasing another guy, he is willing to take this shit into the stick. just like Floyd Mayweather did when he was chasing Oscar De La Hoya, just like Jack Johnson did when he was chasing all around, just like Muhammad Ali did. Like the art of the chase has not changed in 100 years. So for some reason, the Bud Spence thing, now you can chase a guy and demand a lion's share of the profit.
All right.
All of a sudden, I guess it's a 21st century.
Now that you're done making your point, here's mine.
Let me say this real fast, and you can have it all day because I'm gonna be quick. He's been providing us facts, but we have disproven all of his facts. Like Espinoza said, he secured the $50 million, even though Espinoza tweeted that he did not do it. He did not sign the contract, even though Frank Warren said out of his mouth, which I played, that the $50 million was coming from him. But these are facts that we're being provided with. Now, go ahead, Bo. My bad.
Now, my thing is, he's sitting up here trying to make comparisons.
Okay, go ahead.
He's trying to make comparisons with De La Hoya and all that other stuff. Errol Spence is not De La Hoya. So that De La Hoya is out the door. The fact of the matter is that when Floyd fought De La Hoya, Floyd made a lot of money when De La Hoya was the A side. So you cannot make that comparison with Errol Spence and De La Hoya. That's a horrible comparison. So to say that,
I made like 4 comparisons. I said Haney versus Gamboa. I made 4 comparisons.
Haney versus Gamboa. Come on, dog. What kind of? What are you talking about? Haney versus Gamboa.
I'm talking about what it looks like when a guy is chasing somebody. And furthermore, just for the last time, I know that you like to conflate things, Tony. One guy saying that he can secure the money. The one guy saying he secured the money is not the guy who's going to send you the contract for the fight. Again, like Espinoza tried, just like you tried to keep deflect, just like you keep trying to deflect. Eddie Hearn was trying to deflect, and Stephen Espinoza kept bringing. Great. I just wanted to reply to what Tony said, and then I'll go back on mute.
No, I'm just saying, just let somebody talk for a second, because when somebody
talks, I am somebody, right? I am somebody, and I'm talking. So again, just to rebut what Tony was saying, just like Eddie Hearn was trying to deflect.
I'm just saying, Smoke. You don't like Smoke, bro. Hey, Smoke. You don't like when somebody talk over you, right? If you don't like when somebody talk over you, let somebody
That's why I'm about to finish my point. Go on mute. That's why I'm about to finish my point.
When nobody else finished their point.
Time, please.
Okay. Like again, so the Eddie Hearn deflection to contracts has absolutely nothing to do with Espinoza saying he secured the bag.
We already finished this one. Can we continue?
Which he never said, nor did you prove that he said. All we had was the contrary to that, and he never said
it. Okay, we don't have the contrary to that. He did say it, and whatever. You can just live in your delusion if you want. How about that?
Yes, because my delusion is the proof that was showed and read. And all the proof, he admitted to securing the $50 million. No, he didn't, not once. But, Bold, I'm not going to be rude. Go ahead, Bold.
Man, I forgot what I was going to say, man. Smoke,
yeah, we done with that.
Going on and on. Hey, Smoke.
Stop trying to get duck sauce with my duck. We're not putting duck sauce on my duck, God damn it. John McSmith is trying to cook my duck. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. My bad. Sorry.
No, I was asking, how old is your duck? How long have you had it?
Oh, this duck, we've had it since it was a duckling. It came out of the egg. We've had it for 2 years, going on 3.
That's what's up.
Yeah, so McSmith, we're not deep frying it. We're not making the duck confit. No duck sauce. Forget about it.
Yeah, people don't realize ducks are kind of like dogs. Like they
could be pets. I never knew.
We got this. This video is when we were in our apartment a few months ago, and now we're in a house. So the duck actually runs around in the yard, doesn't fly away, just runs around in the yard, and it quacks at people that gets too close to the fence.
Sure.
So she's like your dog.
Yeah, she's like a dog, and none of my dogs. I got a pit bull, Chihuahua, and we got a cat. They don't fuck with the duck at all.
Oh wow! So she running stuff.
Yeah, she's the She rules the roost.
Wow.
She's a tough
That is
little
too
girl.
hilarious. Yeah, but she's pretty.
Yeah, my wife
yeah.
loves her.
Oh, Jeb,
Yeah.
you do movie reviews? The Matrix is trash. I'm
Yeah,
mad
I
that they
just
took my
saw
money.
it this morning. I'm going to give my review on it this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know how you felt, and you don't have to give away your review, but I just felt like it had good concepts, but the entire movie was just rushed.
I am not going to disagree with you at all.
Gotcha. I didn't even know they had a new one out.
Yeah,
That goes to show
it's got some good points to it. It does, it really does. But you'll get my full movie review because it's gonna be packed full of spoilers. Trust me, because I got a lot of questions.
Right. Right. So when is this? So question: do they have a date for the Earl Spence versus
Ugas? Let me look. I don't
Yeah,
know if
Ugas.
I don't know if they do. Let me check it out.
Oh, okay.
There's no date, Lisa, but they're talking about summer of next year.
Oh, that late. Okay, so they got to make sure. Yeah.
Oh, man, I'll be.
We got a while for that. Yeah. And don't doesn't he have to fight? Okay, let me ask a question. The guy that lost, was it last weekend? What's his name? That was his mandatory. Cadre, I forgot his name. The IBF mandatory. The guy that beat him, so that he will step into the mandatory position for Earl, right?
The guy that beat him.
Nah, I think it's gonna be
Scoliosis.
I think the mandatory is gonna be no. Nah, he ain't
August
losing.
21st.
Nah,
August 21st.
IBF mandatory is gonna be Jerron Ennis now.
Oh yeah, Boots.
I got August 21st for the
No. Boots has to fight somebody to get it. I forget who he's fighting.
No, he's a Mando, I think.
No, he's got to fight somebody to become the mandatory.
So he might have to fight that guy that beat Abdul Kakarov.
Yeah.
That's the guy's name that got beat.
Is that the guy's name? Abdul.
I can't.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
I just thought Boots was the Mando. I didn't know he had to do an eliminator, like kind of like a. Okay, so.
Yeah, AJ said the dude's name. I don't remember who he's supposed to fight, but
Abdul Kakarov.
That's it. What Lisa's saying, Abdul Kakarov.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, the what the IBF and Smoke will tell you this: the IBF has the champion, which is Earl Spence.
Mm-hmm.
Then they don't have a number 2. Then they usually have a number 3. I don't know why they do it like that.
Load of bullshit.
Yeah, it's weird. Like if you look, even the I walk the earth like a god, Charles Martin. So it's like 1 versus 3 kind of thing. Like they just leave spots blank.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, I just pulled something up of Google and it says that on May 21st, former 8 division world champion Manny Pacquiao. No. Wrong one. Okay. Earl Spence Jr. on August 21st in Las Vegas on Fox pay-per-view. Let me look this up real quick. I want to make sure. No. Okay, yeah, no date was. I thought I saw a date. I was going to get all excited, but I don't see any date yet. And if they can't be making it for 2023. That's fucking bullshit.
Dude,
No, they said 2022.
Oh, don't scare me now. AJ, I mean, South Londoner. What do you think about the Bud and Spence situ?
I don't even think he's in there.
He might be asleep.
All right, y'all. Let me go take a shower. Y'all hold it down.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, man.
All right.
All right, Tony.
AJ, are you? I mean, I keep calling him AJ. South London, are you there? He may have fallen a kip. I wanted to see his point of view on it. The situation.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking at that real intently. I need to make
Someone
sure.
wants to eat your duck. Yeah.
Yeah, Smith wants to eat my goddamn duck.
He said, "I'm gonna cook that bitch." Is that really your?
Man.
That's your pet duck.
You didn't see? I just had the duck live on cam just a few minutes ago. I thought you saw that.
No, because I went and had a break. I had to use the bathroom.
I just put her away back in her cage. I brought her out, put her on cam and everything.
Oh, I didn't know it was. Yeah, that's your. How many do you got? Just her.
I just got her. I didn't want 2 ducks. They say you should pair them up, but one is irritating enough. Trust me.
Tell me how it is. What's the routine how to care for a duck? Because I love animals. So
this one quacks every time her food or her water is empty, and she quacks louder than a rooster roosts. No lie.
Really? How old is she?
She's 2.5, almost 3 years old.
And what's their life expectancy?
I think it's like 6 or 7 years.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not long enough. Damn. That's the thing is why my cat just died like maybe about 2 months ago now. I got her cremated. She's over at my mum's. She's in an urn and all of that. And I cried. So I'm still gutted. I still haven't digested it because she died unexpectedly. Like 20 minutes before she died, she was fine. She just took a nap and then just died.
Yeah, it could happen like that.
Awful. So unexpected, awful. It's gutting. So for me, when I think of animals, if I get a pet, I want them to last long.
Wow, something happened to your mic. Your sound just went way down.
Sorry, because I'm not. Am I in the mic now? Sound better?
Oh yeah, you sound much better. You sound
better.
You sound better.
Because I moved out. I sound better now. Yeah. I want animals to last long. Like I've had hamsters. They only last like 2-3 years. They give up. The only things that last mad long, I tell you, parrots last they can live 100 years.
Yeah, no, parrots. Me and my family, we had 2 parrots. One called Pee Wee and the other one JJ. Mm-hmm. They live for a long time. In fact, I do believe they're still alive. We passed them off to some family members.
Yeah, they live long. They outdo the owners. They outlive the owners. They live mad long. So the duck. So okay, what else? So what does she eat?
Oh, we feed her egg pellets, right? It's pellets that make her produce eggs because we eat her eggs. Her eggs are delicious.
Really?
They taste much better than regular chicken eggs.
Yeah,
much creamier,
and they're bigger.
Yeah.
So you've got to feed her something that helps her to produce the eggs.
Yeah. It makes the eggs nice and fat and they're just good.
No, so if she's not fed those pellets, she can't produce an egg.
No, she'll produce an egg. She produces right now about 5 eggs a week. If we gave her the regular food, she might produce 3 or 4 eggs a week, maybe.
So let me ask this question. So ducks don't need to have sex to produce a baby?
No, eggs are the equivalent of a woman being on her period.
So how does the baby come out of those? What makes it stay an egg that you can eat, and what makes it grow to a baby?
You need the male duck around to help incubate the egg and fertilize it.
How? By having sex with the female?
Yeah, little duck dick going into that duck vagina, that type of thing.
Yeah, and then it will shoot out an egg.
Yeah.
And that egg will have a baby.
Yeah.
Will be a baby in it once they... So if that doesn't happen, they still produce eggs, but they're not... Because I'm not going to lie. I remember one time it really put me off eggs. I remember I was younger and, you open the egg and then you could see that it was a baby. Like you go to put it in the pan and it was. I've had eggs that it's all blood. Where it's just all red.
That's because the rooster. That's because the rooster got hooked up with the chicken, and that happens. That's how come I didn't want to get a male duck in there with her because I didn't want no accidents happening.
Yeah.
Well, my wife is an animal freak. She wouldn't mind if there was like 20 ducks around here. She'd be happy. You know?
Yeah. She'd have a whole, and they follow you around. I've seen people.
Yeah, I got video of them following her around like she's their mom.
Yeah.
This duck right here follows my wife around like that's her mother.
And where does he sleep?
She sleeps in the house.
Yeah.
In the kitchen, in a cage, and then during the day we put her out in the yard.
Does she mind sleeping in the cage? No.
No, not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all.
Really?
As long as she has food and water, she's happy.
Really?
Yeah.
That's really any mods.
You know what's irritating about that?
Don't worry if there's no mods available. I got it. I'm watching it, TJ. I'm watching it, King.
I'll tell you right now, at 3 o'clock in the morning, if there's no food and water, that's irritating because she'll wake you up.
Will she? So she wants to eat the whole way through. You got to have her pellets there the whole way through.
Yeah.
Really? What is it like? But it's loud, isn't it? Yeah, they do.
Oh, it's loud. It's fucking loud. It's air. Oh God. She makes
What's
me
her
want to
name?
cook her. Her name is Tulip, like from Tulip from the show Preacher.
I don't know it.
Yeah, that's who we named her after Tulip. Yeah.
Yeah, I know the show.
Tulip. With the British accent, we pronounce it tulip. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's
pretty funny show.
Yeah,
it ended weird. It got real weird, but it was a good show. Kind of, entertaining.
Would you have you got pet smoke?
Yes, it's more like my children have pets. Like my daughter still has like a rabbit. My middle kid has a dog. There's a cat that comes around. There's a bird. Yeah.
But do you like them? Are you an animal person, or you don't really care?
I like the dog. Like I like, it's kind of like taking them it's like a zoo because they all come for walks. Like even the cat comes for a walk, and the bird and everything. So I don't know. It's kind of a fun family thing. But if I didn't have kids, I probably wouldn't have pets, right?
Oh, okay. So yeah, that is. I love animals. Love. Thanks, TJ. You were right. Thanks for moderating, babe. Thank you so much. You and this echo smoke, you are the worst in life with your echo. So did you guys get through the whole Errol Spence shit? So
no, it was over. It was over. You just no.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I didn't know where you left it.
I'm just kidding, sweetheart.
I didn't know what happened. If you came to the conclusion that, in my opinion, he ducked. But yeah, like we all wanted this fight next should have been. I think I heard Lisa saying like basically you don't want another Kell Brook and Amir Khan situation, do we? Like just fight the dude now. Like what is it? Why do you have to fight? Why do you have to fight Bud last? You're trying to age him out. But it doesn't matter because he's only getting better. He's only getting better. Bud's an anomaly. So if you think at 35 he's going to be all of a sudden on a decline, and 36, then you got another thing coming. You're going to have to age him out until about 38, mate, if you're going to see some kind of decline. And if that's the case, I wouldn't even entertain the fight. If Bud senses that that's their tactics, fuck Errol Spence and just keep going and do your own thing. That's my opinion. I
think that's what Bud's gonna do. He's just gonna keep doing his thing.
Yeah.
He's gonna talk all the shit he wants to talk, and he's got the time to back it up. The only one that's gonna look bad is Spence if he don't fight.
He is. He's already looking bad. He's looking bad already. But he's going to look the worst. And he's going to go down as the guy that ducked Brad Crawford. I don't care. I'm never going to give him any ratings. I'm never going to give him any respect. If he doesn't fight Bud, I don't care about who he fought, what his resume was. He's a duck, and it's pitiful. And I know he's bursting out the seams to do. He can't make 47 for much long. He wants to go to 54. And up at 54, all PBC up to 54. for a lot as well.
But
so
you gotta understand.
To be honest, I think that's the real reason why that fight fell through with Pacquiao. I don't even know if it had to do with the detached retina. I think it had more with him looking sickly, trying to make weight.
Remember how sick he looked?
Because he be blown up in between fights.
Yeah, he looked like a 10-year-old boy when he was sitting on that side of the ring doing his training. I was like, is that Errol Spence? He had a lollipop head. He had body. He looked like he was like a 10-year-old body, like a 10-year-old boy's body. I was like, ugh, that's horrible. Do you think that's what it is, Bold? Then that he couldn't make weight?
I think so, because he blows up too much between fights, and he be looking like he's struggling just to make weight alone. I think that's what really happened, to be totally honest with you.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
why
then
these
how can you
fighters
say
have
that? How can you say that? And then he's going to fight Ugas and make weight.
Well, he had a lot of time to, recover as well, but he still got to make the weight. Now, what if he doesn't make the weight when he fight Ugas?
He will, I'm sure. Well,
and listen, if he doesn't make the weight, and since it's been a long time since his last fight, is he eligible to get that belt stripped?
He should get the IBF belt stripped anyway, since he didn't defend the mandatory in 2 years?
Yeah, he's supposed to do it in 12 months, like Amando with the IBF. So,
it's because his Mando lost. That's why.
No, he had a man. No, the thing is, when was the last mandatory? Ocampo?
Yeah, I'm saying the last IBF guy lost. There's like a couple of months, like 6 months, like I don't know. This year, the Mando for the IBF lost.
Bro,
yeah, but what I'm saying is that you gotta still defend a Mando.
You still got to do a Mando.
Right, but you have to understand that 2020 boxing stopped.
Yeah,
right. Like he had his Mando, he had a unification. Boxing stopped. He was supposed to have another unification. The Mando lost.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna blame. I'm not gonna blame 2020.
Boxing stopped for everybody except for Canelo.
I'm not gonna blame 2020 for one, because it didn't stop Manny Pacquiao for getting stripped. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna blame the 2020 thing.
Yeah, what's up?
Right, it's because
Pacquiao gets stripped, and then I don't get it. That
right. So I think the issue was a WBA thing. Like and we can go through the mandatory thing. And this is why I don't put a whole lot of stock in belts. I put some kind of value. I mean, in stakes of it, but the politics of it are so that they don't make any sense. They did not strip Keith Thurman for years, but they stripped Manny Pacquiao. I mean, granted, Manny Pacquiao was also inactive, but he made a fight.
That they should strip Pacquiao. I was like, I'll just strip.
What about Gary? What's his name?
Oh,
Gary?
I'm sorry.
But that's WBC, and he fights once a year. He defends the title. Like people just don't like how inactive he is. But I think he's active enough for the WBC.
When's the last time Gary fought?
Like almost 2 years.
Gary Russell Jr.
I think it was Tug, right?
They're saying he's fighting Tank next year.
By the time he fight, it'll be over 2 years.
Bro, it's just
that ain't right.
Did you hear that he's fighting Tank?
Gary Russell got. Gary Russell has brittle hands, though. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, well then retire. Then retire. Then
I mean, at a certain point, I think he's trying to do the Floyd thing without the Floyd money, right? He's just like you fight once a year because your hands can't handle the load.
Well, retire. You're not Floyd.
I don't know. I remember Ray Leonard fighting with Lyme disease on his hands, and he still did it. He needed to get that.
Yeah, but Ray Leonard ain't have no fragile hands. Come on, bro. That ain't the same. Like he had an illness, but
you know how painful.
I'm not saying that. Listen, I'm just saying that the guy has fragile hands, and we've seen what happens with guys with fragile hands. They're not as active as other fighters. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that other guys haven't fought through pain or anything like that. I'm just saying that this is a thing. It's not just Gary Russell Jr. who has suffered from this.
Oh, well, he needs to either just sort it out or get out because we ain't got time. We ain't got time for people holding up the sport divisions and stuff.
Yeah, it's like they're holding these belts hostage.
Yeah, holding up belts hostage. I don't care what you've got. Either fight with what you've got or get out. and let the sport go on. Yeah. Floyd fought through brittle hands for years. He still fought through brittle hands. He still defended titles, and then when it got a bit
Yeah,
too much left, you know, just get out then, Gary Russell Jr.
Well,
then.
yeah, well, Floyd was also on that like one fight a year kind of thing, right? That's what I say. That's why I referenced Floyd, because he was on that same kind of inactive, not defending a belt. But he would drop belts though. Like Floyd got to a place where he didn't need the belt, and everybody wanted to fight him, so he could pick. He had his pick of champions, right? Gary Russell Jr. is not like that.
He's not like that, so you just need to, it's so annoying boxing right now. It's quite.
Look, Queen Chan got me fucking brushing my beard, trying to look better. Ain't
I
nothing
know,
fixing this shit, but you know.
it's everything. Wigs, beards, whatever. Yeah, do you know what I mean? We're just like whatever the weather. We've had like a good. Hang on, Tony was here and he left saying what did he, he said he was going to take a shower. Yeah, you have to shout out for Tony. Coming with the receipts, Smoke. He had the receipts on you, didn't he?
No, he did not. What he has is poor reading comprehension. Like, good Lord. Like a guy can say, hey, this guy secures $50 million. Oh, how come he didn't send the contract? Because he's not the promoter or the manager. He didn't send contracts. All he did was secure the money. Like, anyway, whatever. If you think Steven Espinoza is in the position to tell those kinds of lies over social media against Eddie Hearn in that manner, then okay. I guess you think that Steven Espinoza does not care about his freedom or his pockets or his job.
So what would be the reason that Eddie Hearn would just deny this? Just go like, no, you didn't send a contract when there was one sitting on his desk the whole time. Like, let's look at it from that side.
Because it was two separate conversations that they were having, right? What Steven Espinoza was talking about was the validity of the deal. What Eddie Hearn deflected to was the actual. What Eddie Hearn deflected to was the contract being the entire contract of the fight, which is not even Steven Espinoza's job.
Hold up, wait.
It is not Steven Espinoza's job to send out a fighter contract.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me get this in. Like I can literally, I love you, Smoke. I love you, Smoke. I love you guys. I can literally.
Yeah, you don't love me enough to let me finish my point, though.
All right. I'm just saying.
When he left, he was talking, and he came back hours later, and you still talking.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, it's like he's the only type of dude I can leave for like 3 or 4
okay,
hours.
there's a lot of people that talk in between that. I just got off mute, man. Like whatever. It's all good. It's all good.
I'm playing with you, bro. Relax. I'm playing. I'm just playing, bro.
It's cool. Yeah, well, I appreciate
Go ahead, man.
That's what we're here to do. We're here to speak. So I don't really care, to be honest, as long as we do it respectfully. Go ahead, AJ.
No, I was just saying. That's all I was going to say. Chan, you read my mind. That's all. I just disappeared. I just dipped out right quick. Dipped back in. Smoke is still going, but it's cool. I'm playing with you.
I got it, bro. Like, can you guys come with better arguments instead of just picking at me? Like, listen. It's nothing personal, but I don't know who you guys are, so I actually cannot come at you personally. Like, I know Tony because we've been on a whole bunch of panels, but I don't care to come at Tony.
Smoke.
I just don't care. Let me just finish. Let me just hold up. I held on already, so now I'm going to finish my point. So here's the thing. Like a man, I definitely respect what LadyChann has to say, and I go, hey, all right, Queen, go ahead, Queen, cook. All of that stuff.
We know each other.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm talking about. I thought you saying, "Oh, I don't know you." So
I'm saying like all these people who keep saying, "Hey, Smoke does this and Smoke does that." I wish that I could actually know who you are so I can say what you do. But like, quite honestly, I don't care. I don't know why you guys are on my bumper like this. Just give your boxing opinion and keep it pushing.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we tell you facts, but you refute them. That's why.
Oh, Smoke, you are the fucking best in life. I tell ya, you are the best. Yeah, I get you, Smoke. You feel like everybody's ganging up, but and you don't know them to pick a personal thing to pick at them, and you don't care to know them, is what you're saying. Smoke.
Hey, Shelton.
Hey, you again. Oh, Smoke, you are the best. I swear to God.
These dudes are like, I'm trying to talk boxing and keep talking about me. Like, what the hell? What's going on right now?
I thought you were saying it to me. I was like, shut the fuck up and sound like a girl. I know you. But yeah, you wasn't talking about me, like, per se. You're talking about the dudes. You talk about AJ, Jed.
I was just saying it was funny that he was still going off. I left and he was still going off. I come back and he's still going off. Like you know.
I only got into it with him once because my pop topped. But I found other ways of getting my shit off with the helmet and with my little memes. You like my new one?
Has the conversation changed? Like the Spence Jr.
Nah, we a little bit, and then we went right back to. But But nah, I be laughing because Smoke be talking, bro. He be like, yo, let me finish my point. He be talking like 20 minutes, man. And then as soon as somebody start talking, he be cutting them off.
Yeah, for 1 point. 20 minutes for 1 point. That's yourself.
No, I'm saying it's hilarious to me how fixated these guys. Like, listen, I'm not a boxer.
Fixated on
like,
you, man.
Don't throw me up in the mix just because I don't share your opinion about who's a duck. Like, I don't need to. Like, this is not stamping up same things. Like, this ain't church.
Smoke, it's nothing personal, man. We just disagreeing with you, is all. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing personal towards you.
Fucking stamp out heresy. This ain't fun.
Nah, but Smoke, you be asking questions, right? And then when people want to answer, you be like, "Oh, let me finish my point. I'm like, man, bro, like you want us to answer the question, or you want to finish your point? Like, what
So you can Smoke. It's weird.
It's not. Why is it an either or? Why can't you just wait till I'm done talking and then take it as it comes?
Because you can talk too much. You talk too much. That's why.
Yeah, it's like you ask a question and then you be done with your statement like 10 minutes later. And we done forgot what the question is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Write it down, bro.
Chan, what you doing? Taking selfies back there?
I got
you have going on, but I don't care enough to do that. Okay?
Well, neither do we.
I'm not asking you to change anything.
Okay,
I'm just laughing at the fact that you can't stop talking about me. I don't understand what the obsession with me is. I literally don't get it.
Are you serious?
I don't get it.
Now? Are you serious,
Dude,
bro?
yeah, stop talking about me. I'm not Bud Crawford. I'm not Spence. I'm not Wilder. I'm not the PBC.
Bro, I just told a simple joke when I came back. It's just.
Okay, yeah, it was very simple. I got you on that one. I agree.
What is the topic?
What's the topic, Chad? What we doing?
I'm fucking done in life. I'm done.
God, man.
I'm fucking crazy.
Jumping, I'm afraid to bring up the topic because we've been on the topic for about an hour.
What's the topic?
Sheldon, we were talking about Bud and Spence tonight, with Spence literally going to fight Ugas instead of Bud.
You don't want the smoke. You don't want that smoke. But Spence, smoke. As usual, per usual.
Well,
Spence
here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who thought that Heyman or Spence's handlers were going to put him in the ring with Bud coming off of a 16, 17-month layoff was tripping. That was never going to happen. He was going to get a tune-up first. Now, I don't like calling Ugas a tune-up because Ugas is a champion. But Ugas is his tune-up fight. See what he has before he puts him in there with Bud, because PBC don't want to lose control of those belts. Now, here's the question. Why is everybody assuming that Spence is going to run through Ugas? Because I don't see that.
Spence is, I don't know. No, on paper, Spence should be Ugas. On paper, he should do.
Nah, it's not the assumption of Spence running through Ugas or not.
Run through.
What everybody is upset about is that the fight that should have been made years ago, it still hasn't been made.
But here's the question, Bo. Here's the question. Did you think that coming off of a 17-month layoff, they gonna put Spence in the ring with Bud Crawford? Did you think that?
You're echoing twice.
No, what I'm saying is that fight should have happened even before the 16-month layoff.
But we passed that. We all know who's ducking this fight. We know who's ducking this fight. The same guy ducking this fight for damn near 3.5 years. Established. Give it. I'm just saying. Now that Bud's a free agent, not tied anymore, so you can't use that excuse, right? Did you think that they were going to put him in with Bud after 16-month layoff? That's the question.
It's not a 16-month layoff though, because
by
didn't
the
he fight Danny Garcia last December?
By the time he's ready to fight, how long will it be?
Yeah, it would be. Go ahead.
I don't personally think people will put him in with Crawford, but at the end of the day, I don't think Errol Smith's going to ever get in with Crawford.
There you go. No, now you're.
What'd you say, Shell?
I said now you got it, because the fight's never gonna happen. If it's up to Spence, that fight will happen. He doesn't want it. He's never wanted it. And if it's up to him, he'll have that fight.
Hi, Jimmy.
So how willing are you to bet about that fight will never happen? Like, what you think the odds are 100% that the fight never happens, to the point that you'll take a bet that it never happens?
Here we go.
You're right. Nothing's 100, Smoke.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that it won't happen. I'll bet you this. I'll bet you that if Thurman beats Barrios, he's next in line. I'll bet you that.
He's gonna fight the winner. Thurman will fight the winner if he beats Barrios. He'll fight the winner with Spence. He'll fight the winner with Spence Ugas. He'll fight the winner with Spence Ugas.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe do it like that.
That's what I see
I
happening.
thought Thurman. I thought Spence didn't want to fight Thurman. He said,
No. He's gonna do what I was gonna tell him to do.
Spence is gonna fight
at the end of the day, they got a man though. They got a man
follow orders like the
for
rest
the
of them.
WBA anyway.
I mean,
yeah, just like
the fight.
Tournament.
Butayev, I think.
Listen, bro.
Yeah, Butayev.
He's gonna fight whoever Al Heyman.
Yeah, basically, that's right.
Yeah, he gonna follow. Spence gonna follow orders like the rest of them. So yeah.
So lame.
Damn,
Jimmy, would you want to chime in? What we talked about two main topics, and who else is there? Jedster, I know you're here already. Jedster knew what we was talking about. So we're talking about initially why do you think how comes Dillian White may not fight Tyson Fury, because he may vacate, and they're thinking instead of elevating Dillian White to full champ, he may have to fight Deontay Wilder. Do you think that happens? What do you think about that whole shit? Let's know your thoughts.
I mean, to be honest, I think that's terrible news, because I was really looking forward to the White and Fury fight, because as you know, in the UK, that's a massive fight. They'd probably sell out like a football stadium and do big pay-per-views.
That would. Yeah.
But if he fights Deontay Wilder, I mean, that's an okay fight. I think he should be elevated though, because whenever a champion vacates, doesn't the interim champion just get elevated? Because I remember when Canelo.
That's what we've been
this
saying.
is what it's been done since the beginning of its conception, and then all of a sudden, with White comes along, they're moving the goalpost.
Yeah, you know what? With Deontay Wilder, my problem with this is Deontay Wilder hasn't won a fight in 3 years, and in his last 2 fights, he was marked out badly. So I mean, why is this guy even ranked?
Yeah, he's still ranked number 1. This is what.
I think Dillian White should be elevated to champion.
Hasn't won a fight in 3 years. You sure about that?
Oh, here we go, boy.
Yeah.
You sure about that? Like, come on, bro.
When was his last registered win?
I'm trying to keep it back. Like, I listen. I'm trying to be on mute and not hear.
If they fight in 2022, we're about to touch 2022. Smoke, we're about to touch 2022. The last time you won a fight was in 2019, I believe. So basically, 2019 to 2022 is 3 years. 3 years.
There's an echo as well. Someone's got an echo.
You do realize in February, like in less than a month, we hit like in a month we hit February. Like, you know, like in like 5 weeks we'll be in February. 5 weeks. You do realize that.
When's the last time he won a fight?
That makes it 3 years since their first fight. Or something.
Yeah.
Smoke,
he hasn't won a fight in 3 years. He got knocked down. I mean, this guy got knocked out cold. Shouldn't he be suspended? Because he was face first on the floor, like twitching. It's pretty scary.
Suspended for 6 months after the fight, bro.
Yeah.
So once you get suspended, you don't get ranked.
Did he get suspended?
I don't know, man. Like, I'm trying to like these. I'm trying to not be triggered by the counterfactual, right? That's really what's happening.
When was the last time he won?
You are a bit of a dick rider though for Wilder. To be honest, Smoke, like you do have a history of dick riding Wilder though.
Shit.
Listen, I'm sorry that I don't know anything about your history, but listen, I also.
No, you know about my history. We on Black and Brown's channel debate, and I'm
not quite sure why you think I would care what you think about my boxing fandom, right? Like, this is like, you guys are weird weird as fuck. Like, can you just have your
No, I didn't
opinion
know
and
that.
just stick to your opinion without attacking me for mine?
we have
That
a-
is certainly not
Smoke.
attacking me for
Why do
doing.
you keep expressing
All
your
the dumb
opinion?
shit that you guys are
Why do
doing.
you keep
I am
expressing
not
your
sitting here
opinion?
going, hey, you know what? You have a
Why do you
track
keep
record. You
expressing
have a
your
track
opinion?
record sucking you
I mean, the way you're
fighters
triggered,
this.
it sounds
Like,
like you care
bro,
about what I think.
at a certain point,
I mean, you sound triggered.
can you just acknowledge? Can we stop? Can we stop with the personal attacks at some point and just keep it boxing and
At
factual?
some point, can you buy a real mic?
Yeah, but you're famous. You're famous. Smoke. People know you. May not know them, but you're on panels and people know what
I know
you
they
say.
know me, so they want to come and talk crap like it's like Troll Central. I got a troll
No,
target on
I
my
think
back.
it's the mic, bro. Your mic.
Jimmy,
That's the only thing. Your mic's crap. I think
The troll
that's
comments. The troll comments.
Fix the mic. That's the only
All
thing
the
that's
troll
like the
comments,
mic.
though, they
I
don't
threw it in
disguise
the
the
chat,
fact that
guys.
what you're saying isn't factual. Right, so like you can say,
I
hey,
know.
I'm white and
The thing
all
is,
this other stuff, but really the
Deontay
whole
Wilder's
point of
almost
it is
journeyman
you're trying to
status,
deflect from
so
the fact that
he
just
hasn't
a
won a
second
fight in
ago
3 years,
you said the guy
and
hadn't
he
won a
lost his
fight in
last
3
two fights
years.
by knockout. I
Right.
mean,
So
that's almost
again,
journeyman status.
the only reason I said anything is because what you said is not true.
When's the last time?
It has absolutely nothing to do with me riding anybody's dick.
I just threw it in the chat the last time he won.
Yeah, it's up here. It's on the screen.
Yeah. 2019. We're about to hit 2022. That's 3 calendar years.
Yes, 2022. Like, how far away is 3 years from that? Like, now, how far do we have to get for 3 years from that date? Is it? Are we a month away? Are we 2 months away?
It says
No,
29.
2022.
23rd of the. You guys do it the different way
No,
round.
8. He said the
What is
last
that?
time
Is
he
that
was
November?
what? It was what?
We do the day first and then the month.
It's
So what's
November.
that?
It's November. November is the month.
November
the day, then
2019.
the year.
Okay,
the
we
month.
do
and
it
the
the
day.
other way
So
round.
25 months.
So it's been 2 years.
It's been 25
2
months.
years and
25
1 month.
months exactly. Yeah, 25 months exactly.
It's been 2 years and 1 month. It's been 2 years and 1 month, not 3 years. Okay, that's all I said. It's not 3 years ago. It has
3 calendar
absolutely
years,
nothing to
though.
do with being a fanboy.
2019. We're about to hit 2022. That's 3 calendar years. I was right. You keep missing the word
And
calendar.
he fought. Okay, great. And he fought, and his last fight was in the November of that calendar year. So literally, like the dude
so he's
only
coming up
fought.
2
It was
knockout
2 years
defeats.
and
He's
1
coming
month.
up 2 knockout defeats. That's a fact. He hasn't won a fight in 3 calendar years. That's a fact, Smoke. November 2019 is still 2019. We're about to hit 2022. That's 3 calendar years.
Yes, Smokey sucks.
And he got knocked out twice as well, like a bum.
Okay, so what you're saying? Okay, so you do realize that about to be is not is, right? So it is not 3 calendar
Okay,
years.
well, unless
It's 2
Deontay
calendar
Wilder fights
years.
in the next 10
And if
days,
we got,
which I
no matter
doubt.
how you slice it,
Is
no matter
Deontay Wilder
how
going to
you
fight in the
slice
next
it,
10
it's
days,
2
yes or no?
years.
In the
No
next
matter
10 days,
how
okay,
you
we got
slice
10
it,
days
it's
until
2 years.
2022,
So
yeah?
when you come back,
We got 10 days until
so come back
2022.
again.
Is he going to fight in the next
I
10
get you,
days?
bro. I get it, and it still won't be 3 years and 2 months. Then you can come back. When we get back to next year, you can do your 3 calendar years, so you can stretch it out more to make it 3 years, bro. Like, it's been 2 years and 1 month. That's it.
All right, cool. Look, the point is this: he got knocked out twice in a row, and look, man, this guy hasn't won a fight in, 3 calendar years, in 10 days. So that's my point. Look, why is this guy even around? Who the fuck gets knocked out twice, especially in his last fight when he was put to sleep? Now that was fucking horrible. And obviously he hasn't won a fight in over 2 years, month-wise. I mean, why is this guy ranked number 1? It's just typical. I mean, you know what? Dillian Whyte needs to sue the WBC because they keep protecting Wilder. First of all, they wouldn't mandate Dillian Whyte to fight Wilder for over 2 years. And now he's an interim champion who should be elevated or forced to fight Tyson Fury. And they won't do it. So...
Well, to be honest,
I think what's happening to Dylan
Tyson Fury's on some BS.
It's all negotiation tactics. Is all it is. It's negotiation tactics from Fury's camp. They want to get what they want to get from White, and that's it. They want to get the lion's share, and they don't want to have to pay out too much to White. It's just negotiation.
But no, that's not fair. As an interim champion, Dillian Whyte has certain privileges. He's the interim champion, which means he has the thing is, Dillian Whyte in the UK, he actually sells out arenas. He actually fights on pay-per-view. Tyson Fury is a bigger star, but Dillian Whyte is still a star in heavyweight boxing. He's not some undercard fighter or a bomb. This guy sells out arenas.
Weren't they
This guy
going for
fights on pay-per-view.
80-20? Weren't they going for 80-20? And then Dylan, I don't think Dylan White was going to go for it.
Yeah, because he's not a mando. He's an interim mandatory.
Interim champion.
So interim mandatory, you can be deserving of up to 45%.
They're trying to change the fucking rules.
They're trying to give him 85-15. That's one of the offers, and 80-20. Who the fuck do they think they are?
Trying to bully.
I would take that shit.
Every day I see an article from Bob Arum, like he better be reasonable, or he better be, like that. Like they be bullying, like
suck your
and
blood.
And I can't believe people are saying Tyson Fury could do what he wants.
Yeah,
he hasn't done enough. No, I didn't say I didn't say you. I'm saying I've read that.
Yeah, so
and I've seen other people say it like, no, he hasn't done enough to do what he wants in boxing.
No, if you're honest about Tyson Fury, in the last 7 years,
no fighter should ever have done enough.
Tyson Fury has only beat one top 5 heavyweight in the last 7 years. I mean, that's pretty top 10 probably in the last 7 years. He's only beat one top 10 heavyweight. I mean, those stacks. So when people say Tyson Fury's done this and that, he hasn't done that much. Okay, he beat Wilder. That's a good win, but
he beat Klitschko in 2015, who was 39 years old.
Exactly. And that was what, like 10 years ago? And that was like 10 years ago.
Keep the same energy.
So Tyson Fury, like, his resume,
2015, right?
White beat an old Povetkin. Tyson Fury beat an old Klitschko. Just keep the same energy.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, as far as resume,
he had the belt, so it was still a great win. The Klitschko win was still a great win, but like you said, it was.
No, Dylan White has actually fought more top 10 heavyweights.
That's a historical win.
Was a shit win because he got knocked out by a 40-year-old.
Yeah, but I give White credit for Povetkin though. That's a good win.
40-year-old Klitschko. So if we're gonna keep, it's either all good wins or they're all shit wins.
I'm giving them both credit. I think they're both good wins. I'm still giving them both.
I think they're all good wins. But people that are anti-white, that's what they say, and people that are pro Tyson Fury. Yeah, I'm fucking.
Either way, Klitschko was 2015. He's only beat Wilder since 2015. It's not much work.
That's what. 7 years.
We're about to
approach
in the fight. And I'm gonna tell you something. I didn't even really know Tyson Fury that much back then, but the fight I wanted so much back then, before I even heard of an AJ or all them guys, I wanted to see Klitschko versus Wilder. Because I was like, these two tall men. I didn't even know that they had the same manager. These two tall men, they both champions, and they both tall and built. That was the fight that I wanted at that time, but just never happened. I don't know why, but
that's because Wilder team didn't believe Wilder could beat Klitschko, and it was supposed to be against Vitaly Klitschko. Remember, Shelly Finkel said Wilder is a baby. He said he's a baby, even though Wilder had like 40 fights or something like that, or 30-something damn fights.
Yeah, they don't want the fight.
No, but Vitaly was gone by then. No, he was gone by this point.
No, at the time,
it was not. Vitaly Klitschko's last fight was like 2013.
Yeah, he was still there.
Yeah. They wanted to make a fight between Vitaly.
No, it was Vladimir. Vladimir used to knock Wilder out cold in sparring. So Shelly Finkel, he knew that he didn't want Wilder to get exposed.
In the article, it was referring to Vitaly Klitschko, and basically Shelly Finkel said Wilder was a baby, even though Wilder had over 30-something fights.
Yeah, no. They were talking about Vladimir Klitschko. Wilder was a champion. I know the article you're talking about. Shelly Finkel said he wasn't interested in unifying because he was a baby.
The experience that Klitschko had. I get it.
Yeah. It's not even that. Like, the truth is, Johnny Nelson and Andy Lee witness to this. Vladimir Klitschko used to beat the fucking shit out of Deontay Wilder and knock him out cold, to the point where they actually had to send him home. And that's the reason why they ducked Klitschko.
And several people have confirmed that. Dylan White confirmed it. Johnny Nelson confirmed it. Several people have actually confirmed that.
Dylan White actually used to beat the shit out of Tyson Fury.
Let's get into the weeds. Can we get into the weeds? Can we?
Let's
get into the weeds about this.
Smoke, are we hitting the soft
Guess
spot,
what, Smoke? You weren't there. Andy Lee was. So was Johnny Nelson.
I don't know. Like as soon as right. So again, so the guys that were in that sparring session, if you want to deal with that thing first, and you work out things in sparring, what they were trying to do is they had Deontay Wilder go in full on just swing. They weren't trying to like win a sparring thing. They were trying to work on something. And yeah, he got clipped. Everybody said he got clipped, and everybody also said that it was literally because of the
several times.
Johnny
Nelson was saying he was sleeping on canvas, snoring.
I don't understand.
Can you not talk over each other? Let Smoke finish, and then you can go after.
Thank you. And also, like, I got a bad mic, so like, can you mute yourself so we don't get echoes and all this stuff? But anyway, and apologies for the mic and all that. But just to get into the weeds about the Vladimir fight. What he said was he's a young champion, and Vladimir also co-signed this, that he wanted to get title defenses. That's all he said is, I want 1 or 2 title defenses. Meanwhile, what Vladimir Klitschko and also Shelly Finkel, we also have to acknowledge that Shelly Finkel was Vladimir Klitschko's advisor at the time also, right? So what happened was that Vladimir Klitschko, after having a hiatus in Europe, came back to the United States, got a 3-fight HBO deal. The first fight of that deal, right? And he signed that, and they signed the Bryant Jennings fight before Deontay Wilder ever had a belt, right? That was already going to happen, the Bryant Jennings fight. The very next fight, after the Bryant Jennings fight, Tyson Fury was the mandatory. Vladimir Klitschko lost to him. That's what happened to that fight. It has absolutely nothing to do with being a baby after 40 fights. He said he was the baby champion because that interview took place on the Monday that Wilder won the belt on Saturday. So on the very the day after, so he wins on Saturday. On Monday, he has a conversation and they're talking about unification. They're like, okay, let him get a title defense. But they already had a path through for Vladimir Klitschko. What was supposed to happen was that Vladimir Klitschko was supposed to beat Bryant Jennings. He was supposed to beat Tyson Fury, and then he was supposed to fight Deontay Wilder for undisputed in that last of 3 fights on HBO. Instead, what happened was he lost his last 2 fights, and whatever, and the rest is history, right? That's actually what happened to this thing. It has nothing to do with ducking anything. No, it's just marinating fights in the boxing business. That's it.
I just let you finish talking because it didn't go like that, but he ducked Klitschko. They didn't want him to fight Klitschko because Shelly Finkel said he's a baby. He's a baby right now. And that is what he said, and that was just point blank period. So I let you speak. You
do realize when he said he was a baby that Vladimir Klitschko already had a fight signed, right?
Listen. The thing is this: Wilder became a champion, and that was an opportunity. He could have fought Klitschko instead of Jennings. If there was a unification in place, it overrides the mandatory, right? So if Tyson Fury was a mandatory, he could have overrid it. He chose not to fight Klitschko. Okay, even after when Klitschko lost, Anthony Joshua stepped up here and said, "Look, Klitschko, I'll give you another title shot." Wilder didn't. Wilder was sitting in the wings, quietly watching, saying, "Oh, I hope he doesn't knock me out cold again like he used to in sparring." That's what the reality. On the Boxing Voice, Shelly Finkel and Eddie Hearn both went on and debated. And Eddie Hearn asked, "Look, your boy had a chance to step up and fight Klitschko. Why didn't he?" Shelly Finkel shut the fuck up. So it is what it is. Look, he didn't fight Klitschko. He didn't fight Joshua.
No, he didn't. He didn't shut up. What he said was. Okay, cool. You still going? No, I didn't know you're still going.
Yeah, I'm still going. Right. That's what I thought. Anyway, like I was saying, look, he had an opportunity to fight Klitschko. He chose not to. And the whole HBO deal. Look, bro, Wilder was fighting on Showtime, so I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, Wilder was fighting on Showtime, so the whole HBO.
Yeah. And Jimmy got dropped from Showtime.
Yeah, after the Brazil fight, he did.
Mm-hmm. Smoke told me that.
Okay. Again.
Look, Shelly Finkel said they don't want the fight. He's a baby. A baby doesn't become a man in two fights. They didn't want the fight. It was well known in the boxing industry. Okay. Johnny Nelson, Andy Lee. There's been several people. Dylan White. They've seen Wilder get knocked out cold. I'm talking about night several times by Klitschko. To the point where Klitschko had to send him home because he didn't want to give him fucking brain damage. Okay? And it is what it is. They knew they had a hype job on their hands.
Okay.
That happened twice. He's talking about retirement. This guy got put to sleep twice, yeah? He got his shit kicked in twice. And he's talking about retirement. So why is he even ranked in the WBC? He hasn't won a fight in 3 years. He got knocked out twice in a row. He's talking about retirement. I mean, the guy's fucking done. He's not an equation. He's a non-factor in the heavyweight division. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry to break your heart, Smoke.
Sure. Sure. Yes, that's very heartbreaking that you said Deontay Wilder is not a factor in the heavyweight division. Okay,
well, he's talking about
whatever
retirement.
world
He
you
got
live
knocked
in,
out twice. So.
whatever world you live
I mean, he
in,
got put to sleep
that
twice,
means
and
that the
he's talking
heavyweight
about
division
retirement. So.
is not impacted by the presence of Deontay Wilder. Okay, dude.
What credits? Bomb bashing, cherry picking, avoiding Glitchko.
Ruiz, but not Deontay Wilder. He lost Tyson Fury. I guess he hasn't won in 3 years, whatever the hell it is you're talking about. All I'm saying to you, all I'm saying is,
he got knocked out twice by the same dude. He got knocked out twice by the same dude.
I'm saying this is what I'm saying to you. All I'm saying is Vladimir Klitschko, out of his own mouth, said the same thing. So when you're looking at Shelly Finkel, you have to understand that all of those dudes, this is an in-house fight, and they were building it up. It's the same.
Well, it didn't happen.
He didn't say he was a baby fighter.
He could have, and he didn't do it.
He said he was a baby champion. It's not like Vladimir Klitschko sent an offer and that Shelly Finkel said, "No, I'm not fighting." He's literally answering.
They didn't fight Joseph Parker. He turned down $100 million to fight Joshua. Wilder was never interested in legacy or unification. Listen, he cherry picked Tyson Fury because he thought Tyson Fury was a fucking fat crackhead coming off of a 4-year layoff. That's why he fought Tyson Fury, and he got his shit kicked in.
Okay, all right, cool. So. I don't know what you think. I don't know what you think Dominic Breazeale and Charles Martin and Joseph Parker's are, but I personally don't think
Joseph
that those
Parker was
guys
an undefeated champion, just like your boy Wilder. Joseph Parker fucking win over Andy Ruiz is better than anything Wilder's done. What the fuck is Wilder done that's better than a win over Andy Ruiz?
Okay, cool, great. And you know who? And Ugas is also a champion, right? So
Eric Molina.
if you want to let me
finish.
Stop jumping in on my
football player in Gerald Washington.
I know. I got it.
So a janitor and Eric Molina and a fucking football player in Gerald Washington. Okay, that's your legacy.
I may say several things that trigger you. Let me say them all, so that we don't get down your rabbit hole. I need to respond to your thing. Like I was saying. Right? What he said was not that he was a baby fighter, that he was a baby champion, because at that point he had been champion for exactly 1 day, and they're already talking about a unification which all sides understood wasn't going to be happening next. Vladimir Klitschko knew it, Shelly Finkel knew it, and Deontay Wilder knew it. As a matter of fact, Deontay Wilder, out of it during that same time, you can look at it like magazines. That dude was talking about, I want to fight him next. Give me the money. I don't care. I don't care if he gets a lion's share. I want to fight him next. He wasn't saying the things that Shelly Finkel was saying, but Shelly Finkel was just answering a question about a unification when his guy had been champion for a single day. That's it.
Why do you fight Joseph Parker?
And on the boxing voice.
No, these are excuses. He's never fought unification. He never fought Joseph Parker when they were both undefeated champions.
Pause 1 second, guys. Sorry, Smoke. Tony, David Diamante was in a bad motorcycle accident.
Yeah, it happened yesterday, and I guess he underwent surgery today.
Fuck. What? Like where? How? Where? In the States?
It was in New York City, and he was on his motorcycle and got, I guess, clipped.
What surgery? What injuries? What injuries?
Who was in the accident?
It sounded like, from what I read, they didn't say exactly what the surgery was, but it almost sounded like a spinal fusion. Like they put plates and bolts to hold his spine together. So I don't know. He could be paralyzed. I don't know.
Did somebody hit him or did he hit somebody?
Who y'all talking about?
It didn't go into all the details.
Okay.
David Diamante.
Who got into a car crash? Who's that?
David Diamante.
The ring caller that is on the zone that works with Eddie.
I'll tell you who it is. The really tall, skinny white guy with dreads.
With the locks.
Yeah.
Oh, the one that did the World Boxing Super Series. Oh, I know you.
He does all of them. He does all the zone.
He does a bunch of stuff. Yeah, he does a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
He does the zone. He does when it was when Eddie was at Sky. He's the ring caller for Eddie. For design.
That's why you'll be careful out there on the road, man. Even when I was driving it this morning, like you got a lot of crazy drivers out there, man. I don't know if it's COVID or winter.
Get you in problems, man. Motorbikes. Yeah. Everyone that's got a motorbike comes off one. It's a fact. Like you will come off one. It's just I just don't like it.
I don't know. I ain't crashed yet on my motorcycle.
Yeah, that's the key word though that you use. Unfortunately, yet. So if you keep on riding, unfortunately,
don't say that, LadyChann.
Yeah, my brother-in-law.
It's the truth.
My brother-in-law just lost his wife doing that same thing.
there's no one that's been on a motorbike that hasn't come off one. There's no one. Like some people come off and it's just a little scrape up and they're all right. Some people come off, they die. Some people come off, they have to have life-changing surgery. Like, but everyone comes off. I'm just keeping it real. If you're going to be riding a motorbike, you come off. So that's the reals of it. You come off.
Hey, Chan,
it's 100% rate that you come
Chan,
off.
I got to run right. I got to run again. I got to get ready
Just
for
to
work.
get the
So
record straight,
I'll, yeah.
All right,
So I'll try to jump back on if I could. But yeah.
All right,
so,
babe.
Yeah,
all right,
y'all.
Adrian.
Appreciate y'all.
All right, AJ.
Bye. This is what you sent, Jed. WBC heavyweight champion. You guys read this. Can you read it? Can you see it?
Yeah.
So I don't know. What was that that was to talk about
the baby comment.
Oh, this is directed for you about the baby. Look, Wilder is a baby winning the title. It was his first title fight. There'll be a time for unification. There'll be a time for all those things. He could go and Povetkin, the number 2 contender in Russia, and make 10 million. Finkel said to Tuscaloosa News. God.
Oh my God, he says there is no rush to Wilder into big fights. Okay, Smoke, that sounds like 2 fights, doesn't it? There is no rush and he's a baby. I told you, man, you got to stop dick riding.
I don't understand what you don't understand about Vladimir Klitschko was only a champ for 6 months after that. Like for 4 months after that.
Goodness gracious. Hey, Smoke,
and
hold
already
on.
had a fight.
So here's my thing with this though. How come Anthony Joshua with no belts actually took the fight with Klitschko, but when it comes to Wilder's the baby?
Anthony Joshua had a belt. That was a unification fight.
What unification? Against Vladimir Klitschko? Didn't Anthony Joshua win in that fight?
It was for the vacant W. It was for the vacant WA and Joshua was IBF.
A fight back. Yeah, fight back. He won the IBF.
Yeah, he has spinal cord
that was his third.
Charles Martin was an undefeated champion, yeah. Or what the fuck was Bermain Stavern? Fucked up a lot that fucking keeps getting knocked out every other month.
Okay. Listen, if you want to rate Charles Martin, I'm not even going to go there with you. Cool. You think Charles Martin is good? The whole point is that the Vladimir Klitschko fight was the 3rd title defense of the IBF title for AJ. He was totally a champion and already had 2 title defenses. I'm sorry.
But the thing is, AJ started his career after Wilder, but yet he went to be a champion, had more belts before Wilder did. He stepped up.
You didn't realize Wilder's got like 30 fights in it. They're both Olympians. Smoke, this is the problem, yeah. Joshua and Wilder are both Olympians. It took one dude nearly 40 fucking fights to step up. Joshua stepped up after 10 fights? He fought his domestic rival in Dylan White, undefeated, right? Shortly after that, he fought Charles Martin, undefeated champion. Then he fought Klitschko. Then unified against Parker. Then he fought his mandatories in Povetkin. Obviously, then he fought Ruiz. Then he fought Pulev. And now, obviously, the Usyk situation. And that's less than 30 fights? It took Wilder, 40-odd fights to step up. So it's not the same. So you're talking shit.
Wow, man. David, Diamante, you guys continue. Sorry, just reading. Continue. Go on. Everybody chop this up because nobody seems to want to admit no that somebody is wrong.
So Anthony Joshua in 16 fights won a title. And it took how long did it take Wilder to win?
Yeah, Leon Spinks at eight fights was undisputed.
Hey, we're talking about
Anthony Joshua. Let's dig up Leon Spinks.
I don't understand what. Okay, again, it seems as though talking about facts, it leads to some weird comparison.
Why are we comparing the facts? So it took Joshua 14. Those are facts, Smoke. More than double.
No, it is not.
AJ did double the work in half the time. Those are fucking facts.
First off, his first it was not in his 14th fight. You must be talking about the British heavyweight championship or something.
No.
I don't know what it is.
In the 16th fight,
listen. You guys, you can talk about how horrible Wilder is and how awesome AJ is to the cows come home.
It's not even about AJ, bro. It's about the interim fight against Dylan White and
put
Wilder.
yourself on mute. So, like every third sentence I say, that you are not interrupting it with your rebuttal to a sentence that I said. Let me make my whole point. Thank you. For me, if you guys want to talk, if you guys want to make this comparison, Wilder versus AJ, you can do that until the cows come home. Nice. All I'm saying is, like, can we keep the facts? The facts. He was a champion when he fought Vladimir Klitschko. His first championship world title fight was at 16 fights. Deontay Wilder has not 3 years removed from a win. Can we just keep the facts straight?
No, it is factual. He is 3 years removed from a win because 2019 and 2022 are 3 calendar years. So unless Deontay Wilder fights in 10 days, which do you think, okay, he's in a fight in the next 10 days. Look, in reality, he got knocked out badly twice in a row, right? Same guy, especially in his last fight, he got put to sleep like a journeyman, okay? He's been suspended now for half a year. He hasn't won a fight in 3 calendar years, okay? So, I mean, look, why is he the number 1 contender? Look, Smoke, you would have to say that is pretty shocking. For a dude, okay, in your words, he hasn't won a fight in over 2 years, okay? By the time he steps in the ring, that's going to be, what, 2.5 years? Calendar-wise, 3 years. Would you not say it's pretty shocking, yeah, for a guy that hasn't won a fight in 2+ years?
Oh, okay, it's shocking if you have not been paying attention to the sport of boxing in general and the WBC specifically. Like, if you haven't been paying attention to that, then yes, it's shocking. Otherwise, it's literally just what we've fucking been seeing for years.
Cool. Well, there's still a difference between right and wrong, though, Smoke. You might not have any integrity or honor, but I still believe in the difference between right and wrong.
I don't know if is my mic done or is it like a moment of silence?
That's a moment of silence, an awkward moment of silence. Holy shit!
No, I was saying, look, at the end of the day,
look,
at the end of the day, Small, let's be honest. Okay, let's go by your logic. Yeah, he hasn't won a fight in over 2 years, 2+ years. Yeah, he's coming off of 2 really horrible. I'm talking about being put to sleep like night. Where's your baby blanket? Right, that twitching your own blood, being suspended for 6 months. Yeah, before that, again, he got absolutely fucking battered. Right. Those are the last 2 times he was in the ring by the same dude as well, right? So he got beat down and knocked out twice in a row. He hasn't won a fight in 2+ years. He should not be the number 1 contender, okay?
Joe,
Jeb,
it was not an awkward moment of silence. What happened was he laid Smoke to rest, and we was all just quiet because we witnessed the murder. That's normally what happens.
Okay, sure. Whatever. But I don't know what color the sky is in the world you live in, but okay, dude. Like whatever you say, Tony. Listen, you can keep talking about. Like we've already gone around. We've already gone around and around and around about guys coming off of losses, getting shots they shouldn't have got out of the WBC.
I don't think I've ever seen this though. When have I ever seen a guy coming up with 2 knockout defeats who hasn't won a fight in damn near 3 years? I've never seen that, Smoke. Okay, name me another example.
Great. First off, there was no baby blanket in either one of those fights, right? One, he was on his feet. The second one was attrition, and neither time was he even like separated. Like it was like
it was a baby blanket.
Like let's if you want to keep it a buck, the person who was out cold and his out cold. Let's talk about who was out cold. Manny Pacquiao was out cold, right? That guy's out cold.
Just like Deontay Wilder, face first, yeah. Just like Deontay Wilder.
Dillian White was out cold, right? Deontay Wilder was not out cold, but whatever.
Someone who's laying on the floor face first, twitching in a pool of blood, he wasn't out cold.
Okay, cool. I got you, bro. I get it. It's 3 years. He's out cold. 2 horrible losses. I get you. When you're fighting for the number 1,
he lost his last 2 fights by knockout. Is that fact, Smoke?
Okay.
I thought you like dealing facts, Smoke. What's up?
Okay, cool. So again, I'm going to make my point, and then you can rebut after I'm done, right? So for the Ring magazine, right? And you can say whatever you want to say about the Ring magazine. You can say whatever you want about the Ring magazine, but it is the paper. It still is the paper of record, and they had their rankings are what a lot of boxing fans still think of when they're talking about a legitimate fighter. So when you talk about like top 10 guys, like he even fought top 10s, a lot of people are referring to the Ring magazine when they say that, right? The Ring magazine ratings. What the Ring magazine decided was that it was Wilder and Fury fighting for the number 1 and number 2, not just in a sanctioning body, but the entire heavyweight division. So regardless of what you think about those 2 fights, both times the Ring magazine was on the line, and both times Wilder came up short.
No,
As
it was
he
only on
points
the
out,
line
regardless
once.
of
The second time, Tyson Fury was defending his belt.
cool. Let me finish. So if you're the number 2 guy in the entire division, according to
He wasn't
Ring
number 2
magazine,
guy. No. See, you're lying now. The Ring magazine works on a rotating system. It's one number 3 as well.
I'm not done making my point. Stop stepping on my wisdom.
Let
Anyway,
him
like I was saying, like I was saying, so if you're the number 2 guy in the entire division, it stands to reason that you may be the number 1 ranked guy in the sanctioning body when other guys have belts. So they're not going to even be in the rankings. So if you want to make an argument for him not being number 1, then what you have to do is talk about the other 15 dudes. And what you'll find about the difference between those other 15 dudes ain't about whether or not they're coming off crushing losses, because most of them haven't even had a title fight, much less like to talk about like what the result of that fight.
He looks out cold, Smoke. Look at that picture.
Just follow the money. All I'm saying is follow the money.
Does he look like he's standing?
I got you, bro.
Smoke,
like I get it. You're trolling. You thinking I'm such a Wilder fan that I'm emotionally attached to whether or not he gets knocked out. I don't care. This troll stuff you got is on you because you're a fanboy and you think I am as a result too. I'm not. I don't care. I don't.
Look at the screen.
Bro, you look at the screen. You look at the
Smoke.
screen.
Is he conscious? You told me he wasn't out cold. Is he conscious?
Okay, cool. Right. All right, cool. Whatever you say, bro. Like if you say he was out cold, I guess he was out cold.
What? Look at the
photo
picture
of him being out cold or something, like because it's a freeze frame. Like whatever, dude. Cool. He was out cold. I saw the guy get up. I saw the guy get up right after I saw him not be able to get up. I never saw him unconscious. You did. Okay.
Yeah, for a minute.
I got it. He's out cold. Just like it's 3 years.
He got knocked out cold and then he woke up. I didn't say he died in the ring, Smoke. I never said he died in the ring. When did I say that?
Hyperbole.
I said he got knocked out cold.
I never said. No, you just did say that. Correct. Both things are not true. He didn't die and he wasn't knocked out cold. So what?
No, I never said he died though. I said he got knocked out cold. So when you got knocked out cold, you wake up.
Neither one of those things are true. Neither one of those things are true. Right? Like he was not knocked out cold, but you can keep saying that if you want to. I don't care. If you want to say that till the cows come home. He wasn't though.
The referee could have counted to 20, bro. He was out cold. The referee could have counted to 20.
Okay, cool. Unable to get up is not knocked out cold. The ref could have counted to 50, and Oscar De La Hoya could have got up from that body shot that Bernard Hopkins gave him. He wasn't knocked out cold.
Listen, the Ring magazine is not number 1 versus number 2. It can be number 1 versus number 3 as well. But look, George Groves and Callum Smith fought for the Ring belt. Was that number 1 versus number 2? Look, the Ring magazine has a history of inconsistency, but that's besides the point. Let's say, for argument's sake, in the second fight, the rematch, it was number 1 versus number 2 or number 1 versus number 3, whatever. That's irrelevant. But then they were out for nearly 2 years when they fought again in the rematch, right? And then he got sparked again. So now when we look back, we thought, oh fuck, this dude just lost his last 2 fights via knockout. You know, he hasn't won a fight in damn near 3 years. Why is he number? I've never
1 month after 2 years.
Give me an example then, Smoke. Give me see, this is your problem, yeah. You run your fucking mouth, yeah, but you never give me any facts.
Okay. That's my problem. Cool. Example of what? What would you like an example of?
Of a similar situation in the context where a fighter loses 2 fights in a row by knockout.
Right. So how about Anthony Yildirim getting a
fight in over 2 years?
Okay. So how about Anthony Yildirim fighting against Canelo?
Anthony Yildirim was Benavidez's mandatory, right?
Sorry, Avril Yildirim.
Anthony Yildirim. Did he get knocked out twice in a row?
Okay, whatever, dude. Like, right,
he had a controversial decision against Darrell.
Okay, here's really what it is.
No, he lost a controversial.
Here's the problem is that you think that Wilder, for some reason, needs to bow to the standard that you have. Meanwhile, what all Wilder has to do is
you're not giving me examples. I asked you to give me an example of a similar situation.
And I gave you one. I gave you one. And the point is that if you want examples, if you want examples of how the WBC does what the WBC wants, I can give you a ton of examples of this. If you want to see,
I asked you to give me an example.
If you want, no,
you happy Wilder gets a free title shot.
Okay,
you happy? Let's give Wilder another fucking handout. That's what you said.
Again, okay, cool. So your point is he's been stopped twice, and so he doesn't deserve it. Great, that's your point.
No. My point is if a guy doesn't win a fight in damn near 3 years, comes off for 2 beatdowns and knockout defeats, why should he be ranked number 1 in the division? That's not fair, Smoke. That's not fair.
Great. The same way that Tyson Fury hadn't fought for the same way that Tyson Fury hadn't fought for damn near 4 years and he came in at number 3 because the WBC does what it wants.
No. But he returned. Listen. Tyson Fury returned as an unbeaten former unified world heavyweight champion, and the Ring magazine themselves scored the first Wilder Fury fight a win for Fury, but it was ruled a draw. So very worse if you share a ranking. That is more plausible.
Ranked him. The fight hadn't happened when the WBC ranked him. So this is what happened.
Number one coming up with 2 knockout defeats.
Right. He hadn't fought for damn near 4 years.
Then he came up with 2 knockout defeats. He came up with 2 bomb bashes.
So right, if you want to go
down the bomb, and then
if you want to go through calendar years and bum bashing, the dude hadn't fought in damn near 4 calendar years, and then also came out with like separate theory. I think it was like really 3 though. Like really,
I got
whatever.
a question.
The point being, that dude came back.
But guess what? He was undefeated. He was a former unified champion. He was coming off of an actual win. Smokey was coming off of a win. He wasn't coming off of being fucking comatose.
Okay, great. You want to talk about wins? When it comes to wins, it's only about the result when it comes to Fury,
Hello,
right? He wasn't fighting.
Let Lisa speak. Can Lisa speak, please, guys?
I just got a question. When you are the ring champion and Tyson Fury was gone for a few years, I get it. Does the ring champion, do they have like what's the word? Like mandatory.
They have requirements. You can get stripped.
Yeah, requirements here. Like
yes, he got stripped. He got stripped for failing a PG test. So that's actually what happened to his Ring magazine champion. So this whole thing about him being lineal was all a bunch of marketing crap anyway. But whatever, that's a different subject for another day.
Well,
the whole point is, like, if you want to look at, if you want to see that the WBC does what the
got the
WBC wants.
word out of my mouth. Y'all just started talking. What I was saying was, okay, okay, you have requirements as a ring champion, right? So what are those requirements?
That you can't be out of the ring for 2 years. You can't fail. You can't fail a drug test.
One at a time, please.
Okay, Lisa, the requirements for a ring champion are within 18 months you have to make a defense against a fighter ranked top 5 within the ring's rankings. So it could be anyone within the top 5. You have to do that every 18 months. They can give you, I think, up to a 2-year extension if you're injured or something. But outside of that, if you don't fight for 2 years, then they strip you of the belt.
Yes, and they also strip you if you fail a drug test.
Thank you, Smoking Jimmy.
That's how Canelo got stripped from his thing, right?
So how did he come back as ring champ? So how did he come back as a ring champion then?
He came back lying. So he didn't come back as ring champion. He came back as a lying. The ring belt was vacant until the second Fury and Wilder fight. It's been vacant since after Vladimir versus Fury.
Well, what the heck? Ooh, I'm scratching my head like the guy on the
yeah, it doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just a bunch of game, right? Whatever.
LadyChann, are you there?
I am. Sorry, I was just doing a report.
Can you play this video? Like I got looping? Because I just want to see where he jumps back up.
Okay, dokes. Can you give me just what I'm going to do that right now? One sec. Just publishing this report. What do you want me to do?
Just what I'm sharing. I just have it looping. Okay. Because I heard he jumped right back up.
No, he definitely didn't jump over. He was definitely out cold for a little minute. Just for he was out cold for a few seconds. I don't know what. No, did you say he wasn't knocked out? What happened? Sorry, no, you never said that Deontay Wilder wasn't knocked out, did you?
Oh, Smoke.
He did. He said he wasn't.
This is not your day, Smoke.
Ground, right? Wait. So since he was knocked out, why does the loop? Okay, so if he was knocked out, how come the loop doesn't stay with him on the ground, right?
Like I could take a longer one.
Listen. No, yes, sure.
Can't laugh, guys. That man could have been seriously.
But he was knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
These like what that fight what that was what that fight was a war of attrition that ended in exhaustion, right? That's what
Sure, it
happened.
was.
Like both dudes
Sure.
went down on the canvas.
He was
Both
exhausted.
dudes like Wilder was
He was
running on
snoring.
Wilder was literally running on fumes for rounds before
Doesn't
the
matter. He still
stoppage,
got
and he
sleep.
still wasn't knocked out cold.
Yeah.
Rockabye baby.
I care about the health of boxers. You know, I never want
Yeah,
to
they
see
just
nobody.
like they're interested in trolling and like talking crap about fight fans and stuff. Like I don't know what it is. Like whatever, dude. Cool. What you said.
But you know, I see these fighters when I watch like Major Key show and like they interview like some of these fighters, man. They go through it later on. You know, it's just sad, man.
This is what Mark breathing through the towel in. Because he didn't want Wilder face first on the floor twitching in the pool of his blood. I mean, that shit was scary. The thing with Wilder is the reason why I don't feel sorry for Wilder is because this is a man that openly talk about killing Dominic Brazil in front of his little kids. So I mean, I'm not gonna feel sorry for a man that's talking about killing the father in front of their, small children. So it's just one of them, innit?
No, it's a thing of sympathy and there's an empathy. Empathy is putting yourself in that person's place, and I would never want. I've always said my prayer for all boxers is to make it home safely to their families, maximize their pride, maximize their what's the word? Funds or whatever.
Money. Money.
Yeah, maximize their profits. And get out of this business unscathed and as healthy as you can.
Yeah, sure.
I don't care
I mean,
who
I'm not a
you are.
Wilder fan, but I'd never want
Amen. Exactly. Amen. Like no one's trying to see like murder on. I mean, I'm not. Like other fans might be able.
I did enjoy him getting knocked out. I do like seeing Wilder get beat up. I'm not gonna lie. I like seeing him get knocked out cold, but I wouldn't want anything dodgy to happen to him. Like anything.
Look, I'm gonna say this. I don't want to see nobody die.
I don't want seeing that.
When you go off stating that you want to, hold on. When you go off telling everybody you want to catch a body, and then you become a body, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't feel sorry for him because, again, I mean, Dominic Brazil, this is a father, and Deontay Wilder was basically praying that and talking about how he was desperately hoping to kill Dominic Brazil in front of his family. Same with Tyson Fury. He was saying that he was gonna kill Tyson Fury, and Tyson Fury said to him like, well, "What the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, we're just fighters. Like, we got families. It's just a sport, And so when he got knocked out cold and he was twitching in the pool of blood, it was a little ironic and satisfying. I'm not gonna lie, I did enjoy it.
Hey, listen. What you can get whatever chuckles you get out of it, right? Like for me, like I like all the animosity goes after I see a guy get knocked out, right? Like I had a whole bunch of vitriol for Dillian White until Alexander Povetkin assassinated him, and at that point, I'm just like, you know what? Dillian White's fun. He's entertaining. I appreciate the fact that dude made a ton of money, never had a championship fight. I can't knock the hustle. I don't sit around like let me see Dillian White get knocked out again. Like I don't need that. Like Manny Pacquiao. I don't need to see. But whatever. That's me. I'm not trying to hate on your fandom.
To be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing the fourth fight just to see Wilder get knocked out
what you're
again.
saying, and when it comes to the stuff that you said and poetic justice or whatever you're talking about. I'm just saying that I remember Mike Tyson saying stuff like, "I'm gonna fuck you till you like it," right? And I'm gonna eat your children.
Yeah.
Like I've heard way worse stuff.
Yeah, Mike Tyson
from
came.
guys
How much fight did Mike Tyson come under?
Right? So, but whatever.
How much fight did Mike Tyson come under?
It is what it is.
How much fight did Mike Tyson come under? Mike Tyson's a dude that has admitted he suffers from mental health problems. That's also another thing.
Most of the fighters suffer from mental health issues.
I'm gonna say it again. And unlike Smoke, I don't really care to see anybody knocked out. That's not something that I get off on. And I don't wish that any fighter gets knocked out. If it happens, it happens. It's exciting to see, but I don't wish no man to get knocked out. However, I will restate what I just said. And it goes for Mike Tyson or anybody else. If you claim that you want to catch a body, then don't be upset if you become a body. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
That's like if you want to dig a grave, dig two.
Yeah. I mean, Wilder almost became a body. I mean, that shit was scary. When his head bounced off the floor and his eyes started rolling back to his head, I mean, I thought he fucking died.
I think it's
I'm
like
glad he's okay.
I've heard interviews with him, and it kind of remind me of Beyonce with the Sasha Fierce, with the bronze bomber.
Like he's got an alter ego.
What's so funny? No, it's a persona.
Yeah,
Like
persona.
he
Oh,
says, the bronze bomber is a persona. The bronze
What, because
bomber
of the
wants a
twerking?
body on it.
Oh,
No,
oh,
no,
Lisa,
I'm
why
saying
did you do that twerking video at Beyonce?
no. I'm talking about the bronze bomber wants a body on his record.
Okay. That's why
not
Smoke likes
Beyonce.
Wilder
I
when he likes his
think
It's
fucking
the
twerking
same thing
videos.
with Sasha Fierce.
I think the whole
She
thing.
gets into perform mode. She turns into a nut.
Hey, I think the whole thing, to be honest, what people be saying, it's more of a marketing tool for what I get from it. Because people will just say anything just to try to sell a fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's
No,
the
it's
ultimate form
a
of capitalism.
persona. When
let
you
them
go
smoke.
into the ring, you have to turn into that
Mute the
to
mic when
that
you're
like animal. You know, that's what I get out of it.
And then on top of that, the media are going to instigate, right? So people will just say anything that come out their mouths just to hype something up. You know, it's just same thing like in the music business, especially when you got a beef in the music business. The media be instigating. They be like, "Yo, so what you want to say to this person?" And they just say the craziest shit that come out their mouths.
So I'm assuming Jimmy and Smoke are done. I could take down my little gift.
Yeah, Jimmy and Smoke are done, hopefully, with their.
All right. There.
Biggity
Okay, I'm
four.
back.
There you are. You're back. There you back. Smoke, you got anything that you wanted to touch on with all of what we said? Like, have you come to any kind of? I'm not saying that you should have, by the way, but have you come to any certain conclusions, or are you more definitive in what you was like saying with the whole WBC?
Oh man, like listen, like what fight fans want and how they feel about stuff in the sport. That's what it's based on, right? It's all about fans' passions being like fight fans, and I'm getting good fights. I didn't get AJ versus Wilder, but I did get Wilder versus Fury. I did get AJ versus Andy Ruiz. I did get AJ versus Usyk. I'm getting fights. I'm not like, I didn't get the Bud fight, but I did get the Porter fight. I got Spence versus Porter. I think Ugas is going to be a good fight. I think sometimes boxing fans are real entitled when they're not the ones taking the punches.
No, that's natural, and you know what, Smoke, I don't agree with it. Like we'll sit here and we'll debate about all kinds of shit. I don't think it's right for half of us to get up here and talk about do pocket watching and stuff like that. That's not what the fighting is all about. We want to see the sport. That's what we want to see. That's where the fans should be. But we got all these fans that get so deeply involved in the pockets. What's going on with their funds, acting like managers, acting like fan promoters, and it's like we don't know the industry like that. Only a selective few know the industry like that. So who are we as fans to impose our opinions? It's that simple. I try to like I'll stick mostly to facts. I'll try to like when I say this looks like a smart move, that's my opinion. But I don't know. I can't say I know this. I'm a fan of the fight, of the art. I'm not a fan of a particular fighter. There's fighters I do like, but I don't go crazy emotional over them. If they lose, they lose. Oh, well, this is the sport you chose.
Yeah, 100.
I have more of an affinity to the older fighters from back in the day.
I was upset about two results, right? Like in my lifetime, I was upset when Muhammad Ali lost to Leon Spinks, and I was pissed when Sweet Pea got with the Sweet Pea Julio Cesar Chavez fight. Right, but those are like the only two that actually got like even cared really about the result of in the entire 40 years I've been watching the sport.
Didn't you care when Wilder lost? Did you not care when Wilder lost?
No. Why would I? Why would I? Thought it was a good fight. I thought it was a great fight. Like the first fight, I thought the costume was ridiculous, and it wasn't really competitive after like the first knockdown. Right, like after round 3, it wasn't even competitive. So it was kind of, and also that fight happened on my That fight also happened on my birthday, so I was chilling.
I
had a great
remember.
night
Yeah.
and all that other stuff. Like,
I remember.
like,
Smoke was chilling, y'all. I see Smoke. He was chilling.
yeah, like you guys, like I don't, like you guys, like I feel like you guys want a particular kind of Deontay Wilder fan to kill us.
But do you
And
remember
so I get cast in this role. I get cast in this role as somebody who is emotionally invested in what the hell Deontay Wilder got going on in his life. I am not. Like literally, I don't care. Like I want to see who's the best guy. I want to know who's the second best guy. I want to know who's the third best guy. So right now, I got Tyson Fury being the guy. I have no idea who the second best guy is because none of those dudes have fought each other. Right. So until we have a clear, definitive second best guy,
Usyk.
I think Usyk. I think Usyk got very lucky in that fight with the game plan.
Yeah. Usyk beat the second best guy, who was AJ.
I mean, if you say he's the second best guy, but like to me, I didn't see that. Right. I didn't see
Tony.
I don't know that AJ is the second best guy because I didn't see him fight. I didn't see AJ
the second best
so I don't know that.
heavyweight after Fury at that time.
You didn't see AJ fight who?
AJ definitely would have been. AJ definitely would have been the second best guy.
I mean,
hold on, Smoke.
I think it's the end of the Reed loss.
Why are you talking? Why are you talking? She's talking to me. I'm talking to her. Nobody's talking to you, Smoke. Anyways. But what I did hear was I heard some blasphemy, LadyChann. I heard.
I'm not talking. What are you talking about, bro? I wasn't even speaking.
Anyways,
I wasn't talking before.
What the fuck? This dude right here, I swear. LadyChann, anyways, I heard some blasphemy in there because this is what I heard. I heard Usyk got lucky. How do you get lucky when you outbox somebody for 12 rounds? There's no luck in that. That's skills. You know what is luck?
I said, I think you got, okay,
no, I'm not done talking. What is luck is getting your ass whooped for 7 rounds and then knocking somebody out with 1 punch. That is luck.
But okay, so what I said was, my total statement was, I think that Usyk got lucky with AJ's game plan. That was my entire statement. Okay.
No, I did want to get a chance to say this.
Sometimes you guys just gotta let stuff ride. Everything is.
There was one fight in my life. There was one fight in my life that I got emotional over, and that's only because I followed him my whole adult career, which Mike Tyson. When he lost, but to this day, I have an issue with it. I think I told you about it. Yeah, you said it's hard for me to watch that long ass count that Buster Douglas got.
Oh, using the Deontay Wilder excuse? Come on, man.
That's what fanboys do. But it's okay to be a fanboy. It's okay to be a fanboy of an old fighter. We've given it that rule. Of an inactive fighter, we can fanboy. I'm a fangirl. I realized it hit me yesterday. I'm a fangirl of Floyd Mayweather. I am. I don't like his antics out of the ring of what he does with all Tank and all of this shit and all his narcissism, but I am a total fangirl of Floyd Mayweather. Like, I've realized I thought I liked AJ like the most. I like Floyd the most. I do like Floyd the most, and then AJ hard. But yeah, I
like how AJ carries himself.
Yeah, I like how I love AJ.
But I'm not a fangirl of her. People think I am, but
yeah, no, I love AJ. I love AJ. Don't get it twisted. I do love AJ. So I heard a boop.
But I'm not a fangirl. People think that.
I am a fangirl.
I don't like people like the same with Smoke. Like people disrespect Wild all the time. They disrespect AJ. They disrespect these fighters. They talk. You just at the end of the day, you gotta say these guys put it all on the line, and
they do, and they get up there, put their lives on the line for our entertainment. Yeah, granted, they're putting it up there for a fat bag, but mostly, it's for our entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
We're the ones paying. We're the ones supplying them with that fat bag. Put it that way.
True that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is Sonic Smith, but that don't mean he can't, make a
But
comeback.
at the end of the day, you're right, Lisa. We got to feel, and I do.
No, I'm talking to a guy in the chat. Yeah.
But I was brokenhearted because I saw one of the greatest fights in my life happen, and at the end of the fight, 12th round. So was it the 12th round?
Yeah.
Or was it the 14th round? The guy died. It was a fight with Ray Boom Boom Mancini. He killed that Japanese fighter.
Yeah.
Great fight. Great, but
I remember that fight. I can't watch that.
What, did he have an aneurysm or something? A brain aneurysm?
Yeah, he did.
I think the guy was Korean though. I think he was Korean though.
Yeah,
Doo
Kim.
Yeah,
I remember that fight.
But so for me, the fight like that is like the Gerald McClellan Nigel Benn. First off, because the fight was so great, right? Like I didn't even know the fight was gonna happen, and I was just flipping through channels, and I caught the walk in, right? So I was just like, oh my god, that fight was so good. But then the fact that Gerald McClellan never walked again was just like, wow. So this is why when it comes right down to it, I don't tell people you made enough money and you should fight for belts. Nah, bro. Like if you need to make sure that you're adequately compensated because you may never walk again after this fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Benny Perrette, Emil Griffin and Benny Perrette Jr. was the one for me, guys. That was a very painful fight to watch. I choose not to watch it. They had a few fights, but he didn't exactly die in the ring, but he did die in the hospital from the injury. So that was very painful to watch.
Gosh.
But it was a game changer, and that's what brought down the fights down to 12 rounds instead of 15 rounds.
Yeah.
Dooku Kim dying the way he did, that brought it down to 15 rounds. I mean, down to 12 rounds, and rightfully so. And it was hard to watch that fight because it was such a good fight. Both
remember the Ruella brothers? One of them died in the ring, remember? I remember that fight. It was Ruella.
Did he kill someone? I thought he killed someone. One of them brothers.
One of them died in the ring. I remember. I'll send you the fight. I hate to send. I don't like sending people stuff like that.
Yeah, mash up their blind. But Eddie Hearn just posted, him and David Deal. Yes, it's very, very, very bad accident, guys.
Did Diamante pass away?
Yeah. No, he didn't pass away. He's got 3 spinal fractures, broken ribs. He does have to learn to walk. He said it's going to take a long time.
Broken knees.
He's broken knees. He's got to learn to walk again. He's going to need to learn to walk again.
Praise for him. God bless him.
So we won't be seeing him in the ring no time soon.
It's terrible too.
Oh, he could be in the ring. He could still call the fights. He could still be a ring announcer and go in a wheelchair and roll in and still do it like that. He could still do it.
I didn't even say what's
doesn't mean he has to stay out of the ring until he can walk. As long as he's better internally and he can have his voice, he can still do it, isn't it? No? Are you guys going?
Pray for the guy. And I'm sorry, Outlaw. I didn't even say hello to you, man. My bad, brother.
What's going on, my bro? What's going on, lad? What's up, lad?
Not much, man. How you doing, my brother?
Right on the holiday. Well, how shit is that you got to be in hospital for Christmas? I know what that's like. I've been in hospital for Christmas. It's shit. It's the most.
Yeah, it's
a fucking experience that you could ever have.
God,
they come and give you presents to staff.
He's got to be in traction or something?
No, he's got broken back in 3 he's got broken spine in 3 places. He's got to be in the hospital for a long time, for a bit.
Yeah.
Broken knee, broken ribs. No, he can't. He won't be able to come out of the hospital for a good couple of months.
Yeah.
And I know what it's
like. He had a 5-hour surgery.
And rehab.
Yeah, he's
I
gonna
know
have to
what
have
it's like because I was in the hospital on my birthday this past August, and I had to have on my birthday emergency surgery. It's like, that's not what I wanted on my birthday.
It's horrible. Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
But
I've been.
my present was that I survived and I'm alive. That was
Yeah,
my present.
yeah. That's the present. Yeah. So he had 5 hour surgery. They've put bolts in and rods. Yeah, man, it's fucked. Them motorbikes, man. Them motorbikes.
Yeah, wow.
Not
Yeah,
on it.
one of my good
when you
friends
get on
died.
the
It'll come off
plane,
one.
you gotta have a special card
Yeah.
when you get on the plane because it got metal on his body.
One of my best friends come off his Harley. Like his wife give birth to his kid. And he died 2 weeks later coming off a Harley. So they're dangerous, them bikes.
Awful. See, this is what I'm
Awful,
saying.
yeah.
Yeah. It's only
He got-
bold. Please be careful on them.
He come off a bike. He come off a bike and hit a pole. He got cut in half, like literally. My friend, like he
Yeah.
off the pole. He ran straight to the pole.
I would urge anybody that's on this panel that rides the bike to just. Oh, Smoke! Did you drop out? You could have said bye, Smoke. I would urge anyone that rides a bike. I sound like such a great. Just to stop riding. Just don't ride a bike.
I hope Smoke don't think I was picking on. Well, I was kind of picking on him, but he gave me funny memes.
I know his Smoke. He's back. Smoke. I was like, you couldn't say bye.
Smoke is family.
Yo, Smoke, man, I hope you don't think I'm
Smoke
picking
is
on you.
family.
No, Smoke is a tough.
I just poke fun at everybody.
He don't give two shits. Smoke's tough.
Smoke is family.
You know what? It's just different styles, right?
Smoke.
Yeah.
His name's Smoke because he gives smoke. He likes it. He likes all this shit.
Well, it is, but
I
it
like
wasn't
that you
really.
have a
That's not really
opinion.
why
I
I
love
spoke,
it.
but yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, say that again, Smoke.
No, yeah, and listen, I love you guys' opinions also. Like I'd love to chop it up. Like to me, I just don't do the personal attack thing. Like I don't get it. I'm not here to to impugn somebody's character because I don't like what they're saying about boxing. It just seems like childish.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Well, I hope my little gifts weren't offending.
Smoke,
you.
you nothing though, because you always are in the debate. So it's something that I know. Because at first, I used to be like, you like the debates, and you've gone to places where the debates is like everyone's like, oh, shut up, you bitch ass, bitch ass, in those debates. Smoke, you be there.
Hanging it.
Yeah, this is
I was like,
Oh
whoa,
yeah, listen,
Smoke.
I don't mind getting in the mud, right? I don't mind
even
getting in the
got
mud
nothing
with
to
people.
say, Smoke. You already know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you know, I don't mind getting in the mud. I'm just saying that, like, when it comes down to it, like, I would prefer boxing talk. Like there are some channels where you have to play the dozens. You have to go through this whole process of talking crap about one another before you can talk about boxing. But really, let's just can we just talk about boxing? I'm not on social media. I'm not on any other social media platform. I don't engage with anyone. This is the only place that I can actually talk to fight fans, which is why I'm on YouTube. Which is why to make you feel worse about yourself. Mm-hmm. Not even what's the point of that?
I'm not good at social media.
Mate, you're all good. Just fix that mic, bro. You're all good, Smoke. Just fix that mic. That's the only problem.
Yeah, you got to fix the mic. I'm no good at insulting people because I feel bad. I don't like it. I'll get mad. No, you heard me today. I'll get mad. And my pressure
big
pops.
Deal.
Yeah,
it's not a big deal. Smoke, that's nothing for Smoke. Smoke just giving you some violin story right now. I see Smoke in the trenches. This is nothing.
Man,
yeah,
I see Smoke go after. Woo!
Smoke, you know this is nothing. This is
there'll be a nuclear bomb attack.
You men always dive on each other.
He held his own. I was like, whoa, yeah.
I'm gonna. And I'm like,
you want to see some? LadyChann, you want to see some funny shit? Somebody accused me. I'm Puerto Rican and Dominican, right? Not that matters any, right?
Mm-hmm.
But somebody accused. I think Lisa, you were there. Somebody accused me of whitewashing. I lost my shit.
I have no idea where that was at.
You weren't over there when I thought you were there, but I lost my shit. I went from 0 to 100 quickly. Somebody accused me of whitewashing. I said, and I just went off. It's like, oh God, I don't like losing my temper like that. He literally got under my skin with one comment. I was like, oh fuck that. So I can't stand that.
Right, there's this one dude. There's this one dude that's like a Nazi, right? And he disrespected me to the point where I'm never going to respect him, regardless of the panel we're on. We could be having a conversation about boxing, but that guy is just not going to get respect off of me.
Who's it?
But
Tell
that's
me.
just.
So I know. Who's it?
Oh yeah, Durden. That
Durden.
guy. Yeah, you like Nazis and their eugenics and their weird crypto fashion. Like I'm cool on that. And then you try to come to a boxing channel and like play the innocent. Nah. But
where
you know
does he usually hang out? What boxing channel? So I know, like, where does he usually? What panels does he usually?
He'll just pop up. You know, like there's a crew of like boxing trolls, really, and they'll show up to panels, and you know they'll pretend like they're talking about boxing, but then you'll see in the chat it's a whole bunch of race stuff. They'll put penis shots if you show them on the bring them on the panel, whatever. It's just a big mess. It's a circus for little kids.
Dickheads,
right?
Yeah, ignore him.
It's just but Jed, you're like Electro. I was very shocked at at your thing today, just because you haven't done that before.
Yeah.
But I understand what your issue. But I understand what it is, right? Like when you feel like something is so obvious and somebody is not getting it, and whatever, and they seem to be obfuscating or making excuses or whatever the hell. Like I understand where you're coming from. I just don't think that I don't even think we're that far apart in our opinions, really. We just use different words, and maybe I use too many of them for your liking or something, but whatever. I don't even think our opinions are that far off.
Yeah, no, but I get totally I do, because I apologize, right? I get uncomfortable right after I do it. That's not my style. You know, I don't like popping like that, and it bothers me that I let myself get to that point. But when I get somebody calling me like me whitewashing shit, you lost your damn mind. You know, it's like
I'm not. I didn't say you whitewashed anything. I just
somebody else did.
I have a way, right? Like I definitely will voice my opinion. And you come at me, bro, if you need to come at me. But like, as long as we can keep it boxing, that's all good.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question. Hey, what y'all be using? When y'all be streaming some of these fights and whatnot? Because I used to use crack streams, but them shits they be getting kind of like shut down and stuff. So I don't know if y'all had another link.
Let me show you what I use. I'm going to show you right now. Hold on a second.
You guys have got all this crack stream stuff. You should only be doing that when you can't get the fights available. When you got your money, support the sport.
But I ain't gonna pay for no charge.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, don't pay. You don't gotta pay for that. If you don't want to pay for Charles Martin,
that's what I use right there.
I get it.
Yeah, but they'll rebroadcast it. Just wait a week later, right?
What is that? Who's that, Jet? I didn't say it, Jet. What is it called?
I thought you were talking about what do I use to stream? Like when
Hey, Bold, I'll type one in the private chat for you, lad. I'll type one. There's a good site I'll put in the private chat for you, bro.
All right,
also, just as a business thing, right? So if you're like contributing to streams and all that stuff, you may be able to write this off, right? You can call it like some kind of whatever. You can call it as you can claim it as an expense if you have your own business. And I think you might even be able to do it as a personal thing.
Type that in on Google, lad. When you're looking type that in on Google at day of the fight, and you should be able to find that website. That one works pretty good. In the private chat for you, lad.
LadyChann, Lisa Bales,
yes,
Smoke,
sir.
And Jed, everybody here. Listen, man, much love. I'm tired. I'm in pain. I got to take some oxys because I've been sitting here way too long.
Hurting your back.
Right, feel better.
My legs and my back are shot.
Hey, don't get too crazy on them, Jed.
Thank you Lisa, I haven't had this much fun in a long time.
Thanks for joining us. And you know what? If I don't speak to you, sorry, Lisa. Sorry, when I was talking to you. Sorry. I just wanted to say, if we don't speak to you, have a great Christmas. I will be back. I'll let you guys know when I'm next going to be on. I think it will be some point next week.
Yeah, I've been doing more streams myself. People have been asking me to do more boxing streams than I have been. So I've been streaming here on YouTube a little bit here and there.
Tell everyone where they can find you. What's your channel called?
It's that name. It's Electro Jed.
Electro Jed in the building.
Yeah, come by. I'd love to have you on someday. I usually do my stuff in the morning.
Let me sub. I didn't even sub. I didn't know you had a channel, Jed. So that's why.
Well, because I hang out in all these type of places most of the time. I usually that's what I do.
I'm the same. I found you. I've just subbed.
Oh well, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Much love. God bless you all.
All right, feel better,
God bless.
Jed.
God bless the chat.
Yeah, happy holidays.
Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to you.
The same to you guys as well.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, bro. Merry Christmas, lad.
Yeah, happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. We've been having a good old marathon live. What time is it in Australia, Jed?
About 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just about.
Fucking hell, it's 5 o'clock it's 5 o'clock in the morning here, like nearly 6.
Yeah.
Hang on, or is
That's
it quarter to 6 here?
That's why Christmas here is only like a day and a half
I
away.
missed this. I didn't see this with Bud Crawford and Josh Taylor and Regis Prograis.
Yeah, that was. I think I sent that in the. I think I posted that in the group chat where.
What happened?
Oh yeah, I
That was a
missed
few days
that.
ago.
It's on
Yeah.
IFL from yesterday.
A few days ago.
They're going to be fighting again. So what they
No,
fighting?
they're all meeting up in Dubai. There was a thing in Dubai on.
Yeah, they're all in Dubai. Yeah, Dubai, where everyone's spreading COVID non-stop. By the way,
I think they'll probably meeting you know who in Dubai, and yeah, they all ran into each other at an event. At an event, yeah.
but were they on good terms?
Yeah, they were friendly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor
Prograis
is
and
big.
Taylor.
I see that.
Prograis and Taylor and
That's
Prograis and Crawford had some words. That was about
Bigger
it.
than Crawford, it looked like. I don't know about mass, but he definitely taller.
Yeah, Josh Taylor is. That's why. That's why he wants to move to 47 because he's.
Josh Taylor, big boy.
He a big boy. He is a big boy. Yeah, they was all out at Roy Jones Jr., AJ, Bud, what's his name? Mahara Davis was fighting out there as well. They was all out there. There's some event, some kind of like not crypto, but some kind of thing for boxing.
It's called Combat Chain. I don't know exactly what it was.
Yeah,
it's called Combat Chain.
Yeah. So there was all out there supporting that. So
I think it was something MTK might have put on or something. I think.
Oh, okay.
No, it's a new thing for boxers. Like it's a new kind of like a union thing or something that they can use for to help them out in thing. It's something to do with help boxers, like a union.
Yeah, might even involve other like MMA fighters. Maybe even MMA fighters as well. I saw something.
It's the Saudis that have came up with it. It's nothing to do with MTK. It's a Saudi. It's kind of like a crypto type of.
Was it in Dubai though? Wasn't it in Dubai or?
Yeah, it was in Dubai.
Yeah,
yeah.
So it was the UAE. Yeah, but yeah, and MTK then go hand in hand. You know, the UAE and MTK.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
That's why he's there, Shan. He's got these get looked after.
I don't know if it was, but yeah, I know. But I'm just wondering if the thing that the product that they've come up with, I don't know if it because MTK wasn't mentioned with all the interviews that I see everybody say it like they was bigging up the product, but they wasn't saying this is MTK that's bought this. I don't think it's anything to do with it, and it could be though, and they're just a silent partner.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at. All right, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. You could be right. Yeah, we'll leave it right there.
We'll leave it there.
And then, I'm supposed to be fucking going shopping in like 5 hours.
I just knocked it off. I just did it. Fucking got it out of the way.
I did everything on Amazon, but I mean, I'm supposed to go. No, actually. Friend's supposed to come at 11 o'clock, but my friend will sleep a bit as well. So, I'll see how you go. Yeah, maybe I'll just do it. It's late night shopping on Thursdays here. I only have to go to my high street. It's only like that.
Oh, you know what I do, Shan? I just go to my female relatives, get what everyone wants, and I'll just give you the money. You do the shopping for me.
Yeah, I know.
I'll palm it off like that.
I know, you're right. I've got to go and get some more little bits for my kids. So that's why I have to go. I've done as much as I can do on Amazon. So much. I've done as much as I can do. I've done mainly everything. The stuff that I want to get is mainly the clothes, all the toysy types of things. I did Amazon and stuff like that. So yeah, thank God for Amazon. I love Amazon. They just do fucking everything, don't they? They just get it done, mate. Anything you need, Amazon. You know, you was born in the same town as Canelo's mom and dad was born in. Canelo. Someone said East LA. Hector Garcia, you Mexican. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm so dumb because I'm looking at your name. I don't know why, Hector, I thought you was Dominican Republican. I don't know why I thought that. It's strange, isn't it? But I did when you was like, no, I'm not, but I'm looking at your surname. Yeah, you know. Of course. Yeah, he's from. But where do you live, Hector? Do you live in Texas or LA? You live in LA, do you, Hector? Yeah, I think he's. Yup. I'm Mexican. Yeah. So anyway, this has been an amazing live. So I'm going to shut it down, because I've got to go to bed, man. I'm literally knackered. This was 6 hours and 22 minutes. You guys have been the best, and I always forget. Yesterday, shouts out to I forgot the day before yesterday to shout out Kenny Ken because I forgot to say he was on the panel. That's what Kenny Ken. Big love to my UK compadre Kenny Ken. But I need to thank Jetstar Outlaw Boxing in the building. Smoke Boxing Lounge. Smoke, are you putting out content on your channel or not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit swamped with a side project, but I have a partner that does put out stuff. So there's new stuff. Yeah, it's always fun. Whatever. It's sort of a whimsical thing before we start ramping up and putting out regular sort of updates. But yeah, I just want the last time I was on the panel, I had to go abruptly. I had a phone call come up, so I couldn't correct the fallacious statement that AJ was a top 10 rated in the Ring magazine when he fought Dylan White. Of course, he was not. He was ranked top 10 after he fought the Dylan White fight, not before, right? So I just wanted to make sure. You know me, I like to get my facts right, but I wait for Tony to come back on so we can all get it straight. Or you can just go to Ring Magazine and you will see that that guy was not. But outside of that, boxing fans, if you need to be upset about something, then don't let me get in the way of you being upset, right? If that's what you watch boxing for, I would just say, if you're not trying to be upset, don't let the fact that you didn't get what you want when you wanted to jade you or turn you to turn you cynical about the sport. There's still great fighters out there fighting great fights. Just find them. That's it. Peace to happy holidays to all.
And then I've just subbed
Happy
your
holidays, Smoke.
Boxing Lounge in it, so that was your channel. I just found it. So
yeah, Boxing Lounge,
yeah, Boxing Lounge is where you can find Smoke. Who was help me? Who was on the panel? So thanks to Smoke for Boxing Lounge. Thank you for Bold. Where they find you, Bold and Understanding. Happy holidays, Smoke, as well. Bold and Understanding. Thanks for coming.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, man.
Who else was on our panel? Thank you to my sister from another Mr. Lisa Queen Bells in the building. We had so many people. I need to get it right.
Tony's reviews.
We had big up Tony's reviews in the building.
AJ.
We had AJ. Oh, we had South Londoner. We had Electro Jed was in the building. We had Jimmy. Thank you for coming through. We had
Jimmy.
Yeah. Who else did we have? There was others. It was 10 people.
Shelton Moore.
Shelton Moore. Thank you for coming through, Shelton. Yes, that's it.
Was more people.
2 seconds.
Troy Graham. Yeah. Troy was here.
Yeah, I don't know where he went. He was in the chat mainly, actually. Troy. Yeah, I don't even know. There was interchangeable. In the end, it was a great panel. We had people coming off and coming on, and I can't remember. I'm gonna have to wait and watch it back till I remember. I can't watch this back. Yeah, I'll watch back sections, but I can't remember who else was on the panel. That's bad. It was a lot, weren't there, guys? There was. And I want to, yeah, I can't remember. Thanks, Jedster. I want to thank.
Oh, Jetstar.
Yeah, Jed was here. Yeah, but who was before? Earlier as well. I forget. I don't know. Okay. In the chat, I want to just salute to John McSmith, Hector Garcia, Paul Evans, Gurgurunga, Mr. Beautiful, Blues, Philly Fly was here. I know that. So I'm trying to remember. Big up, I think Karma Serene. Yeah, big up Karma Serene. The Queen was here. John McSmith, thank you for coming through. LOC, King KO was here. Scott Brown in the building. Kelvin, G the PT was in the building. Smells like OTR. Yep, Philly Fly, I see you. You was here, wasn't you? Everybody, Daryl Alexander, everybody that gave me super chats. Will Lynch, you was the star super chatter of the night. I'd have to say, thank you very much, massively appreciated. I know also Ahmed Dua was in the building. Thank you for everyone that gave me the super chats, but I remember those two specifically for
Paul
sure.
Evans.
Yeah, Paul Evans, thank you for coming through. Dr. Hook, thank you for coming through. I won't be able to scroll with everyone.
TJ Thomas Jones.
On Darley, yeah, on Darley Pennant, TJ Thomas Jones, thank you for coming through. Haplo, thank you for coming through as well. Oh yeah, I'll tell you who was here. Unrivaled Boxing was here for a bit. Mark was here. Thank you, Mark, for coming.
Mark was here for a small bit.
Yeah, Malachi was in the chat for a bit. Thanks, Mal, for coming through. Dasmain, thank you for coming through. Sorry for the guys that I've missed. The chat was busy, so not being bad. Unless it was the super chatted ones, that's the only I kind of noticed. I tried to scroll through some, but now going through up now, I can see there was so much in the chat. LOC, Mike from Boston in the building. Thanks for coming through. Dragon Leg, Reese Bra. Thank you for coming through. Wayne Hennessy, Kelvin, thank you for coming through. Yeah, Electro Jed, you was here for real in the chat as well. You guys were really keeping it up. Iceman was in the building. Thanks, Iceman. Oh yeah, I want to thank Electro Jed's duck for making an appearance. I love that duck. That duck was mad cute. Yeah, that was mad cute. Roderick Freelot.
So cute, yes.
Yeah, Roderick Freelot. Even though you was a bit, they was timing you out. You did come through. You did give me a super chat, and thank you. You was in the building. Thank you for coming, Roderick Freelot. Yeah, big up TJ, King TJ, Candy Smoothie. Oh, we had a girl. Does anyone get Pepto-Bismol for smoke because he has diarrhea in the mouth? Oh, I didn't know that we had another queen in the building. Candice, thank you for coming. Candice Moody. There you are, Ahmed. There you are. Thank you for coming. Mello, thank you for coming. Rolling with the punches. Thank you for coming as well. Rolling was there, wasn't he? Sis?
Major Key was on the panel with us.
Was here on the panel with us. Thank you for coming through, Major Key. Boxing. Yeah, Major was here for real. I forgot. We had lots of different people, so it was great. Candice, you was really here, weren't you? I'm only seeing you now, Queen. Thanks for coming. It's always good to see a woman on coming through. I'm just seeing you guys were really chopping it up. Half the time I have the screen blown up on this and the little one, so I don't always see the chat. So that's what it is. AJ, thank you for the super chat. Yep, I saw that. JD Vlanka was in the building. Who else? God damn, I won't be able to script. But Peter Von Arts, yeah, I did put you up, didn't I, Peter? Peter Von Arts was in the building. G the PT was in. Ronald Finkley was in the building. XX Shots was in the building. Arthur Hawkins, I didn't know you was here. Hawk from Maryland. Hey, Hawk from Maryland. Yeah, big up Hawk from Maryland in the building. I didn't know that you was here, Hawk. Sorry, but you was here in the building. You was. Sorry. The chat was mad busy. At one point, we had like for me, it's busy. We had like over 70 odd people, 80, so I couldn't see what was going on in the whole chat. Sorry. Didn't know who was there, but I'm glad that you guys all came. Massively appreciate it. Boxing Pound for Pound Jack was in the build, Dizzin. Thank you for coming through, Boxing Jack. Damn. Yeah, we be scrolling. We be scrolling. It's a lot of scrolling. But it's all of you guys. Some of it. King KO was here. Thank you, King KO, for coming through. Josh was here. I'm seeing a lot of some new people, so that's always good to see. Glad you guys found me. Joe Mama was in the build. G Martinez was here as well. Thank you for coming through. Who else was here? Oh yeah, Jazino, Jazz Father was in the build from the boxing bunch. Thank you, Jazz, for coming through. Massively appreciated as well. Massive appreciated to all of you guys coming. Jim Jones, Mega Man. That was coming at the beginning. But yeah, we be scrolling. That guy was in the build as well. You that guy, man. You that guy. Tact was in the build New names. Where's I forget my other guy, Jay Styles or something like that. I don't know if he wasn't, but if he wasn't, Connor, thank you for coming through. You was in the build. There's in Noah GX, Jose R. Lisa disappeared. Maybe she got a call. But signing off anyway, doesn't matter. Pimp My Sniper was in the build. Thank you for coming. Guys, man. It's a lot of you. If I didn't call out your name, mean no disrespect. Juno, because it is mad late here. So, I have to sign out. The usual LadyChann way. Anyway, I'm gone. Hey girl, it's LadyChann. Oh yeah, let me just say this. I want everybody to have a safe, responsible Christmas. If you're going to drink, please do not drive. Try and make sure that you keep to yourselves. This Omicron isn't a joke at the end of the day. And wherever your stance is with the thing, just try with the virus, try and keep to your own little circles. Maybe it's not the greatest thing to be out maskless or out just everywhere in close confinements. But yeah, I will be back. It's Thursday today, so I'll be back at some point next week. And we'll and I'll have a nice panel that I'm doing next week as well. So stand by; it will be a great one. So I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, definitely, and a Happy Holidays for those that don't celebrate Christmas. But Happy Holidays, Merry Christmas, and yeah, I will see you definitely next week. Anyway, I'm gone. Hey girl, it's LadyChann. Rep nonetheless, come box with Shan. Gyan. We was in the build. Gyan. LadyChann. Fight.